Bien. Buenos días. Vamos a comenzar. Good morning. Vamos a comenzar el segundo día de nuestro foro dedicado al tema de invertir en los valores patrimoniales para generar riqueza. La primera es Simón. We are going to start our session en español, con Simona Tondelli, que va a hablar sobre la regeneración de los paisajes culturales a través del patrimonio cultural. Simona Tondelli es investigadora en urbanismo y técnicas en la Universidad de Bolonia y pertenece también, forma parte del consorcio Heritage. Simona, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really glad to be here today and to share with you our project. So as you were saying, I'm a professor of urban and regional planning at the University of Bologna, where I teach and do research in the field of sustainable development in general. And I'm the coordinator of this H 2020 project, which is called Heritage. So I'm going to tell you our approach to the regeneration of rural landscapes through cultural and natural heritage within this huge project, which started 2 years ago. This is a very big project involving 38 partners from 19 countries around the world, not only Europe, we also have Latin America. And we started 2 years ago. We are just in the middle of the project, which will last still 2 years. And our project is the only one project funded on the topic of rural regeneration. So we also feel some responsibility in dealing with this topic. Why discussing rural areas? Rural areas are really rich in opportunities because a lot of population lives in rural areas and also in intermediate areas which are really connected. And almost the half of the gross value added in Europe is created in intermediate and rural areas. So we are really discussing of very rich areas in opportunities where we also find outstanding examples of cultural and natural heritage. We have really rich examples of uses and crafts and social practices, so very rich milieu. But these areas are also characterized by a lot of challenges, economic, social, environmental problems that are resulting in unemployment, disengagement, depopulation, reduced service provision, aging. So in most cases also the cultural and natural heritage is threatened. So our project started to discuss, to think about how to change this situation, how to turn challenges into opportunities by exploiting cultural and natural heritage. So we are working on rural regeneration that for us means promoting sustainable economic growth, sustainable social inclusion, accessibility, quality of life, but also improving landscape and sustainable tourism. So it's a very wide approach to rural regeneration. And we do this through our paradigm, which is an innovation proposed by our project that starts from local resources. So the key is really exploiting rural resources, increasing their resilience, and reinventing business models and governance framework through the use of policy tools and public participation also. So the idea is to attract and retain young people, to develop new businesses, increase biodiversity through the use, the exploitation of cultural and natural heritage. What does this exploitation mean? It means restoration of historical buildings. It means the holistic usage of rural landscapes and biodiversity assets, but it means also the revitalization of ancient traditions, arts, and crafts. So our paradigm is represented by this image, which is quite self-explanatory, I would say. We have identified 6 so-called systemic innovation areas, which are pilgrimage, rural food, migration, art and festival, resilience, and landscape. And as you can see from the image, together they build this new paradigm for rural regeneration. So they really work together to build the rural landscapes. As I was saying before, the consortium is quite big. We are 38, and we are divided into 3 typologies, let's say, of partners. First of all, we have 13 role models, so case studies giving us good practices of how rural regeneration was taken on in Europe and beyond. And then we have 6 replicators, where Ruritage is supporting the co-creation and implementation of new regeneration strategies. So they are our big pilot case studies. And we also have 15 knowledge facilitator partners, which are universities, research centers, and also SMEs, working together to facilitate, to help this process of transferring knowledge from the role models to the replicators and helping the replicators in developing their own rural regeneration strategies. So I'm going now to present you briefly our case studies divided into the 6 SIAs. The first SIA is pilgrimage. With pilgrimage, we mean trails, which are religious but also natural routes, connecting meaningful places around the countries. And we have 2 very important and well-known case studies acting as role models, so explaining us their process of rural and landscape revitalization, which are the French Santiago Way through Castilla and León and the Via Maria. Through learning by those case studies, we are now replicating and adapting new strategies in Germany and Austria. So we are working in a UNESCO Global Geopark, which is the Karawanken Geopark. For what concerns local food, this is a very transversal SIA because local food is connected, of course, with agriculture, but also with landscape and with local economy. We have, again, 2 case studies. One is in Italy, in the south of Italy, called, it's a consortium, Dare Puglia, which works a lot in agro-food production, connecting the farmers with the city. So it has a very innovative way of putting in contact the people living in the city, going to visit the place where the agri-food production takes place, also organizing dinners, and also helping the farmers in selling and making know their products. And the second case study is the Colombian coffee UNESCO cultural landscape. So we are outside Europe here. We are in Latin America, in Colombia. We have the Federación Colombiana de Municipios working with us and bringing their example of a really successful way of turning the food production into a sort of really well-known cultural landscape. And the place where we are going to replicate the strategies and the way local food can become a driver for rural regeneration is in a UNESCO Global Geopark in Magma, where we bring together farmers, fishermen, and also we work on the natural and geological beauty of the place with hotels, restaurants, and so on to build a unique strategy for rural regeneration. The following SIA is Art and Festival, where we mean with this SIA promoting art and culture in rural areas. And also we use events not only as a stand-alone event, but to bring economy and tourism all through the year. So to try to really de-seasonalize the approach to festivals and events. The two case studies, role models in this case, are Take Art in the UK, where they show how this touring professional arts in rural area can really bring people to enjoy and experience different types of arts. And we also have a Visegrad, where we learn how a festival that was born as an event during some days in the year really changed the way the city promotes itself and involve events during all the year. And the place where we are going to replicate this sort of strategies is the Negova village in Slovenia, where we are organizing a Festival of Love, which is a festival characterized by many events all through the years, so in different seasons, involving local stakeholders and different way of promoting the local territory. Then we have two different Xii's, which are migration and resilience. While the first one that I was showing you deal more with opportunities that are in the rural areas, in migration we deal more with challenges. And we have two outstanding case studies here. One is in Italy, in the north of Italy, in Asti province, where this onlus PM teaches us how migrants' hospitality can really become a driver for social inclusion, but also for rural regeneration. So they have started many years ago when the government asked them to help the government during the first huge migration crisis in Italy. And they started to host the migrants and the refugees in a house in the countryside, and they used this opportunity to restore this ancient house, this building, teaching a job to the people hosted there, and they engaged the migrants in agricultural works, in producing pottery, in producing wine, pasta, and they are selling products on the website, so they are also sustaining themselves through this activity. And they were very successful in promoting the acceptation by the local community of this migrant population, showing that this is something that can bring benefits to both. So, for example, they provided tickets for the public transportation to the migrants, and in this way, the public company, transport company, avoided to cancel some trips that were not so profitable for them. So they had the possibility through this new involvement of new people to keep the trips on those routes, or to open some services in schools, for example, by increasing the number of children involved thanks to the migrants. So the population really started to appreciate the possibility to work together and to enhance the local economy thanks to the putting together cultural traditions and different people from different countries. The second case study is the Natural History Museum in Lesbos. You see that we have Lesbos Island and Italy, where we have really a huge crisis connected with migration. And the replication is in Germany, where we have which is the final destination of this flux of migrants. So we start from Lesbos, which is the starting point of this flux. Italy is a sort of transition place, and then we go to Germany. In Lesbos, this Natural History Museum teaches us how to engage people in activities connected with the huge, the beautiful historical and archaeological landscape of the island, involving them in education activities, language activities, and so on. And in Germany, in the Geo Nature Park that we are working with, we will try to develop the same approach in engaging and involving migrants together with the local population. Resilience is again a SIA based on challenges, and also here what we see is that in some cases what was seen as a problem in the case of the Natural History Museum of Crete and the Psiloritis UNESCO Global Geopark, we had earthquake that were the main problems, and in Katla, which is in Iceland, we have all sort of natural risks, hazards. We have seen how this can be turned into opportunity through education, through engaging the population. And for example, in Crete, the second attraction, tourist attraction after the Knossos Palace has become the platform for showing, for demonstrating earthquake, which is within the Natural History Museum of Crete. So really teaching us how not hiding the risks, but putting them into the really explaining them and sharing them and using them for teaching something to the people can become a way to attract people and to make rural regeneration. The place where we are now working on new regeneration strategies is Appignano del Tronto, which is a small municipality in the mountains in Italy, in central Italy, in the Marche region. The Marche region was affected by an earthquake in 2016. Appignano del Tronto was one of the municipalities that was involved in the earthquake. And it was already affected by the population and aging and so on. And the earthquake, of course, increased this situation. So we are working on how to really build on this to bring back people and economy on this territory. And resilience is seen not only as connected with natural risk, but also in the case of, for example, of social or economic problems, how the society can really boost by starting discussing these problems. And I will talk a bit about this also connected with COVID pandemic later. The last SIA is landscape. In this case, we have 3 different case studies, very different geographically, but really interesting to us because they show us how the landscape can be a sort of marketing strategy to bring together public and private stakeholders to work together in the natural and cultural valorization of the local resources. But not only this, it is also a way to boost the economy, to attract tourism, and to promote the territory. And the place where we are going to try to replicate the strategies is in Turkey. It's the metropolitan area of Izmir, where we really find different huge differences in landscape. We have natural, archaeological, different situations, and they are really working to promote this territory together. Beyond the 13 role models, we also opened a call in autumn 2018 to try to gain more case studies. We had 27 applications, out of which 7 additional role models were selected. So we really increased the database of good practices that we were able to share and that are open, available on our website. So the first stage of the project, the first year and a half, was dedicated to build the knowledge around these role models and to build 2 types of repository. One is about the practices and one is about lessons learned. So first of all, we try to organize the information according to the 6 SIAs that we have analyzed. So for example, by analyzing the seasonality, the required key resources, the replicability potential, the drivers for changing, and so on. And what we were able to understand was that as I was already mentioning before, there are two different types of approach to rural regeneration. One, the most common one, if you want, is based on the opportunities that are already there. So we call this development-driven regeneration. And this is the case of pilgrimage, of food, art and festival, and landscape. But we also have challenge-driven processes of regeneration, in the case, for example, of migration and resilience, that show that also from a negative situation, some good opportunities can arise. What is crucial is the collaboration among stakeholders and also training to build the capacity to transform the initial capitals in economic opportunities and rural regeneration opportunities. And when this process takes place, we also see that there is a better dissemination and safeguarding of cultural and natural heritage. So economy, job opportunities are really linked with the valorization of cultural and natural resources. For what concerns the analysis of the role models, as I was saying, we have 13 role models which are partner of the project, but we also have the 7 additional role models that have been analyzed. And what we have learned from this analysis is that normally we have a plan, so we have a process to develop the territory, to regenerate the rural area, but we also have unexpected circumstances. So the key of success of the role models is the capability to develop this process which was planned, but also to face the unexpected circumstances and to turn them into opportunities. So a great, let's say, resilience or adaptability capability. In the development-driven role models, the starting point is the rich capital, built capital, human capital, social capital of the territory. But also in the challenge-driven role models, the initial capitals are more related with human and social resources. What we also have learned is that key stakeholders with leadership and influence capacity is necessary to ensure the financial, political, and technical coordination and support to the process of regeneration. Analyzing our role models, we were able to identify 97 actions, so really specific actions that were developed into the 20 role models that we have analyzed. Most of them dealing with cultural and social aspects, but also with human and built capital and with financing and natural capital. What we learned from this analysis is that normally there is not such a consecutive process in the regeneration, but there are different actions that coexist in the same timeline. And as already I was mentioning this before, in many cases, the success is depending on the fact that the stakeholders were able to take advantage of different conditions. So the capability really to take advantage of opportunities or to turn challenges into opportunities. And normally, the success also depends on the type of governance which is able to really boost a high level of community participation. The process normally is quite long, but what we also have seen is that if you start from something already built, the process shortens. So if you start from good practices, if you share different approaches, you learn from other case studies, this long process can be short. And then we also try to distill lessons from the role models, so to sort of find more general recipes, replicable and recyclable, connected not with our CIAs, not with our case studies, but more in general with what we called cross-cutting issues, which are business models, governance framework, legal aspects, technological innovation, social innovation, energy and climate issues, cultural ecosystem services, mental well-being, tourism and marketing strategies, cultural and natural heritage safeguarding, and mobility and accessibility. So these are topics that are really transversal and common to the different case studies and SIAs, and we try to summarize and to distill general lessons to be disseminated among the replicators. We have distilled 40 lessons learned, which are really replicable, really general, and that can be applied in many different situations. So building on this big knowledge base, we started then to share the knowledge, to transfer knowledge, and to build capacity among our partners. And the process is represented with these three schemes. The first one on the left represents the first process that I was presenting before. So we have the role models that have worked locally in what we really think is a key point of our project. So the establishment of a rural heritage hub, a place which is connected with the territory, so which is really a place where the people can go and find a sort of representativeness of their characteristic, and they can have meetings and discuss with local stakeholders to distill, to produce some key aspects of the process they have already undergone in the past. So through this discussion in the 13 hubs, the knowledge facilitator partners have shared, have distilled the knowledge, so the actions and the lessons learned that I was presenting before. And then we have involved the 6 replicators in activating their local territories, their local stakeholders, in discussing what happened in other territories. So starting from these successful case studies, we asked them to reflect on what could be borrowed at their local level or to propose new actions. So it's not a sort of copy and paste, but it's more about learning and adapting and transferring in a very local and tailored way what we have learned. And now we are in the process of sharing knowledge among role models, among replicators, starting a sort of autonomous process of knowledge exchange. This knowledge transfer takes place at different levels, of course at consortium level, because we are an EU project, so we have consortium meetings, and we had already 4 in-presence meetings. The last one was a couple of months ago, and it was an online meeting. The next one will be in October, again online because of the situation. But as you see from the pictures, our meetings are always sort of discussions. So we do not have big presentations, but we prefer to work in small groups, really exchanging experience, discussing the points, and having the role models acting as a sort of tutor or advisors to the replicators to share their good practices and also errors that they have made. And then we have the core activities that we have under heritage-led regeneration strategies, which have took place in the replicators. The first point was the identification and launch of the rural heritage hub. So this place that is really a place where the people can identify themselves. In many cases, it was a school, former a castle, so where the people really know that there is something linked with the local community. And we had a sort of public event for making the hub open to everyone and to launch the project. And there were in total more than 2,300 people involved. So the community really participated into this project. And then we started to work with the local stakeholders with the aim of develop systems thinking, so allow the participants to experience and reflect on the synergies and on understanding how collaboration is the key of success. So how working together you can reach your own goal. And we did this through the development of a serious game workshop that really was working well and involving the local stakeholders in this understanding how to collaborate. Then we promoted participatory workshops in the replicators, where we asked the local stakeholders to discuss, starting from the actions that were distilled, that were understood by the analysis of the role models. So starting from those actions, we asked them to select the one that according to them were more adapted, were more useful for them, but we also gave them this sort of empty cards where they could start to think about new actions. And we worked also on business models. So we asked the stakeholders to work on replicable and participative business models for the different actions they have selected in the previous workshop. And we promoted many roundtables with local stakeholders, really to fine-tune the actions and to make them really aware of the action, but also to boost their ownership of the action, because we really are convinced that the key for having a successful regeneration process is to have all the stakeholders working together. Then we also promoted mentoring and learning visits. So our role models went to visit the replicators to teach them on the field about the transferring their knowledge. And we had the replicators visiting the role models to go there and see the results of the regeneration process, and also to discuss with the local stakeholders. And all this process of almost 2 years of work was ended last February in the delivery of the regeneration plans for the 6 replicators. The regeneration plans contains all the actions that were developed locally through this discussion with the local stakeholders and are available on the website, so you can have a look. And what is interesting to see about these plans is that they start from the diagnosis and the baseline of the local situation. So the replicators started to know better the local situation, challenges, and the resources. And they also try to select different actions belonging not only to their own Xiii. So we have seen at the beginning how we have role models and replicators that are mainly linked with one Xiii, but at the end, what, as in the drawing that I was showing you at the beginning, with the lines that are building this landscape of regeneration, the actions, the different Xii's are really linked one to the other. So we see that all Xii's have been taken into consideration, and that there are many actions, a total of 32 actions developed in the plans, more than 2,300 people involved in this process. And what is very important, and that is that we asked to our partners to sign, to have a formal agreements, partnership with the local stakeholders. And we already have more than 100 formal and informal partnership agreements with the stakeholders that are really keen and in developing the actions. The actions deal with different types of heritage. So we deal with intangible, tangible, and digital heritage. And we also have different type of approaches involving knowledge and practices exchange, oral traditions, performing arts, traditional craftsmanship, digital heritage, natural heritage, built heritage, artifacts, and social practices. And if we go back to one of our symbols, our logos of the project, so this is the knowledge tree. You see at the roots we have the role models that are nourishing this process of rural regeneration. So they are transferring their knowledge to the replicators, which are the 6 leaves. And we see that at the end, all the Xii's developed, work together, all the role models to help the replicators in developing their own strategies. So you see how many, how the actions were selected in different role models, really demonstrating how the regeneration process is a cross-cutting process involving many different issues. And then we also opened a new call for additional replicators, because we wanted to share our approach, our tools with other territories, our other rural communities outside the project. So we had this call, which was very successful. We had almost 100 applications, and we selected 18 applications covering all Xii's to give them support, tools, and to help them in developing their own regeneration plans without resources. So they are not paid by the project, but they put their own resources. And this is a very good result for us, showing really the interest in this sort of project. So the availability of many, the interest in the regeneration of rural areas. And we are also now in the process of developing enhancement plans for the role models, because through this process, the role models that already represent examples of success understood that they could still improve their own situation, learning from other role models, learning also from other replicators. So they are starting to develop actions to still improve this process, because as you know, sustainability is not a final situation, a final state, but it is a learning process where you can always implement and improve the situation. We are also developing a branding and marketing strategies, and our aim at the end of the project is to promote a sort of association of rural areas that will be open to everyone in the world, so every rural community in the world, not only to the partners, to share our approach, to share the tools, and to build a sort of real networking activity, so to share knowledge, approaches, good practices all around the world. But when we were ready to really starting the implementation of the activities, so the regeneration plans were approved in February, and the role models were just starting to develop their enhancement plan, we had this huge challenge of the COVID-19 crisis. So we also started to think how to help our territories. We had, of course, as all activities and all projects, some delays in the day-to-day project activities, but mainly we were trying to understand which was the impact of this crisis on the rural areas, and what were doing the different rural communities to face this crisis. So we promoted some activities connected with the COVID pandemic. First of all, we opened a call for action in April and May to collect rural resilience actions. So we asked the territories, rural territories also outside the project, to share their actions, their successful activities on how to cope with the pandemic in rural areas, because we had many examples of urban areas. There were a lot of discussion about how the cities were coping with the pandemic, but also the rural areas had very specific challenges. So we wanted to collect some good practices and to make them available, to share them with the rural territories. And we collected 66 actions from all over the world. And then we discussed those actions through our brainstorming workshop within the consortium in May, and we try to understand the challenges and the opportunities connected with each Xiii and to define innovative ideas to cope with the pandemic. And we also had a very successful webinar a couple of weeks ago on July the 8th, involving DG Agri, the European Network of Rural Development, the DG Research, the DG Culture, and the Council of Europe with the cultural roots, discussing on how to think beyond the COVID. So on one side, we wanted to provide the rural territories with solutions for the specific situation, but we were also aiming to provide them with more ideas and how to make permanent some very good ideas that we saw were adopted during the pandemic. So I'm going now to explain you very briefly what we collected, what we learned from these discussions, this collection of practices, according to the different Xiii. So for what concerns pilgrimage, we saw that the main challenges were linked with travel restrictions, with the impossibility to have cross-border activities and events. Also with the fact that in rural areas, we have often small hotels, businesses that had some difficulties in adapting to the safety measures, and also a lack of resources in some cases. But we also saw a lot of opportunities arising from these challenges. So the possibility to redirect the targets of the tourism towards family and domestic tourists, we have this new word that is used a lot recently, which is a staycation. So to claim also for the rediscovering of local cultural and natural heritage, the possibility to connect the trails and the routes to other nature-related activities, open-air sports, fishing, but also the possibility to link those trails with events and concerts, open-air movies, theater representation that can take place in different locations along the route. So we were able to develop some specific recommendation in helping the territories dealing with this sort of challenges, in boosting this possibility, in working on pilgrimage and hiking routes as the safest tourism destination at the moment. So for this aim, a great coordination among all the involved and interested stakeholders is needed, and it is needed also to engage with different activities, so also involving the creative sectors at local level. For what concerns food, the main challenges were linked with the shortage in agricultural workers, that are mainly migrants, issues in food transportation, in food insecurity, and also in new vulnerabilities. But the opportunities that we saw were raising from this crisis were about several private solidarity actions that were promoted, providing services to the local communities and to the most vulnerable part of the community. Local food producers and farmers have started to rethink and adapt their businesses, also not only being producers, but also to deliver food to the customers' homes, and so to promote a very interesting way of putting together the production and the market side and the customers that could also last after the pandemic. So what we have learned from this is that we saw many interesting business models raising from this situation about sustainable door-to-door food delivery, that for this to become a sort of permanent opportunity, job opportunity, business opportunity, we need to further develop local capacity and skills, also working a lot towards digital tools and to sort of overcome the digital divide between urban and rural areas. This is also an opportunity to increase awareness of food independence in communities, so 0 kilometers production, and to reinforce the role of local producers and farmers to boost the local community's role into the society. And an opportunity also to really work in relation with the urban and peri-urban areas, so to try to overcome this divide between rural and urban. For what concerns migration, we saw that during the pandemic, we are experiencing the stop of many integration activities, for example, courses, work on the field. There is a sort of concern about living in closed and confined space, about the health situation. There is a problem in translating, in making available the information. There is a problem in cross-border possibilities, so the entry restrictions that have been affecting some economic sectors, as I was saying before, agriculture, but also domestic workers. We also have seen some very good examples on how to cope with those challenges. For example, the possibility to give courses in digital format, also temporary entry permits, but mainly what we found very interesting is the possibility to make agreements, formal agreements with farmer organizations to employ refugees and migrants, and also in this way to counteract illegal exploitative activities that, for example, in south of Italy are quite common concerning migrants working in agricultural fields. And also we see the possibility that the imposed sanitation measures that forced all the reception centers to adopt new levels, new standards of sanitation could last also in the future. So to improve the poor living conditions that we have sometimes in this sort of centers. So what we would like to boost is this acknowledgement of the importance of migrants, workers that are essential to the local economy, so that this should last also after the pandemic. But we would like this also to build in some more permanent and structured way of protecting migrant workers in their day-to-day activity. For what concerns art and festival, we well know that this was one of the most affected sectors during the pandemic, because performances and concerts have been cancelled, the theaters and museums have been closed, and SMEs are almost small and self-sustained SMEs that have been largely affected by the pandemic. So there is a need to find new solutions, and this is also something that the European Parliament is promoting. There is the possibility for the member states to use money from structural funds to enhance businesses and individuals in the cultural and creative sectors. So this is left to the member states, so each member state has reacted in different ways, but this is something that we should really boost at local level. And we have seen how virtual access to approach culture has become quite common. For example, libraries have made their collection available, so also reading to children, for example, or we have seen some rural-based festivals that have manifested themselves virtually. We have seen that smaller art groups have performed respecting the social distancing rules. So there are many opportunities that could last also after the pandemic. What we need is to boost again the digital development of the territories, because there is a low connection in some rural areas and also a digital divide. So we need to make the people access the digital tools that are available. But we also have seen that this spread offer of small open-air events with smaller audience can be really positive because it gives more frequent opportunities for artists, but also for the audiences to be involved, to take part into the performances. And finally, for what concerns landscape management, there are different approaches to this. This is a very controversial issue because, of course, the pandemic can bring to low again the funds dedicated to the development and the environmental protection. But we also have, we have also the challenge of further unemployment. But there are also many opportunities. The values of the natural and cultural capitals of the rural territories are still present. They offer a good opportunity for tourism, for a local population. So we have the possibility to rethink tourism in a more sustainable way and to boost the local distinctiveness and identity. And we also have the possibility to create or reinforce existing networks. So in line with the EU Green New Deal that claims about the need to protect, conserve and enhance the EU natural capitals, we can work to boost these territories, really linking health and ecosystems. For what concerns finally resilience, again, we have a very challenging situation here because the lack of internet connection can be one of the main barriers to overcome the crisis. We have severe mobility issues in some cases. We have a great loss of revenue in businesses and local activities, and the children didn't have the possibility to attend educational and social activities. The high cost to implement the safety measures are not so possible to be undergone by the local activities, by the local businesses, so they decided to remain closed. But we also have many opportunities that need to be governed, that need a sort of planning process to be positive, because we also are assisting to a huge debate about the opportunity to move from the city to the rural areas, where there are a lot of available buildings and flats, where there is this huge opportunity to have green space in case of lockdown. And this is, of course, a huge opportunity for the local development of rural territories, but it should be planned because we should avoid gentrification issues or to put too much pressure on those territories. So the recommendation that we were able to develop concerns the need to carefully plan and manage this process of possible repopulation of rural areas to avoid gentrification and lack of natural resources. There is the need to improve services and infrastructures, both digital and also mobility infrastructures, and to boost digital skills. In this way, we try to give a short-term answer to rural territories, offering these practices, these good practices to the territories, and they are available to everyone on the website. They are open, but we are also now working on the longer term to turn the challenges into opportunities for rural territories, and we are now writing this vision paper, Thinking Beyond the COVID-19 Crisis, Heritage-Based Opportunities for Rural Regeneration, which is a project deliverable. We changed our deliverable discussing with our officer in the last month because we felt that there was this need for the project dealing with rural regeneration to tackle this topic, and this will be available open soon on the website again. Finally, I'm just going to the end of my presentation. We also have some opportunities open to everyone about education and outreach. We are now opening a call for a professional master's in heritage for rural regeneration. That the call will be open in September, and the master will take place next year from January to December 2020. We will have 3 moments in presence in Turin in January, in Crete in June, and Bologna in November. And in the middle of these moments of meetings that we hope can take place next year, we will have some e-learning activities. And we have open webinars that are available on the website where you can find more information about our activities, our projects, our approaches. And of course, everything I've been very fast presenting to you is already available on the project under the page where you can see here there are the Ruritage deliverables. And you can read about our methodologies. You can see the development, the rural regeneration plans that have been developed. So have a look in detail to our activities. This is all for now. I'm available, of course, if you have questions about my presentation.
Thank you very much, Simona. I have a question. Could you give us, from all this amazing experience, one case study that has impacted you personally and why?
I think the case study that mostly impacted myself personally is the PM onlus, the one about migration, because this is a really challenging topic, and the way they were able to include people, migrants and local communities, to build a sort of new heritage, putting together the traditions that were in the Asti province and merging them with the traditions, the cultural and traditions of the incoming population is really outstanding. I think that they are really showing how a challenge can become an opportunity, and they were able to win really a very difficult situation with the local community that at the beginning didn't want this migrant population entering the territory, showing by day activities that this is a win-win situation. So the migrants were able to find a job, were able to find a home, but at the same time, this brought economic value and social value to the local community. So I think this is really a good example on how working on putting together cultural traditions, resources, you can build social resilience, you can overcome obstacles, and build also a business, because they are able to sell things, so they are sustaining themselves, and this is, I think, incredible.
It seems incredible.
For me, it was very interesting to hear you about the time required by rural development. Very often, people are organizing plans, programs for 3 years, for 5 years, for 6 years. And for me, it's very important what you said, that rural development requires time.
Yeah.
Requires time between 8 years and 60 years. In my opinion, we need at least a generation, very often 2 generations, in order to change the trend.
See the effects. Yeah, what we have seen from the good practices we have analyzed is that this is really a quite long process, because you have to change and to put together people, to find resources, to change habits. What we also have seen that if you have tools and examples, this process becomes shorter. So it is important to provide the local communities with tools to try to go from 2 generations to 1 or half a generation. So what we are trying to do with our project is really to learn from the past experiences and to try to shorten this process. But it is not easy, and the key is really to engage the local stakeholders and the local community. Otherwise, it is impossible to have this sort of result.
Thank you very much. We are going, thank you, and we are going to move to the following speaker, that is Sandra Piesi.
Yeah, we are going to need 1 minute.
Okay.
For IT to adapt. So 1 minute, please.
Technical question.
Okay, Pablo.
So here we are again.
Hello. So shall I share the screen? Good morning, everyone. Pablo, just technical sort of facilities before we.
Sure.
Let's see what will happen. Okay.
So in the meantime, we will present Sandra. Sandra is an architect. I met Sandra this year at the World Urban Forums, where she brilliantly coordinated one of the panels relating cultural heritage. There I learned about her book, which I can show everybody because it is worth seeing. Habitat.
Thank you.
where she talked, I mean, it's a fantastic book about vernacular architecture around the world, and I recommend everyone to take a look at it. So, Sandra.
Thank you. Thank you. A very good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. And thank you, Pablo, for inviting me to take part in this really, really interesting seminar sessions. And I probably have to thank you and Habitat as well, all of behind the scenes. And my previous speaker, Simona Tondelli, Professor Simona Tondelli, a fascinating example of what is happening in Europe. And what is in my head right now is how do we take these fascinating experiences to the rest of the world? What are the mechanisms for implementation? How to translate great examples of heritage-driven regenerations that are happening in European Union outside European Union? And probably global mechanisms are one of them. I know you wanted me to speak initially about habitat. In the meantime, last year, I had the privilege to write a policy on rural-urban dynamics, which was a policy recommendation for United Nations Convention to combat desertification, one of the climate change conventions dealing with land degradation in particular. And I thought that it was a good opportunity to think about the issue globally. There is a huge competition in a space of debates about what is important because of climate change, obviously, and urbanization and other matters. So what you're going to see from me today is probably packaging of ideas, if I could say that in inverted commas. Packaging of ideas in terms of various problematics that are really diverse, and our previous speaker demonstrated that, into some kind of framework that is simple, that can be understood, and perhaps we can adapt in the future. COVID-19 has changed a lot. It is an opportunity to re-engage with urban-rural dynamics for a very simple reason: food security, shorter food supply chains are effectively critical. And we could see that throughout the international community and throughout the entire dialogue that happened during COVID and post-COVID, although obviously the virus is still eminent in many other countries, food, once again, food. So we have a great moment of point of entry of reconnecting urban-rural linkages again. I wanted to say a little bit about multilateralism and sustainable development goals and global climate change conventions and Paris Agreement and so on and so forth. For a very simple reason, again, is the store of transfer. If we have some great ideas, we have to present them in a way that it could be understood, for example, in Africa, Latin America and Asia, and speaking a common language, though culture and heritage is one of these common languages, but it needs to be translated so that the funding and the policy could be found for some processes. Now, I wanted to really go back to 1992 and the Rio Declaration on the Environment and the Earth Summit and Agenda 21. Very simply, back in 92, we have a recommendation that is saying that the sustainable development needs to address the full range of issues facing urban and rural settlements. In other words, for 28 years, international community is debating that topic. And it's still relevant today, and I think we have been there for a while. That's why it's worth perhaps harvesting what has happened for the past 28 years. The framework for approaching urban and rural dynamism and urban-rural linkages I've proposed is based on 5 capitals: natural, human, social, manufactured, and financial capital. The manufactured capital sometimes gets left out, but I think this is the key for provision of jobs, and that's the key how we could address the issue of migration. Natural capital. Urban areas depend on healthy ecosystems and ecosystem services, productive land, food production, agriculture, and natural resources to sustain the lives of their citizens. Natural capital sub-themes: ecosystem and ecosystem services, water, air, and food security, land use, and natural resources. I'd like to quote here E.T. Schumacher, who said back in 1971 that the health of cities depends on the health of the rural areas. Today, in the post-COVID-19 world, we could add that the human health depends on planetary health and the planetary ecosystems. And the way how I shaped the policy was to try to find codependencies, which are things that we all have in common, in a sense that what rural area has in common and what urban area has in common, to reconnect the two. And I think that we need to bring the urban discourse and the urban aspect to the rural aspect as well. So in a way, it's a proposition to look at both and seeing how these both could be connected through some thematic synergies. And the first codependency that both areas have actually is the city's existential dependency on rural areas. Yeah? Water, clean air, food, and shelter are fundamental to sustaining life of every person. Despite recent advancements in technology and the rise of man-made internet-based ecosystems, people and citizens of urban and rural areas will continue to depend on land services for the provision of water, clean air, and food. Food security and population dependencies of architecture on agriculture. This is absolutely critical, and demographic shifts are impacting food production. We could really see this in the context of COVID-19. 45% of the world's population lives in rural areas. Projections show that urbanization, combined with the overall growth of the world's population, could add another 2.5 billion people to urban areas by 2050. Despite the global trend of rural-urban migration, agriculture, productive land, and healthy ecosystems will continue to play an important role in food security, both in urban and rural areas. Another issue that is also coexistential for both is the water shortages. Half of all cities with population greater than 100,000 are currently located in water-scarce basins, with freshwater sources running dry as more water is extracted than landfilled. Taking these figures into account, uncontrolled urban expansion on arable land must be met with greater regulations and governance so that support for the productive and agricultural land is sustained. A possible way forward, so things that both urban and rural areas could do in the context of natural capital are sustainable land management. And here I wanted to mention land degradation neutrality framework, which is a global framework co-signed by 197 countries, because the land gets degraded. It is an issue, how to mitigate degraded land. And just give you some statistics, only 3% of planet surface is suitable for arable production. and 75 billion tons of fertile soil are lost to land degradation every year. That means also desertification. So when we think globally what is happening outside Europe, there is shortage of arable land, and because of climate change, this is progressing. So agriculture based on biodiversity and ecosystems is a must-have solution for degraded land. Here I'm just showing you Arabian Peninsula. I spoke yesterday in Dubai on aspects of adaptation and cultural heritage in the context of oasis ecosystems. But for example, United Arab Emirates is a country that has just 1% of arable land. So on one hand, we are really fortunate in Europe to have arable land. There are places on this planet where countries have 1 or less than 1% of arable land. And things that I believe we could connect to in terms of where the global agenda is happening, what is happening right now on the international scale and international forums, for example, United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So agri-biodiversity, working with agriculture, forestry, it's truly important and it's a huge opportunity for point of entry. And this decade is also recognizing a new urban agenda, human settlements, and the connectivity between urban and rural areas. And finally, not lastly, we have EU biodiversity strategy as part of European Green Deal. I think it's a brilliant document. Again, a point of entry in terms of policy level, in terms of funding, on greater integration of urban and rural areas. And here I wanted just to show you a little interpretation of issues related to land degradation in cities based on prevention, rehabilitation, and reclamation of land, particularly in the peri-urban areas. So in a way, we need to prevent uncontrolled urbanization of cities, rehabilitate partly degraded land outside and within territorial areas of cities that can be then achieved together through reforestation, revegetation, geoparks, as my previous speaker has spoken about. And obviously, what is critical, reclaim arable land in rural areas where it is still possible. And the final point in natural capital is natural cultural heritage. And here we could refer to examples in natural cultural heritage where cities and rural areas offered a self-sustainable model that really existed for around 5,000 years in some areas. So we know that coexistence can happen. Obviously, probably the most important convention from the perspective of culture is the UNESCO Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage. But we have FAO and some other bodies working on it, and I think we know historically it can be done. It's a question of adaptation, and my previous speaker demonstrated that in a very efficient and beautiful way. Now, human capital. Demographic shifts and globalization are putting pressure on expanding cities. Climate change impacts, which are manifested through desertification and droughts, cause land degradation, which in turn reduces land productivity. Migration and poverty are at the center of concerns in peri-urban areas and at the forefront of outward growth of cities. Health and well-being, development, skills and jobs, livelihood strategies for people and communities, including education and capacity building, are paramount for the prosperity of rural areas and cities. And subheadings in human capital are health and well-being, livelihoods, skills, jobs, and education. And here I wanted to quote Principle 1 of the Rio Declaration of the Environment, that human beings are at the center of sustainable development agenda. Codependency in a human capital between rural-urban dynamics. Rural-urban dynamics and poverty alleviation, and I think this is the most critical aspect that in the global context that is important, I think, to address. According to the World Bank, in 2015, 736 million people live on less than $1.9 a day. Globally, extreme poverty continues to be overwhelmingly rural. An estimated 79% of those experiencing poverty live in rural areas. This is an example of a multidimensional poverty index that has been that is produced on annual basis by UNDP, and it combines 3 levels of poverty in the context of health, education, and the standard of living, whilst acknowledging that a greater percentage of poor live in rural areas. The percentage of urban poor is also alarming, and it is increasing with the growth of cities. So peri-urban areas are often home to informal settlements, and in such areas, the rural migration merges with rural poor. So I couldn't emphasize more in my presentation today the role of the peri-urban areas that can come as a solution for rural-urban migration. Now, the subject of the conference is rural depopulation. Undoubtedly, demographic shifts have a huge role to play in aspects of globalization, migration, and rural depopulation. They are at the turning point. Population growth is slowing. Some countries continue to experience high level of fertility and population growth, while others' fertility rates have fallen below replacement level, and this has impact on migration. So migration has some sort of role in terms of demographic shifts and changes. Not all migration occurs in positive circumstances, as we know, and in recent years we have seen migration displacement occurring due to conflict, persecution, environmental degradation, and change. Now, rural to urban migration is a topic debated on various international fora, and I really wanted to quote here a World Bank that links rapid urbanization to demographic change in a context of developmental changes. Internal migration and the rise of large urban agglomerates in developing countries are essential parts of the story of demographic change. Higher population growth in rural areas tends to translate to rural-urban migration. Studies suggest that about half of the urbanization growth in the world results from internal rural to urban migration as per area classification, and that goes back to 2008. We also have climate change migrations, and FAO addressed this as one of the major causes for rural-urban migration. Migration in the context of climate change has multiple causes. The combination of climate-related risk with socio-economic drivers is increasing vulnerability of people. And just to give you some statistics, between 2008 and 2015, on average, 26.4 million people were displaced annually by natural hazards induced and climate-related disasters. This is a trend that is rising. A possible way forward. I think that the possible way forward is to explore links between jobs and environment. According to the International Labour Organization, from jobs perspective, environmental sustainability is critical. In fact, the increasing frequency and intensity of natural disasters associated with human activity have already lowered their productivity. Currently, 1.2 billion jobs rely directly on effective management and sustainability of healthy environments. That also means rural areas. Now, the transition to a green economy is not only urgent for the sake of the planet, but is also compatible with the need to improve decent work. And for example, European Green Deal talks about just transition. It's not just for the core region, it's a transition to green economy and diversification of jobs, which is really, really important. And here, the issue of jobs is also, in a context of heritage, I think, an opportunity in terms of technology development and transfer, and looking also in the construction sector, looking at various ways that traditional jobs could be upscaled to create effective more jobs in rural areas, because we know that that will keep people or preventing displacement through economic or due to economic reasons. Another aspect that needs to be addressed, and I'm going to quote here UN Habitat, it hasn't been addressed for a very long time, urbanization and eradication of poverty. But in some cases, urbanization is alleviating poverty. And we have some case studies in India, for example, where this happens. So the poverty has been alleviated by between 30 to 25%. So not every place on the planet urbanization is wrong. But I think it's just a question of mitigating land use, how cities grow, where we could find a right balance. And definitely skills and green economy, it's probably one of the most important opportunities. And there are many headlines that I could give, but I'm just going to give a few. Skills education, capacity buildings for the new economic transition, sectorial approaches to skills development in different level of skills, so various sectors, industrial sectors, various level of skills. Now, skills development for the youth, skills, jobs, and education for women all matter. Social capital. Governance and policies at the national and local levels need to regulate and protect land tenure to ensure prosperous growth. The expansion of cities must be regulated so that it does not encroach on productive land areas. National and local policies, including planning law and decentralization, need to act as enablers for joint efforts to ensure sustainable development and build together, benefit together, local action plans in urban, peri-urban, and rural areas. And here the key themes are governance and institutions, policy and regulations, business and trade, macro and social enterprises. Codependencies. Governance and insufficient land regulations are really critical here. So growing cities, particularly in Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, will continue to experience population growth and demand on the new land. And effectively, the biggest problem we see right now globally is unregulated outward growth of cities that poses a challenge for their capacity to grow sustainably. So there is a huge issue in cities catching up with their growth, finding appropriate regulations that can actually somehow control their outward growth, and that actually happens ever so often. And I think this is something that really is important to think about and find a way to address rural governance and urban governance. Land tenure regulations and land ownership. I wanted to refer here to a really interesting paper written by the World Resource Institute towards a more equal city upward and outward growth of cities, managing urban expansion. And the paper has been written by two women, Karen Setter and Dr. Mahenda. And they looked at 400 cities, how the cities grow outward. And there are just three aspects here that perhaps it's worth to mention. Transparent records of land titles, occupancy and transactions. Second was incentive for cross-agency coordination with local authority to enforce plans. And the third, participation in the underserved in land readjustment and development schemes. So effectively, land ownership is playing a huge role in the mitigation of areas between rural and urban areas. Now, in front of me is this slide that I really found it interesting because it tells us who owns the land outside the city and how we can mitigate potential linkages or how we can mitigate the outward growth of cities. And in a red, you could see the ownership of the land mostly in trial by hands, which means that this is land owned by indigenous people or people with some context to cultural heritage. But when you see the percentage of that land that is owned, it is in the hands of a tribal population, is actually very small. Is between 10 to 5%, which is not really much. Yeah? So in emerging cities, 80% of land is nationalized, some of the land is in public hands. So the scope for dialogue on cultural heritage, or sort of a possibility to influence these global trends is not really big. And I think we have to find tools, find ways to re-engage with the land that is nationally owned, land in private hands, to bring about benefits or co-benefits of heritage-driven regeneration and great values of work that my previous speaker spoke about. And the other aspect of possible way forward is obviously planning regulations. And here I wanted to quote SDG 11.A, support positive economic, social and economic links between urban, peri-urban and rural areas by strengthening national and regional development planning. So for all of us that are working on urban-rural linkages, SDG 11.A is a brilliant target, and we could wave that flag probably for every city in the world and say, look, by doing so, we're also implementing SDG targets. Here's a really nice example how cities are planning these spaces, living with water. I'm based right now in Amsterdam, and I really like this picture because it's a city that lives with water and offers also some space for the young people to play. And in this case, it is in a canal. A possible way forward. So there are huge recommendations to create special economic ecological zones in peri-urban areas, the so-called buffer zones. Many examples through European Union communities, Horizon 2020 programs on testing how we could bring shorter supply chains, food supply chains, for example, and how we could engage metropolitan areas. And I know there are great many EU programs on that matter, and I think it will be worth perhaps understanding them all or some of them, but there is a huge amount of work happening all over Europe, which I think is actually very promising. Manufacturing capital, sustainable resources management and circular economy. Strategies for alternative livelihoods can be found through sustainable resources management and circular economy, addressing issues of biological and municipal waste whilst protecting environmental degradation, ensuring a just transition towards green jobs and creating new industries. Transport, infrastructure, sustainable energy provisions, technology transfer, digitalization for development, research and innovation can all play a vital role in finding local solutions and foster regional collaboration. And sub-themes in manufacturing capital are built environment, cities and infrastructure, resource management and circular economy, transport and energy, industries, goods and services. Codependencies and issues that link both actually is issue of affordable housing, a legislation of informal settlements. Yeah. So I remember many years ago, UN Habitat used to call informal settlements as an unfinished business, and probably this is something that is being discussed on international fora since Second World War. We continue talking about informal settlements. They're part of COVID-19 discussion, and I do believe that rural areas can offer a solution in terms of productivity, land productivity, livelihood strategies, and that's something that needs to be connected and thought more. Now, a way forward as a solution could be a greater emphasis on secondary cities. So secondary, intermediary cities and rural urbanization. They can provide basic healthcare services, amenities and education to the rural population. They can function as markets for the surrounding region, that it could be also a crucial factor to ensure food security. So rather than huge migration of population to mega cities, these secondary cities and smaller towns can really act as a sort of preventive, they can be a preventive measure when it comes to rural urban migration, and they are very important. But what matters is increased connectivity through infrastructure, so people can stay where they are also with the COVID situation. And there are various ways we could approach the issue of infrastructure, which is ICT, soft infrastructure. But I really wanted also to mention and present here the issue of secondary roads that are also important. So there's all various ways of connecting. And this is a map that it looks at the percentage of rural population living more than 2 kilometers from a road. So simple things like road infrastructure that we actually take in Europe for granted is something really important in other places on this planet. And circular economy. I'm in Amsterdam right now. We just had a launch of the Circular Economy Action Plan for European Union. It's a massive driver for bioeconomy, a massive driver for creating of jobs and zero waste to landfill. And I think we need to harvest that policies. There is a massive amount of things that are happening. But I think above all, what is positive is the capacity to create jobs, the funding for social entrepreneurs, funding for innovation. And I think all of this is a good news for rural areas. And I think we'll see more of collaboration through circular economy movements, definitely. And this is happening right now, which is really promising. Financial capital, a green transition and green economy is a benefit for all. I'm quoting here World Labour Organization. Financing a just transition to green jobs and creating enabling environments for sustainable growth in peri-urban areas really matters and is important. Subheadings are macroeconomy, sustainable microfinance, enabling environments and tax incentives and investment. There is a huge network of opportunity of financing these ideas within the European Union in particular, also globally, and I highly recommend connecting to these existing frameworks. To conclude, rural-urban dynamics offer a meeting point for a systemic change in our efforts to combat climate change and developmental patterns. The Sustainable Development Agenda positions people at the center of a green transition. And it could be that because of COVID-19, one of the biggest socioeconomic and environmental opportunities for cities and rural areas lies in integrated food systems. And the effort right now, as I mentioned before, is being diverted towards shorter food supply chains. And this is really not easy. And the reason why it isn't easy because global food supply chains quite often work far more efficiently than local food supply chains. And in some places, farmers do not have incentive to actually sell product produced locally because the global food supply chains are more efficient. Now, here I just wanted to show you this picture, which in a way is a quite picturesque rural landscape, and which we are privileged to have in Europe. And the reality check is horticulture sector, for example, here in the Netherlands, that is also a form of some kind of rural vernacular. It has been developed here for 400 years. And the challenge that we're facing is where the food is being actually globally cultivated. Is it cultivated in a land where I believe it ought to be? But also, is a give and take, is it also cultivated in the hectares of green glass houses? And here you can grow tomatoes on 5 liters of water rather than 25 liters of water. There is a huge efficiency in it. But a debate on where this food is growing, is it grown in rural areas or is it grown in a green glass houses, needs to happen, because these landscapes, these rural landscapes, certainly in the Netherlands have changed, and they will be changing globally because there is a huge push for horticulture sector, for example, in the Middle East. So this is a transition that we kind of need to depict and really understand. I mean, if green glass houses have 400 years and they are so old in terms of their development, you know, understand the aspect of rural vernacular that is also changing and depicting these changes, which I think is important. And thank you, that was my presentation.
Thank you, Sandra. Very, very interesting, as always, to listen to you. Well, I don't know if anyone has a question or a comment. Please type it, and I will at any time ask the panelists. So, I mean, for me, it was very interesting to hear you about the importance of the secondary cities. And in my opinion, what has been broken, what is the territorial hierarchy, you know? So we used to have villages, towns, small cities, and metropolis, and now we tend to the big city, and everything else has lost value. So regaining the local pride to live in a town, to live in a village, that would be, and the welfare, of course. How it has to be as important to live in a town as it is to live in the big city. I don't know if José María, you have any comment?
I was very much impressed by your presentation because I think you were putting the finger in the true problems and the problems that are crucial in order to build the new world, the new order in the post-COVID time. I think it's a good occasion in order to rebuild the reality in which we are living. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
We have a question from Lucia. She says, in certain Spanish regions, towns and small cities are becoming places of immigration for older people. How do you think we can change these dynamics? And in where she lives, in Teruel, there is no push for industrialization.
I spoke about population dynamics. It is a huge issue, I think, of social aspirations. And our capacity to deliver these transformative changes with social aspirations. Yesterday I spoke about indigenous values and adaptation of traditional technologies, also through social aspirations. So understanding what is the social aspiration of young people, how these secondary cities and rural areas can meet these social aspirations, and with the abundance of technological solutions we have today, and somehow we have to survive throughout these few months during the lockdown, how can we harvest that as an opportunity to build social aspirations for young people in smaller towns? I think we can, because the economy is getting a bit more digitalized. And I think that European Union in particular has all the right mechanism to do so, but I think thinking about it, speaking about it, testing, working with communities could be a way forward, but it is a challenge, a global challenge indeed, yeah.
So another issue, we were talking of the rural-urban migration. What do you think of a future urban to rural migration through digitalization?
Yes, I think it's a good idea, and perhaps post-COVID-19 world is enhancing that, yeah? And we all are missing on that. And I think it's a question of infrastructure and digitalization. So all sorts of mobility issues, secondary roads, internet provision needs to be there. So for people to reverse the migration patterns, and we might be seeing this in the future. Yeah.
Just to finish, let me ask you: is there a good practice, good European practice for a rural landscape you would like to point out?
You know, I can only point out maybe places that I think it works. I like, which is, for example, Switzerland. I think that the Swiss model of Swiss Alps and the coexistence with cities is very, very interesting. That's what comes to my mind. You know, I am right now in the Netherlands, where in the southern part of the country, the rural landscape, it's a green glass house. And I'm digressing for answer to your question, but I think what I saw here is turning my concept of rural totally upside down, because the rural is enclosure with hectares of tomato growers, and I think so the Swiss model is a rural which, as we understand, but I think we need to discuss and understand what the future of that rural landscape will look like. You know, what will be in 30, 50 years? What will be that rural landscape? Because it's changing. The agricultural productivity is changing, and I think whilst I completely think that food should be grown in the soil because of land degradation, globally in general, but obviously we have some exceptions to that, and I think it will be really interesting to see and maybe have a discourse in the afternoon what will be the future of that rural landscape in the context of heritage-driven development, and and how this goes in pair with the technology transfers that are happening in rural landscapes right now. I don't know if I answered the question.
We will. I have a question from Federico Martelli. He will be speaking tomorrow. He asks, what is the role and potential of the digital in the rural areas? On the one hand, it gives us connectivity and sense of closeness, so we don't feel too far away. But on the other hand, it is a big driver of automation that pushes jobs away.
I agree, but I think there is a question. There is a question that I think the whole global community needs to have on automation and robotization that is happening in other sectors, other industrial sectors, versus provision of jobs by hand. No one actually is able to provide statistics, because everyone says that the new technology will create new jobs, but no one is able to really say how many new jobs and in which sectors. But I think when it comes to community sharing, and I have something called blockchain that I've been exposed to last year, you know, maybe there are aspects of digitalization in terms of selling of the produce, availability of the produce, coordination of circular economy. Where is waste, right? Because even if we want to capitalize bio-waste, for example, from agriculture sector or horticulture sector, you need to know where that waste is, how it is available, and so on and so forth, some sharing schemes. So I think it's totally a separate topic for engagement, but I think we need to understand, because this technological transitions are happening, whether we want it or not. And I think understanding what good it can do for the rural areas is important, and maybe just that's a part of a separate workshop that needs to happen. But I think it's there, and we just need to figure out how to use that best for rural and urban areas and greater integration. That's my view.
Thank you very much. Another question is, good morning, Sandra. I understand you're sure infrastructures, road, digitalization, etc., can be the way to change the tendency. Do you know a concrete paradigmatic case study to illustrate this approach?
I don't know from the top of my head, but my policy is published and there are some references there. So, and I mean, let me just, I could maybe give it to the organizers in terms of quoting a particular paper that I could refer, because City Alliance wrote a whole huge document on a global issue on secondary roads, and maybe if that's okay, I pass it on to Pablo, and Pablo can then publish that, and because there's entire reports published on this topic. Yeah,
that would be great. Thank you so much.
No.
I'm sorry if we have some noise from kids around, but we're in a Encuentro team designed by Renzo Piano, and it seems the acoustics were not as expected. So I apologize for this.
No, not at all. Pleasure. Yeah.
So, any other questions from anyone? So, well, thank you, Sandra.
Thank you for having me.
We'll talk again this afternoon in the
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks for having me.
So now we need one more minute to adapt to the next speaker.
Who's Ahmed
Iweda from the World Bank. He's talking from Singapore. So we have a bit of a time difference, 6 hours ahead. And he will be talking of the World Bank experience in Georgia.
I would like to say that for me it's a real pleasure to welcome you to this forum, because in the past, when I was responsible for cultural heritage, environment, etc., at the Council of Europe, I was used to work very much with World Bank. I started the cooperation between Georgia and the World Bank. Sometimes I was working between linking Eduard Shevardnadze, the first president of Georgia, with Mr. Wolfenson, after Ismail Serageldin take the role of my partner for this question concerning Georgia, just before leaving for becoming the director of the Alexandria Library. And then we started very good cooperation after I had to come back to Spain, and then we couldn't continue, but it's a pleasure to welcome you as a member of the World Bank. For me, a very good souvenir, and also as someone working in Georgian, what is also for me a very good souvenir. You are welcome, and you have the floor.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ahmed Iweda. I'm the World Bank Global Coordinator for Culture, Heritage, and Sustainable Tourism.
Connection issues.
An example of urban and rural revitalization, connectivity between within a regional development. So how to do this difficult triangle? Me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we have a little connection problem, but I think if you disconnect your video, we may get a more clear signal to listen to you. No. Hello?
Hello, sorry for this technical glitch. Do you hear me now?
I hear you, yes. Yes, Ahmed. Well, this is what happens when you talk to someone 12,000 kilometers away. I think we see you now.
We are going to try to find a way in order to connect with your video. And what I would like to request you, if you hear me well, is at the time I was speaking before, I remember that the World Bank wasn't competent for questions concerning cultural heritage. And if I understand well, now the World Bank has these competencies. I remember some meetings organized together with the UNESCO. I remember a roundtable in Washington in order to request the World Bank to integrate in its competencies the cultural heritage. And I think it's already done, and you have now these competencies.
Hello, do you hear me now?
Yes.
We hear you, but I don't see you.
Can you hear us? So, while we wait, I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a video on the World Bank experience in Georgia. Antonio, no sé si lo puedes colgar tú o lo abro yo.
Perdona, Pablo, dime.
Sí,
Yes.
te mando el vídeo del World Bank, o si puedes... a ver.
Vale, un momento.
Espera.
Hello, can you?
Yes.
Yes, I will hear you.
Sorry for the delays.
Georgians call October wine month. This is a period when grapes are harvested. Collecting and pressing the grapes is a special ritual in the Kakheti region. This is a festival not only for Kakhetians, but also for the whole country and its visitors. Historic and cultural monuments from various centuries are intermingled here. Together with beautiful natural vistas, they create a unique synergy. That's what attracts visitors to Kakheti. The desire to develop this beautiful and ancient historic province of Georgia has become the basis of the Regional Development Project of Georgia, which is supported by the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the World Bank, and implemented by the government of Georgia. The project builds on the overall Kakheti tourism strategy. The project implies improvement of tourism and cultural heritage infrastructure, enhancement of institutional capacity, rehabilitation of municipal infrastructure and public facilities, conservation and restoration of public spaces and cultural heritage buildings, and development of tourist routes. Tourist infrastructure projects were designed based on the concept of harmony between the architecture of historic monuments and the natural landscape. One of such historic sites is Nino-Tzminda complex, the city fortress Ujarma, New and Old Shwonta. Bodbe Convent, Chirsa Stepan Tzminda Monastery, Chvela Tzminda, the rock-embedded David Garaja Monastery, Ialta Monastery Complex, and one of the biggest churches in Georgia, Alaverdi Monastery Complex. Under the Regional Development Project, tourist infrastructure urban landscape was developed near Alaverdi, which includes information center, public parking lot, and toilets. Cafe Xiii was built here. Development of tourist infrastructure around the cathedral is very important. Alaverdi Monastery has a lot of tourists and visitors throughout the year. I think we need to offer them healthy and natural Georgian products. Mazzoni or Georgian yogurt Mariam are just such examples of local cuisine. Total cost of the project is $75 million. It is an investment into a better future. That's the money to be spent for further economic development of the region and the country. The regeneration of Telavi has helped to create many local jobs and improve infrastructure and transportation facilities, bringing direct benefits to the residents, improving experiences for tourists, but also creating a favorable climate for continued investment. A series of broad consultations with all stakeholders made it possible to identify the needs of those concerned and to plan accordingly. Everything is new. We are impressed with everything here. It was never like this before, and I would never imagine Telavi would change so much and become so beautiful. The biggest part of the Regional Development Project is the rehabilitation of the administrative center of Kakheti, Telavi. This is not only about building tourist infrastructure. It can be said that this is rehabilitation of Telavi. Not only separate buildings were renovated, but the whole streets, together with their buildings, including residential ones, were rehabilitated. Today, Telavi is truly a different town. Under the Regional Development Project, the Erekli Square was completely overhauled. Cobblestone roads were built and street light posts were installed. Pedestrian road leading to Erekli Palace was lit with decorative lampposts. The facades of the residential buildings situated near the Erekli Palace were renovated in order to be in more harmony with the palace architecture. Handmade wooden balconies with decorations, beautiful towers, gates styled according to local historic architectural traditions, and rich fences. All these made this town become a best example of synthesis between the old and new. Renovated and restored Nadikmari Park is, as locals put it, Telavi's oxygen, and one of the most favorite places of recreation for Telavi residents. Information boards were put up all over Telavi. Public places offer free Wi-Fi. The ancient seat of kings has become an attractive tourist destination. Vareli is the second largest town in Kakheti after Telavi. That is why its rehabilitation is one of the important parts of the regional development project. The changes that were made with the World Bank support are obvious in the now clean and beautiful town. In general, the town is a synthesis of Georgian and European styles, modern and old architecture. Spectacular province of Xiii is part of Kakheti region. Rehabilitation of Xiii and Datlo village in particular is one of the biggest parts of the regional development project. Rehabilitation of historic buildings in the Datlo village is carried out with the use of traditional materials and by applying ancient building methods. Almost all houses will be restored to their original state. We try to be involved in the construction works too. They employed all of us. They built houses for us, and we are very grateful. Datlo's rehabilitation is very timely for the village because many houses were dilapidated and on the verge of collapsing. Currently, the owners of rehabilitated houses already plan opening small guest houses. This will develop infrastructure and facilitate growth of tourism into Xiii and Datlo. Works in the Kakheti region offered an incentive to entrepreneurs and businessmen to extend their business activities or even launch new businesses. One of the goals of the Regional Development Project of Georgia was attracting private investments into Kakheti's tourism and agribusiness areas. With the support from the World Bank, the government of Georgia played its part in the process through improving the infrastructure near the private business areas. Actually, it had a lot of impact on Lopota Hotel and number of its guests, because accessing the Lopota Lake became easier. Besides, on the hotel's territory, the tourists want better infrastructure, which means comfortable parking lots, more facilities inside the hotel complex like sports or other activities, which is a great advantage for us and visitors. To ensure sustainability, training is now being provided to tourism personnel working in Kakheti, especially in the hotel sector. Capacity building is also offered to the Georgia National Tourism Administration and the Agency of Cultural Heritage Preservation. To evaluate the project impact, a professional consulting firm is hired to monitor improvements in people's lives, their income, as well as it records tourists' arrival, their spending, and the level of their satisfaction. Regional Development Project of Georgia is continuing with the World Bank support. This is a project with a clearly innovative concept. Such large-scale construction works haven't taken place in Georgia yet. These development activities are directed at making Kakheti attractive for local and foreign tourism. This is a project directed toward the future. Its goal is to ensure Kakheti's further development, attracting investments to the region and providing much-needed employment to local population.
Yes. Ahmed?
Yes. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yes, now.
Okay. Okay, very good. Sorry for this technical glitch, and I'm glad you played the video. So as I think everyone saw in the video, it connects the previous concept before about rural and urban revitalization with an economic development and connectivity between urban and rural for jobs and sustainable development. So that's a concrete example from a country which has the aspiration for accession to the EU, of adopting the EU kind of regional development approach that can has the three pillars of one is cultural heritage conservation, because it's a country very rich in heritage assets, endowments. Second is a natural heritage development and protection as well. And the third is economic growth using this endowment as potential assets for job creation and economic growth. So the project, let me share here some my screen, show you my presentation. And let me know if you don't see the screen, please. Do you see my presentation?
Not right now.
Okay.
You see where to click to share the screen, no?
Yeah, do you see it now?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, let me continue then. So as the video showed, the World Bank has been helping Georgia, and as Chairman mentioned, Georgia came a long way after the breakdown of Soviet Union with very high level of poverty, huge regional disparities, huge divide between urban and rural areas, and unemployment reaching 30%. Even in urban areas, a city like Tbilisi, with growing young population, had an unemployment of 25%. The country was predominantly rural with agriculture, but anybody knows the history of Georgia knows that it is very rich in cultural and natural heritage assets, as well as very long history and cultural practices. So after, in 2008, the country went through what's called the twin shocks to the economy. That was the global financial crisis, followed by the armed conflict between Georgia and Russia. And that soared the poverty, unemployment, FDI, which was growing after the reforms led by Saakashvili. It started to flee the country. And the country wanted to look for new drivers of economic growth, and looking at the endowment they have, of course, it was agriculture and the culture, urban and rural areas with history and vernacular architecture that was totally underutilized. So the country asked the World Bank to give an integrated approach for cultural heritage, tourism development, and economic development. And those, many of previous speakers talked about the World Bank approaches to this regional development. In 2009, we had the World Development Report called Reshaping Economic Geography, which I think put us a new era of introducing regional development through an integrated approach that can improve connectivity between urban and rural areas, increase density, especially in urban areas, and building institutions for such sustainable development. So that approach that underpinned the regional development program for Georgia, that started with looking at a regional development strategy for Georgia that can support this regional development region by region. The World Bank helped Georgia with a tourism development strategy, urban regeneration strategy, that tried to identify the endowments in each province and build on this endowment, whether it's agriculture, culture, or tourism, or manufacturing as well. We started with the region of Xiii because it was in the hinterland of Tbilisi. It has very rich culture and natural heritage, as well as very skilled labor. So a value chain analysis, previous speakers talked about the supply chain analysis, identified that although the region has such rich endowments, it has potential for tourism development, but it suffers from low quality of infrastructure. Historical towns and villages were basically crumbling because of very high level of poverty and very poor maintenance for decades, as well as a low level of skills to move into new drivers of economic growth from agriculture to service. So the bank followed with the government of Georgia an approach that I think some of you know is called hubs and spokes. And I'd like to highlight this in this session today, that the rural-urban, we have done this rural revitalization for a long time, but what we found out that before looking at the rural-urban connectivity and rural and urban revitalization as a circuit, as an integrated continuum, rural revitalization can deteriorate quickly because of the rural people stay poor. So they are not even able to maintain the assets that's created for them. And that's the approach the bank took. It's building a tourism circuit that combines hubs, which are urban areas, and spokes, which are historical rural areas, that give low rich, varied, and safe, as well as opportunities for people to create jobs and start a new business. So a tourism circuit was devised that's connecting three kind of products, if you like. One is the cultural heritage, so all spokes of monasteries, very rich monasteries, heritage villages, churches. Another one is nature, so also protected areas. And the third one, Xiii, is the cradle of the very old organic wine of Georgia and maybe the world. It's organic way of producing wine for 7,000 years. And now we help them to inscribe such an old method of producing wine as a world heritage. It's called Xiii. So this circuit was connected, and that I would like to emphasize this in the importance of this tourism circuit and hubs and spoke, because it is in the heart of the economic intensity, economic clustering through these hubs and spokes. Rural revitalization started by looking at three aspects. One is complete revamp of infrastructure because it was at the breakdown stage, restoration of old houses and public buildings. And the third one is an incentive, as the video showed, for the to attract the private sector to create jobs. And for people, once they renovated their houses, they need jobs. Otherwise, they will not be able to maintain the renovated houses. So it's an incentive program for people to turn part of their houses into a homestay, restaurant, cafe, into any micro enterprises, with a matching grant as well as workforce development, some training. This approach proved successful because it also avoided the issue that previous speakers talked about, when people are displaced from such rural areas or old towns, because displaced by richer or higher income group because of lack of their income. So you renovate their house and they have no other income. So the only option they have is to sell their house and go live somewhere else cheaper. So that led into a whole issue of gentrification. This was avoided by bringing people through a consultation process, asking them what they want in their area, what services, how they would like their houses to be renovated, and then give them a role also in renovating their houses, and then give them matching grants to start a new business. By the end of the project, about 500 houses were renovated, 3 towns were renovated, 2 heritage villages were renovated, with almost zero displacement of people, or gentrification was avoided. Another innovative approach was bringing private sector at a bit larger scale. So as a result of such rural and urban regeneration, tourism started to come to Kakheti. So number of tourists increased in Georgia generally, and Kakheti played an important role, from 500,000 to about 6 or 7 million visitors now. But that required accommodation, tourism infrastructure. So while people renovated their houses, turned their houses into homestay, but you need also a larger scale hotel. And that we wanted the private sector to come. So a public-private partnership program was established in rural and urban areas where land of private sector would be serviced with infrastructure. Credit would be given to private developers, and if they develop hotel or wine producing factories using the old traditional methods or homestay, and as a result of that, a number of private sector was attracted to the neighborhood, to the region, not only to offer the services that people and tourists require, but also created jobs for the people of the region, and made it the whole region more attractive. And another aspect of the project also is when we go visit these spokes or satellites around urban areas where there is monastery or church or old fort, there was no service at all. So a kind of a facility was created also at each of these spots where local people would come and offer to tourists their local produce, whether it's souvenirs, cheese, wine, food. So that also gave tourists a very emotional experience or performance at these spots. Offer tourists a very emotional experience when they interact with local people, and offered local villagers an opportunity to sell their products as well. Finally, I would like to emphasize the issue also of events. In such, within such a regional development approach, it was very important, especially in the beginning, to establish a calendar of events of like honey festival, handicraft festival, folkloric musical festival, and became established as a calendar of events where not only people from Tbilisi and other cities come to the region, but also started to attract now international tourists to go in Kakheti around September, because that's the wine pressing and Tavavri festival where they will go and have a full experience. And meantime, this is the event of local villagers to go and sell their products, whether it's handicrafts, honey, wine, cheese, and all other products. Finally, talked about the house agreement with the regional authority. Certain indicators were established to measure success, to measure impact. And these were structured around 3 building blocks. One is the infrastructure, so improvement in infrastructure, living conditions, quality of infrastructure provided. Second is economic indicators, number of tourists visiting the area, their spending in the area, improvement of household socioeconomic status, jobs created in the area, number of sales points of sales established in the neighborhood. And the third one is institutions like establishment of destination management organization, strengthening the capacity, number of people trained, number of SMEs established. This model was a shift in the World Bank thinking, because for a long time, we were focusing more on cultural heritage conservation or protection per se. This shift into an integrated approach of culture, tourism, and economic development within a regional development perspective proved viable. It's now being replicated in Armenia, Albania, Azerbaijan, and the same model is now being replicated in many other regions, like in China, in Papua New Guinea, in Philippines, in Tanzania. This same integrated model building in the economic geography approach. So perhaps I will stop here and see if you have any questions. Thank you very much for listening, and sorry again for the technical glitch.
This is what happens. So, Jose Maria, you want to make? So, well, thank you so much. It's very interesting. It's definitely the way to go to an integrated approach in the an integral management of the site. World Monuments Fund has one of its watch sites, 2020 watch sites, is in the Xiii National Park in Georgia. And the issue here is they are building a new road. So there is this adaptation to the new times and how innovation and infrastructures change the traditional landscapes, no? Probably for good, because they do need it. So I don't know if anyone has any question, please type it in. So Maria.
Thank you. During my time, esto funciona, ¿no?
Sí.
During my time at the Council of Europe, when we were working with the cooperation of the World Bank, I remember that your colleagues of the World Bank kept the side of restoration, and you were working more for democratic building reconstruction in Georgia. And I remember we made a series of laws, laws of cultural heritage, a law for urban historic towns. After I left, then, but I can say that cultural heritage was a very important factor for the integration of Georgia in the Council of Europe. You know that countries willing to go to the Council of Europe have to prepare their systems. You know that, and I remember that the work we're making with the World Bank, with all cooperating with President Severnatko, also an important factor for the entry of Georgia in the Council of Europe. But after when we left, I have not more contact. And my question was, are these laws still into force? Are they using these laws? 3, 4, or 5 laws, new laws, we prepared together with the parliament, because it was very difficult to work only with president, because the president has an ideology, and it was very difficult for the Council of Europe to be in a debate at the parliament, and we chose the way of working with the Cultural Commission of the parliament. And my question is, what do we come with laws, with these new laws for cultural heritage, for historic centers? Do you know? Are still laws?
Yes, these laws were very, very important. They are kept, and they were the framework or the base, the foundation for our work. Fortunately, Georgia had very strong Ministry of Culture traditionally, very strong Ministry of Environment traditionally. But as you rightly said, the recent history of Georgia, you can start from 2003. Because before 2003, during the end of Shevardnadze's era, the country was at total collapse. Corruption was very high. Infrastructure was broke down, not at the verge of broke down. It broke down. Electricity was through a rota, through regions. And with the Rose Revolution in 2003, that was a massive reform where such laws were reinforced again. The entire police was fired. Entire judges were fired. So it was one of the most aggressive anti-corruption campaign worldwide. And I think that also attracted the admiration of the EU at that time to see this model is happening, is working, and they gave a lot of support to Georgia at that time, 2003 until 2008. And that was the big reform time of Georgia, where the laws you talked about were enforced, more executive regulations were enforced, and then all this urban regeneration and rural revitalization programs were established. And those who went to Georgia before 2003 and after 2005-06, they could see the major revitalization happened in Tbilisi, Batuki, Meskheta, and so on. But also mistakes were done, and I think it's important to learn from mistakes Georgia did. In the urge to accelerate economic growth, and President Saakashvili himself tried to relax some of these laws, especially about protection. So urban regeneration of the historical capital of Georgia, Meskheta, was done without proper without proper integration of UNESCO. It's a UNESCO World City, World Heritage City. And UNESCO had to move this World Heritage Site into the endangered list. Okay? Because regeneration was done not in a proper way. It took us, the World Bank, UNESCO, and the government, it took us about 3-4 years of fixing these mistakes of rapid regeneration without considering the cultural protection laws, to fix all these problems and remove it from the endangered list. Same for environment. A new minister came and he said, I want to concession these protected areas to maximize the profit and short gain. And that accelerated deforestation and construction of facilities within protected areas. Again, the EU stepped in and it has to be corrected. So because it's kind of the recent history is rather short from 2003 until now, mistakes happened and lessons were learned the hard way, the very, very hard way. I think that's a good lesson for other countries in East Europe, especially that's aiming for the accession and the neighborhood of the EU.
And I remember also there were a National Foundation for Cultural Heritage. Did it exist? The Foundation for Cultural Heritage. I think the chairman was David Nietzsche, was a teacher at the university. And I don't know if they still are still working. Yes.
I have a question. How did the World Bank work? So you got a request from the government and you brought in international experts. How did it work?
That's a very good question. Actually, I meant to say this in the beginning, but the technical glitch made me forget. So basically, the bank has what we call the twin goals. This is our mission. Twin goals are reducing extreme poverty and promoting shared prosperity to rural and urban areas and reduce regional disparities and create jobs for all. We work with almost all countries in the world. We have a partnership strategy that sets the development objective of the country And then we come as contributor to this development strategy together with the EU, other bilateral organizations, other multilateral organizations. So we define with the country a program for the next 3 to 5 years, including investment projects and advisory services, policies, laws, and so on. So of course, the country is in the driver's seat. They say, we need to work with you on a regional development program. That's like what happened in Georgia. So the bank comes with 2 instruments. One is grant basis, and that's the upstream work, setting a strategy, a policy, and a feasibility studies, action plan, capital investment plan, raising the capacity of the country. Once we have the capital investment plan, then we come with a loan to the country to implement this capital investment plan, but after a very thorough environmental and social safeguards analysis to see the impact, as well as economic and financial analysis so that the project is economically and financially viable. The world is divided into 3 categories. The first category is called the least developed countries. These are the very low GDP per capita income. And this is almost very concessional credit, almost like grant. About 10, 15 years, 10 years grace period, repayment of over 20 years or 30 years, and almost zero interest rate. So that's to help the least developed countries. And then you have the middle income countries where interest rate is a little bit higher, the lending terms is a little bit higher. And then you have high middle income countries like China, Brazil, Turkey, and other countries where interest rate is higher and pricing is higher. And this system creates a kind of cross subsidy. So the richer countries help the poorer countries. Thank you.
So in this case, you brought in international experts that validated the process?
Yeah, we brought international consultants, international consultant firms who helped work with the country to prepare a national tourism strategy, national regional development strategy, and then zoomed in Xiii as the first region to pilot, prepare tourism strategy, and from tourism strategy included urban regeneration, rural regeneration, infrastructure. We put it all on the regional development strategy, and then the loan came to implement it. But also, EU came to partner with us, especially in agriculture and protected areas. Asian Development Bank came, Council of Europe came. So it was the project, this regional development project or program was a catalyst where the government owned it and started to say, EU, I want you to help in that. ADB, I want you to help in that, and so on.
So it acted as a catalyst for other organizations to come in and help.
Exactly.
Excellent. What is the end result? Do you have data on how, on the success of this project? On
yes, yes. We monitor the impact at the regional level and the impact at the national level. So at the regional level, like number of jobs created, like 5,000 new jobs. So as I said, we grouped impact or results under infrastructure, under economic development, and under institutions. And each one of them has certain indicators. And then verification of results after establishment of a control group to see the socioeconomic improvement.
Sorry. As I said, thank you very much for joining. I mean, we saw your video where we could see the results of your work, which are very interesting. We also saw them in Abu Dhabi this January, just before the pandemic. And it's I don't know what came out in there. So we're seeing your screen right now, Ahmed. I don't know if you want to talk about any of this, anything else in your presentation. No. We cannot hear you.
Okay, I wanted to show you a few slides.
Yes.
Just to show the results of the project. Do you see the screen now?
We saw it
Do
a
you see
minute
the
ago.
PowerPoint?
We saw it a minute ago. Right now we don't.
Okay.
Here it comes.
Okay. So for example, this is called Dartlo. It's a remote village, and as you see, it's a vernacular architecture, stone slate roof, and stone walls built on gravity, no mortar at all. So this village was revitalized with the people. So all masters of this, there were a few masters left on how to fix these roofs, and this village was really in a very collapsed to a large extent. So what's interesting here is that we got these 2-3 masters who taught other people how to restore this kind of old traditional architecture. Regulations were made on how to, all these cross sections and so on, how to restore it. And the interesting thing is once the restoration completed, we saw many people turn their homes into a bed and breakfast or a homestay. That's an example of, this is the rural urban area. That's before restoration. And you can see after. So basically, all walls, all balconies were kept, but was trying to make a restoration. During the Soviet era, many Soviet-style buildings were also constructed and tried to bring a traditional style to them. This was a very traditional house with very traditional style, and as you see, the stone walls are there, but all the rest kind of reconstructed during the poor area with asbestos and steel corrugated sheets and not the traditional style. So we try to keep all elements that could be kept and bring it back into its traditional style. Some buildings were to a large extent in good condition, so just a little bit of facelifting improvement of their condition. So that I would avoided reconstruction to a large extent. It's all about restoration and facelifting. This one, for example, you can see the wall is very good, but the wood was eroded because of humidity and termites. So these were treated, and once it's finished, people turned it into an art gallery or a restaurant or cafe. Infrastructure, as you see here, was in very poor condition. So all these wires, who God knows, how they knew how these wires were going. Everything was done into duct underground. All this infrastructure were revamped completely and put underground with a good GIS system for maintenance. In the city center, some of the buildings were multi-story, were also restored. as you see, it was a kind of, and parks was also restored. This is the park which was shown in the film. It's the lung of the region, but years of neglect turned into was very poor condition. Drug abusers were there. So it has been also renovated with space for playground for children. And viewpoints over Xiii Valley to see the mountains. Electric buses were purchased with the new logo of Xiii, with the three cultural, natural, and Kavavri wine, to take tourists through the area through electric buses that's very clean and bring income to local community and to the municipality. Forts, castles were also conserved. There were 0 visitors in the past, but as a result of conservation, there are about 30,000 visitors now. Each one pays about 10-15 laris. So you generated income, municipal income, to the cities that can be reused to maintain the infrastructure made and continue the development of the city and rural areas. Museums were also constructed with the concept of open space. These are the tourism facilities constructed near to each tourism asset or endowment, which has a public toilet, but a small office where people get information, and the new technology were introduced where people use barcode and audio systems. So the augmented tourism reality concept was also introduced. This is a very famous church there, a monastery was also restored, and the tourism facility were constructed in front of it, but dwarfed, so that you don't impact the significance of the cultural heritage asset, and where people come and sell their cheese and products here, as you can see here. This is Dartlow, the heritage village, and an example. There were like 7 villages like that. As you see in this picture, a year of neglect resulted in large-scale destruction of the village, and alien materials were used. So people removed the slate stones, used corrugated cheese and metal sheets and asbestos roofs. So these roofs were removed and brought back to the original shape of the village through conservation techniques. And this example of the public-private partnership. So if a private sector has a land and say, I want to develop it into a boutique hotel or Kavavri wine production with a boutique hotel. So we provide the off-site infrastructure free of charge as an incentive. We ring-fence this project to accelerate its permits, inspections, and so on, so to start quickly. And then the partner or organization of the World Bank, IFC, International Finance Corporation, which deals with the private sector, would come with a line of credit or financing also the private sector. So a good example of the method wine, as you see in this, you see this circle on the left. This is a big amphora or vessels made of clay. They are underground. So grapes are pressed and put in this amphora underground, covered again with soil, sealed, and the soil does the function of fermentation organically. So in Xiii, they call it wine from earth. It comes grape back to earth, put it back to ferment naturally, and back out of earth to drink wine. And for anybody knows Georgia well, wine is not considered alcohol. Wine is culture, where the concept of subra, where people sit together and cheer, and there is a toastmaster. There are rituals of toasting, respect to the elderly, respect to history, respect to the rituals of toastmastering, and not anybody can be toastmaster. It's social events, it's social celebration. And this is the event I was talking about, where you enable local producers to come sell their carpets, painting, china, grapes, cheese. Of local products, and became this logo. And finally, you asked Pablo about the results. So this shows the results, as I said, structured around infrastructure services, tourism economy, institutional capacity. So in the beginning, we had a theory of change. We said these are out of investment, out of institution development. These are the targets we want to achieve. And at the end, a company was hired to do a proper impact evaluation with the control group and tell us to which extent we achieved these results. And out to monitor temporary jobs created. And then I want to conclude with this slide because it's very important. As a result of this rural and urban revitalization, public-private partnership, the development is sustained now, and we see this building with no prompt from the project or no prompt from us. The private sector came, took this building, refurbished it by itself, and turned it into a hotel, realizing that the region has become a viable place for investment. So this revitalization turned, I mean, this is, if I want to summarize all I said today in 2 words, is that this revitalization turned underutilized assets into productive assets. And these assets here, not only physical assets, but also human assets. This was a very large idle group of population in poverty, in depression, in alcoholism, turned them into productive, very proud people of being Cakhetians, and then promoted private sector to come and sustain this development through their investments and job creation. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, the improvements are palpable. Congratulations. It is a good implementation for a project. I have 2 questions from the audience. The first one is from Ahmed Ayman Isa. He's an Egyptian student. He's asking, is the local community have a role in the developing? And is the local festival and the heritage spots have a role to raise the Georgia city, to make the people come to it, to do the vacations? How this developing in the city reflects in the local community?
That's a very, very good question. Because I have to say, I have seen so many projects where developers, whether it's the government or donor agents or multilateral organizations, they think they have the interest of people in their heart, and they come thinking, we know better. We know what the community wants, and they do the project and the project fails. Because they did not consult the people, they did not put the community, local community, on the driver's seat. And this project was reverse engineering, what I call it, because it started with massive, large scale of consultation with people. What do you want to see in your region? I mean, we had like 70 or 80 sessions of consultation at the regional level, at the community level, at the street level. Each house, when it was designed, was made to it was consulted. The architect consulted the community so many times until they agreed that's the design we want, and that's what we will do, that's what you will do. it was decided we will have a shop here, we'll have a restaurant, a homestay, and through the process, the community was on the driver's seat. And that's why, as I said, as a result now, because job creation, because of the community ownership of the process, we see a very low case of gentrification happening because of the sense of belonging of the community and sense of ownership of the community. It's not easy, it is the hard way, because the easy way is a supply driven without consultation, but it's a harder way, but it's the more sustainable way. And I thank Ahmed for this question.
Sorry, I was saying gentrification has a bad connotation, but it is also the sign of improvement and good results. So, I mean, there's also a positive side to gentrification.
Yeah, if gentrification is a natural result of market forces, I mean, you cannot control it, you know. Exactly. But I think we as developers, we need to at least safeguard the interest of the community, so they are not forced to sell their house just attracted by a higher price because they are in state of destitution. So what we learned is that urban regeneration without economic development, without creating jobs, without improving the socio-economic status of people is not sustainable, because gentrification will happen.
Well, thank you very much, Ahmed. And I mean,
pleasure.
In the end, we were able to make it happen.
By a miracle. I don't know what was wrong with my internet. I'm in Singapore now, and Singapore is first class in high speed. I just don't know what happened today.
This could happen from around the corner, so the mysteries of technology. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Pleasure. Thanks for inviting me today.
Our pleasure to have you. Bye. So we're going to have a small recess for 20 minutes, and we will be back with
20 minutes, media hora, ¿no? Half an hour. Estamos muy adelantados.
Half an hour? Okay, so we'll make it half an hour, and we'll have the experience in the Basque Country with the town of Zambrana, Brandetic, and the Valle Salado, the Salt Flats in Añana. Thank you.
Bueno, vamos a continuar.
Sí.
Vamos a continuar con la sesión de esta mañana. Ahora hemos previsto la presentación del Valle de Añana y otras experiencias en Euskadi. Comenzamos con Añana.
Sí.
Vamos a dar la palabra a Daniel Solana, que está aquí con nosotros, es el gerente de la Fundación de Salinas de Añana, un paisaje cultural y muchas más cosas nos contará Daniel Solana, pero yo creo que es un paisaje cultural muy característico y que ha dado lugar además a un renacer y a una revitalización económica de Salinas, el lugar en que se encuentra. Son siempre muy sugestivas estas actividades que a partir de una producción centenaria de sal han permitido en estos momentos revitalizar de nuevo el pueblo de Salinas de Añana, la comarca un poco, ¿no? Vamos a dar la palabra a Daniel Solana y a escuchar lo que nos cuenta de Salinas.
Buenos días a todo el mundo, ¿se oye bien?
Perfecto.
Venga, fenomenal. Bueno, pues gracias a todos por estar ahí. Y efectivamente, como decía Ballester, no solamente es una producción centenaria, sino que es milenaria, porque el Valle Salado de Añana es la fábrica más antigua del mundo de sal. Tiene ya, o se lleva recolectando sal en el Valle Salado desde hace ya 7.000 años. Esta aventura empieza en pleno Neolítico, en Salinas de Añana, y es gracias a que hay un fenómeno geológico que se llama diapiro, que, bueno, es un fenómeno que no lo voy a explicar, pero que a través de él emerge la sal del antiguo mar de Tetis, un mar que ya hace 250 millones de años quedó ocluido por movimientos tectónicos en el planeta, cuando se forman los continentes, y este mar seca y la sal se queda en un enorme filón, un gigantesco filón, que con los millones de años posteriores se va cubriendo, y por un fenómeno geológico como es el diapiro, esta sal, a través de una red hidrográfica que hay importante en todo el subsuelo de Salinas de Añana y todo el diapiro o fenómeno geológico, emerge esta sal en forma de salmuera. Emerge en forma de salmuera, además, portando por cada litro de agua casi un cuarto de kilo de sal, lo cual esto genera un entorno y un valle salado, como lo denominamos, altamente salino. Pensemos que la salmuera que sale allí, que tiene casi un cuarto de kilo de sal, en relación a la del mar, pues es muy fuerte y muy salina, porque la del mar son 35 gramos nada más, aproximadamente, por litro de sal. Por tanto, se genera allí un entorno que es un entorno muy, muy salado, extremadamente salado, y que, bueno, pues pocos entornos así hay en el mundo. No hay ningún entorno así en las costas del planeta, sí en zonas que son parecidas a las de salinas, en las que son salinas de interior, que tienen esos entornos de mucha salinidad. Especialmente en el Valle Salado de Añana tenemos una salinidad muy alta que genera una flora y una fauna halófila o salina que son muy particulares. Particulares porque allí encontraremos desde crustáceos propios de litorales, como también una flora también que es muy típica de litorales, insectos, escarabajos propios de dunas marinas y de entornos donde realmente en el interior es muy difícil de encontrar. Yo tengo un vídeo que no sé si lo puedo poner, son 4 minutos, y bueno, está en inglés, porque yo no sé si también habrá posiblemente alguien de la audiencia que hable inglés.
Adelante, adelante.
Es un vídeo que está muy bien y bueno, también veremos, yo no lo voy a parar, son 4 minutos, pero creo que vale la pena. Lo voy a compartir ahora mismo. Es compartir pantalla, ¿verdad? Esto es. Compartimos la pantalla. ¿Se ve bien? ¿Se ve? Venga, pues arrancamos.
But inland from this gastronomic hub lies something very strange indeed. A traditional seaside industry, a long way from the nearest coast. The fertile Basque Country is a sea of yellow fields and green forests. But just 60 kilometers from San Sebastian, in the winding roads of the Añana Valley, a patchwork of white squares emerges on the surface of the landscape. These are Añana Valley's famous salt pans. A salt factory like no other anywhere in the world. Most salt pans evaporate seawater to extract their precious crystals. But Añana is tens of kilometers from the sea. So where's all the salt coming from? Flying high above the Añana Valley's salt pans reveals their incredible secret. An underground saline spring. Deep below the valley, water courses up through the remains of a 200-million-year-old seabed. By the time it breaks the surface here in Añana, the water is as salty as the waters of the Dead Sea. Edorta Loma comes from a long line of salineros, or salt harvesters. The way he works is the same as his grandfather and his great-grandfather before him.
Familiares.
As far as I know, my family have been doing this since 1500. Always sold, like that. Let them bury me in the pinch of salt.
Entierren con un poco de sal.
A daughter's salt is highly prized by the Basque region's famous chefs and can fetch over €20 a kilo. To make it, the natural salty spring water runs into a wooden channel. Gravity then steers the water through 3 kilometers of branching pipes and channels to storage wells, ready to be fed into the giant drying ponds, which give the valley its patchwork appearance. It's at this point the hot, hard graft begins, because salty water can only be turned into salt crystals during the hottest part of the day.
Nosotros tenemos que...
We work around our best friend work, the sun. While most of the country shelters away from the midday sun, a daughter and the team spread the salty water across some of the site's 5,000 plus drying ponds. And as the early autumn sun beats down, the water inside the ponds evaporates, concentrating the salt inside them. They painstakingly stir each salt pan until there's so little water left that fine salt crystals begin to form. Then they must rely on the sun to do the rest. By late afternoon, the sun's rays have evaporated away all the water. The salt collectors can rake up the dry salt crystals by hand. It's hard work, but a daughter and his colleagues will soon be able to take a well-earned rest. They can only collect salt when the sun shines, and the coming of winter will soon put an end to their work for another year.
Estoy para volver. No sé cómo se... ¿Me estás viendo ahora? ¿Se me oye? Vale, fenomenal. Bueno, pues esto que hemos visto es una aventura que tiene 7.000 años. Hemos visto hoy la parte de producción de terrazas que llamamos eras, y que este sistema de producción de sal ya lo instalaron los romanos en el siglo I a.C. Es decir, desde 5.000 a.C. hasta el siglo I a.C., todo el paso del Neolítico, Calcolítico y todas las épocas que hay ahí, más invasiones que hay de otras poblaciones, la sal se obtenía hirviendo cacerolas de barro con salmuera, la que sale de la tierra directamente. Y esto provocaba pues, que se evaporase el agua y nos quedamos con un bloque de sal. Pero ¿qué pasó? Llegan los romanos y este sistema de hacer cerámicas y hervir y talar árboles y más cerámica, volver a hervir y sacar la sal en bloques, era costoso, era tedioso y además muy insano y poco productivo. Entonces, lo que hemos visto en el vídeo son terrazas, de las cuales tenemos unas 6.000 en todo el Valle Salado. Son terrazas como si fueran pequeñas huertas donde ellos, los romanos, nos enseñaron a construirlas y nos enseñaron a cómo recolectar la sal, con dos agentes muy importantes y fundamentales y básicos, que son el sol y el viento. Hay un sistema de regadío que por gravedad desde los manantiales llega a las eras, y el sol y el viento hacen lo siguiente, que es evaporar el agua y por supuesto, tras un manejo adecuado de la salmuera en la era, conseguimos varios tipos de sal, la flor de sal y la sal de manantial, o la sal gruesa. Pero lo que habéis visto ahora no difiere prácticamente nada en técnica de lo que los romanos nos enseñaron. Es por eso que mantenemos aquí unos elementos de autenticidad importantes dentro del Valle Salado. Y además, la producción es totalmente sostenible, 100% sostenible, y estamos siguiendo en esa línea de seguir trabajando con la herencia recibida de los romanos. Y realmente es una aventura, pues como decías, ¿no, Esther? centenaria, milenaria, y que nunca se ha parado. Somos la fábrica de sal más antigua del mundo. Y además se ha producido sal allí, o se ha recolectado, cosechado durante 7.000 años de modo ininterrumpido. Incluso en los momentos de mayor crisis, que fueron a mediados del siglo XX, hubo una gran crisis por la invasión de la sal industrial que casi lleva a la ruina al Valle Salado, pues esta crisis se superó porque al final hubo una apuesta potente por parte de las instituciones para poner en valor un patrimonio arqueológico, histórico y geológico de primer orden. Nosotros tenemos el orgullo de decir que somos una fábrica activa desde hace 7.000 años y sin interrupción. Es decir, pocas habrán en la historia neolítica y posterior en Europa de fábricas que hayan estado siempre en el mismo sitio y hayan estado produciendo de un modo ininterrumpido, ¿no? Por tanto, las instituciones hace como 10 o 12 años aproximadamente marcan un plan director, toman cartas en el asunto, Diputación Foral de Álava, Gobierno Vasco, más otras colaboraciones que ha habido también de empresas públicas y privadas, y a Valle Salado toma el protagonismo que realmente merecía. Merecía porque somos un foco de investigación histórico importantísimo, de investigación microbiológico y geológico de primer orden, y somos además, bueno, pues un centro además de visitas turísticas que vienen a disfrutar de un entorno absolutamente mágico y que no se conoce en muchas partes del mundo, ¿no? Y sobre todo, pues un Valle Salado de Añana que tiene un recorrido largo, apasionante, con unas historias francamente pues son entrañables, ¿no? Pues aquí ha habido de todo, porque han pasado árabes, han pasado los vascones, han pasado los godos, han pasado por aquí todos los reyes prácticamente de Castilla y Aragón han intervenido. Tenemos una documentación arqueológica e histórica más que de sobra pues, para poder dar una historia a quien nos visita profunda, ¿no? Y esta es un poquito la presentación que puedo hacer del Valle Salado.
Muchas gracias, Dani. Si os parece bien, vamos a escuchar a los tres ponentes y luego abrimos un debate. Se trata de tres experiencias, vamos, dos experiencias en el País Vasco y Joan de Pic, que trabajó con Tecnalia y realizó un estudio sobre la experiencia del patrimonio rural en el País Vasco. Así que a continuación escuchamos a Jorge Rodríguez, arquitecto. Aitor Abecia, alcalde de Zambrana, no ha podido asistir en el último momento, pero Jorge, que es arquitecto, yo visité Zambrana con él y la experiencia fue impresionante, nos va a dar una pequeña explicación de lo que sucede con Portilla y Zambrana. Jorge. Ahí te veo, pero no te oigo. ¿Te has dejado barba? Jorge, me temo que tienes que desconectar y volver a conectar, porque no se te escucha.
No se le oye.
Jorge, perdona, mira a ver la configuración del micrófono de abajo. ¿Qué micro tienes puesto? No te escuchamos nada, Jorge.
Si os parece,
¿Me escucháis ahora?
Ahora.
¿Ahora sí? Bueno, he cambiado de micrófono. A este sí funciona. Pues nada, lo primero, agradeceros a todos, especialmente a Pablo, la oportunidad que nos da de presentarnos a todos vosotros, especialmente habiendo visto la presentación de Daniel de Salinas de Añana, que es un lugar mágico. Como os decía Pablo, lo primero, disculpar al alcalde, que era el que os iba a aportar una visión quizás más vinculada a los objetivos de estas ponencias, vinculadas a la relación entre el patrimonio y el entorno rural. Hemos preparado una presentación que espero os pueda dar una idea de cuáles son las afecciones que entre las intervenciones en el patrimonio y la sociedad estamos alcanzando en Zambrana y bueno, esperamos que sean de vuestro agrado. Os voy a compartir pantalla y mientras os vamos contando cuál ha sido nuestra experiencia. No sé si veis ya la pantalla correctamente. ¿Sí? Sí. Bueno, pues lo primero es presentaros qué es el Conjunto Monumental de Portilla en Zambrana. Es un espacio cultural catalogado como un bien de interés, situado en la zona suroeste del País Vasco, en un borde entre Castilla, Rioja Alavesa. una zona magnífica en cuanto a climatología, porque hay una transición entre la zona atlántica y la mediterránea, y el origen del castillo, situado en un cerro, en un paso que en el siglo XI tenía pues, una gran importancia para el acceso hacia la zona norte, hacia Vitoria, desde la zona de Navarra, en una lucha pues, en ese momento fronteriza, ¿no? Los objetivos del proyecto, desde un primer instante, fueron la recuperación integral, la generación de una narrativa que permitiese entender el espacio, crear un espacio cultural, también crear un producto cultural atractivo para la visita y que tenga una repercusión y difusión en el exterior. Pero aunque estos sean los objetivos planteados desde el equipo técnico, en realidad el origen de todo este proyecto nace en la participación ciudadana de Portilla. Son ellos los que en un principio, dolidos por el estado y precariedad que presentaban las ruinas, comienzan a realizar trabajos de labores de limpieza organizados por ellos mismos, que en el País Vasco llamamos ausolán. Entonces la propia comunidad se organiza y acude y comienza a generar unas limpiezas, unas labores de desbroce, de cuidado de su patrimonio. Esa es una llamada de alerta para las instituciones, pero especialmente para la universidad, capitaneada por José Luis Olán, que es el arqueólogo que dirige, que entra a participar dentro del equipo y empezamos a incorporarnos técnicos de todo tipo y condición en función de los proyectos, pero una particularidad es que siempre quedamos supeditados a la participación ciudadana. Las labores que presentamos siempre son consensuadas previamente por un grupo que dentro del pueblo es el que está más sensibilizado con este espacio. El espacio, reducido únicamente a la parte más antropológica que hoy en día podemos ver, que la parte de murallas, iglesia, castillo, se puede ver en este mapa que os estamos presentando. Pero quizás la mejor manera de conocerlo sea a través de este vídeo, que sí me gustaría conseguir que se oyera correctamente. No sé si vosotros podéis escucharlo.
Pablo, perdona. Jorge.
Sí.
Cuando compartas la pantalla te tiene que salir un botón de compartir el audio de la computadora.
Ahora mismo no tengo esa visión. Voy a ver si consigo rescatarlo de los controles. En audio. A ver si es...
Jorge, perdona, no se escucha. No lo escuchamos, Jorge. Deja de compartir pantalla. Y ahora cuando le deja compartir otra vez, te debe de salir compartir sonido de la computadora. Abajo. Ahora.
Portilla es mucho más que un castillo, es una ciudad. El proyecto que estamos desarrollando desde el año 2012 lo que pretende es recuperar esa ciudad, trasladar un poco al visitante las formas de vida de hace 1000 años. Desde el punto de vista espacial está distribuida en 3 ámbitos perfectamente diferenciados. El poder político-militar estaba representado y está representado por el castillo, un castillo que además a nivel espacial se sitúa en lo más alto. A un nivel inferior se situaba la iglesia, que la tenemos a nuestra izquierda. Donde estamos hoy reunidos aquí en círculo se agruparía posiblemente el concejo, es decir, el concejo de la villa, el ayuntamiento. A un nivel inferior, allí se situaba en la zona de hábitat, las diferentes casas donde esta población vivía.
nosotros siempre es una experiencia importante el intervenir en patrimonio, porque nos obliga a luchar entre la necesidad de intervención y el respeto a la ruina. Hemos disfrutado de la interacción con el pueblo, que nos ha aportado constantemente su opinión y sobre las necesidades que querían cubrir. Es un pueblo que se ha implicado mucho y eso es lo que le hace diferente y lo que a nosotros nos ha aportado un diferencial en el proyecto.
Este es un proyecto que hunde sus raíces y que la iniciativa parte de la propia ciudadanía. Gente joven del pueblo decide apostar por su patrimonio para recuperar su propia historia, su propia memoria.
Para los chicos que nos hemos criado en Portilla, que hemos pasado nuestra infancia de Portilla, veíamos de un invierno a otro cómo las piedras se caían y bueno, pues el castillo, por lo menos para mí, es mi rincón en el mundo, ¿no?
Desde luego podemos estar orgullosos de esto y aunque sea a veces excepcional, sí, podemos decir que a nuestros hijos se lo vamos a dejar mejor que como lo hemos encontrado.
Lo hemos recibido, que pocas veces se puede decir.
Bueno, no sé si vuelvo a estar con vosotros.
Sí, sí.
Ese es un poco el entorno en el que nos movemos dentro de este proyecto que estamos trabajando y ahora os queríamos presentar las principales actividades de fomento y turismo que hemos desarrollado vinculados con el sector rural, ¿no? Lo primero era generar un itinerario monumental, algo que permitiese la autonomía en el recorrido. Trabajamos también con una gincana cultural para los pequeños que está diseminada a lo largo del recinto para que les permita una visita más amena y entretenida a la vez que aprenden. Se generan eventos culturales anuales, como el Gazteldu en Eguna, un evento en el que se reúnen unas 300 o 500 personas que realizan un recorrido a través del castillo y de la naturaleza, y también se genera una vez al año un teatro nocturno o una performance en la parte alta que mantiene vinculados a la población y a la gente con este recinto. Paralelamente, trabajamos con la generación de pequeños murales asociados a la cultura local en aquellos espacios en las zonas rural pues, que presentan un estado quizás más inapropiado en cuanto a calidad ambiental. Trabajamos con un plan de empleo, de manera que los trabajos que se desarrollan arriba intentan conseguir generar trabajo durante la estacionalidad en las que allí podemos trabajar con la gente de Zambrana. Hemos generado también una línea de formación para poder ofertar visitas guiadas por la propia población local, lo cual bueno, pues ha generado sus discrepancias con los guías profesionales, pero bueno, se ha realizado una formación, creemos, adecuada a todos ellos a través de la arqueología y la arquitectura de la investigación descubierta. Y luego también tenemos pues, una parte que es el reconocimiento y la identificación, pues como ese premio que nos dieron en España Nostra en 2016 en cuanto a intervención en territorio y paisaje, pues que ayuda a fomentar un poco la vinculación y el orgullo que ya de por sí está bastante asentado en este entorno, ¿no? También se ha generado cierta riqueza en cuanto a la generación de una casa rural que en paralelo a la generación del castillo, de este itinerario y de este fortalecimiento del recurso turístico, pues se han animado una pareja del pueblo a desarrollar. Y os quería presentar después una parte que ya atañe más a nosotros, las principales intervenciones que hemos hecho de una manera muy somera, que atañan sobre todo a las murallas principales, tanto la oeste como la este. En las pequeñas intervenciones hemos ido generando un estilo de intervención que viene, luego os explicaremos, de un plan de acción del paisaje desarrollado. Y la primera intervención que hicimos fue el realizar una accesibilidad a la torre, debido a que todo el mundo que visitaba el recinto y por parte de la ciudadanía lo primero que deseaban era llegar a lo más alto con las condiciones de seguridad. Y fue la primera intervención que realizamos y a partir de ahí se ha trabajado pues, en la consolidación y el rescatar la iglesia y conseguir documentar e informar sobre cuál ha sido el proceso del urbanismo, tanto en su origen en el siglo XI como en su constante amortización a lo largo de los siglos, hasta transformarse en unas eras agrícolas del recinto urbano, de la zona habitacional. Como podéis ver, estamos poco a poco desarrollando excavaciones que permiten identificar cuáles sean los módulos habitacionales y el urbanismo que se encuentra debajo de la orografía actual, y pequeñas intervenciones como estas que podéis ver de lesiones en muros, que vienen, os las presento porque están muy condicionadas por la participación ciudadana. Son intervenciones que, lejos de tener una perspectiva meramente arquitectónica, se han visto muy involucradas por las condiciones que el propio pueblo nos ha ido introduciendo a lo largo de las fases de diseño. Estas han sido pequeñas intervenciones que hemos ido generando a lo largo del transcurso de todos estos años hasta alcanzar la intervención en la torre, que nos ha permitido ya consolidarla en la parte superior en su conjunto, y ahora ya pues tenemos una presencia, digamos, más consolidada a nivel de monumento, de bien de interés cultural. Una pieza fundamental en toda nuestra gestión ha sido el desarrollo de un plan de acción del paisaje, que a través de una serie de dinámicas y de la evaluación del mismo, con el aporte de la participación ciudadana, de expertos, por supuesto, y también de correcciones por visibilidad y de los agentes locales, se hizo un estudio completo de la zona circundante al recinto a través de los recursos naturales, las cuencas visuales, sectorizando por unidades de paisaje y estableciendo a través de la participación las prioridades que queríamos llevar a cabo, hasta valorar cada una de esas unidades y dotarlas de un programa que nos permita tener una dirección a la que abordar un recinto que en primera instancia y tras el desbroce tenía un aspecto como este. Poco a poco hemos ido generando, tras este documento, una manera de intervenir que intenta siempre ser consciente de que el patrimonio lo es ahora y que nosotros únicamente estamos de paso, y la intención es que las intervenciones arquitectónicas terminen teniendo el menor impacto posible y no sean partícipes del recorrido, ¿no? Y por ahora pues creemos que estamos llegando a conseguir que la visualización de las intervenciones quede en un segundo plano, una capa de información que puede pasar desapercibida para el visitante. Aquí os queríamos mostrar un ejemplo de una participación ciudadana que hemos realizado pues, hace un mes, después de salir del confinamiento, para una intervención que vamos a hacer en la puerta inferior, cómo le damos salida a través de los medios para que tenga una repercusión, y luego generamos a través después de la campaña arqueológica, pues una presentación a toda la ciudadanía que se anima a acudir esos días de lo que se ha descubierto en esa puerta, explicando cuáles son los condicionantes, cuáles han sido los datos históricos más relevantes y la propuesta arquitectónica que queríamos desarrollar para ellos este año. En este caso, trabajamos en esta línea, contradiciendo un poco que tenga una visión desde la parte alta del castillo, precisamente para equilibrar el desarrollo del itinerario interior y fortalecer la llegada a este plano inferior que tiene menos visitas de manera natural. Tras las presentaciones que le realizamos y las explicaciones pertinentes, nos aportan ellos unas correcciones de errores, algunas propuestas y modificaciones que trasladamos al proyecto, y entonces es cuando realmente pues, comienza el trabajo en obra, ¿no? Y simplemente mostraros una propuesta que estamos en camino de realizar para el 2021, que estamos queriendo trasladar a través de un Heritage Field Information Modeling, una difusión global del recinto para la gestión de información y para un legado posterior. Y estamos trabajando en una línea en la que queremos trasladar el recinto a nivel digital, que tenga acceso online, de manera que tanto los visitantes con curiosidad cultural como los profesionales que trabajemos en ello, pues podamos utilizar esta base virtual que almacenará toda la información contenida de cada uno de los elementos que hayamos introducido en el recinto, bien sea material pétreo o vegetación, cartelería, de manera que todo quede recogido en este modelo que esperamos podamos conseguir sacar adelante en un futuro próximo, ¿no? Y sin más, pues esta era un poco la presentación que os queríamos realizar. Muchísimas gracias por darnos la oportunidad de presentaros este recinto y, bueno, pues deseando tener un feedback por vuestra parte.
Muchísimas gracias, Jorge, y enhorabuena otra vez porque el sitio es maravilloso. Bueno, ya habéis visto que los dos sitios, Las Salinas y Portilla, son dos sitios mágicos donde la participación ciudadana ha sido fundamental para la recuperación y el patrimonio cultural ayuda a la regeneración del pueblo. Pero queríamos completar la visión de Euskadi y le hemos pedido a Rand Epic, que es doctor arquitecto, experto en gestión del patrimonio cultural y además economista, para redondear su currículum. Ha trabajado en la Fundación Getty, trabajó en Tecnalia durante muchos años y ahora es vecino de Madrid. Le hemos pedido que complete la visión de Euskadi porque él realizó un trabajo muy interesante al respecto. Fran, bienvenido.
Muchísimas gracias, Pablo. Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por la invitación de World Monuments Fund y José María. Y estoy contento para participar porque ese tema es muy importante, muy importante. Y tengo una pequeña presentación. Voy a compartir. Ok. Vale. Ok. ¿Podéis verlo?
Sí.
Ok, ok. Soy arquitecto y investigador. Puedo decir con orgullo, he vivido en Euskadi por 4 años, en este lugar tan bonito, en Urdaibai, cuando estaba dentro de la Fundación de Tecnalia. Entonces puedo decir, tengo experiencia de primera mano con los problemas de lugares rurales. Es importante y he visto los impactos de los problemas. Creo que todos tenemos preocupaciones sobre los cambios rurales en Europa. Recibimos noticias malas todos los meses. Hay un pueblocito en venta en eBay. Cuando he leído con este lugar, es tan triste, tan triste. Pero bien, es la misma situación en Albania. Y hay un proyecto de Banco Mundial para hacer restauraciones y obras en el pueblecito, pero los locales tienen dudas porque no hay comunidad. También en Alemania. Alemania está hay mucho dinero en Alemania, pero es el mismo problema. En Alemania hay un pueblo de 40% de la comunidad no está ahí ahora. Pero es peor en España. He leído este artículo hace 4 o 5 años en The Guardian. Es un pueblocito gratis y solo necesita hacer obras. Es tan triste. Pero también es las comunidades. Soy arquitecto y tengo pasión por los edificios del pueblocito, pero también es la comunidad. Y sin la comunidad, sin arquitectura, sin el paisaje, necesitamos los tres. Es tan triste. Y hay muchos pueblocitos en España. Los jóvenes tienen 70 años. Y hay muchos pueblocitos solo tienen 10 años y no hay nadie. Bueno, es un gran problema, y especialmente en Europa. Es una bomba. No hay niños, demasiado viejos, y también los jóvenes van a las ciudades. Y también un problema es la agricultura. Intensive, extensive, industrial monofarming. Es un problema. Es un ciclo. Hay menos gente, hay menos impuestos, hay menos servicios, no hay coles por los niños, no hay gente. Entonces es un gran problema. ¿Y por qué es importante? Pero en la presentación esta mañana, que hay mucha gente todavía viviendo en Europa rural. Y también es muy importante, 80% de patrimonio paisajístico, arquitectónico está en lugares rurales. Entonces es muy importante. Y también, cuando estaba en País Vasco, casi 2 o 3 veces mensual, estoy viajando a Madrid. Y todo el mundo, viernes por la tarde, saliendo a Madrid. Y la gente urbana tiene una conexión con los pueblocitos. Entonces es importante, no es importante solo por la gente en los pueblocitos, pero también por la gente en las ciudades, porque siempre hay una conexión. Soy americano y muchas veces estoy haciendo viajes entre Estados Unidos y España. Y siempre tengo conversaciones en el avión. Mucha gente en Estados Unidos quiere seguir las raíces de la familia. Entonces es importante por la gente en el mundo nuevo, en Estados Unidos o en América Latina. Siempre hay turistas to see where they come from. Entonces es importante para la gente afuera de España también. Bueno, es importante porque la gente considera los lugares, están sus casas. Los lugares rurales tienen un espíritu entre las generaciones. Son lugares únicos y sus valores son extremadamente frágiles. Es muy importante. Y la diversidad cultural y la singularidad pueden ser una fuente de inspiración y desarrollo económico y turismo. Bueno, cuando estaba en Tecnalia, en la fundación de Tecnalia, hace pocos años, hemos hecho un proyecto, se llama Xiii, para investigar buenas prácticas en Europa. Hemos tenido 11 socios en Estados de Europa, en Latvia, Lituania, Portugal, Castilla y León, en España, en Grecia y Alemania, y estábamos buscando por buenas prácticas. ¿Y qué es una buena práctica? Una buena práctica es un proyecto, un proceso, una técnica con éxito. Pero más que un éxito, si podemos trasplantar este éxito a otro lugar. Pero en este proyecto estaba en Urdaibai, en Euskadi, y Euskadi no es un socio, es una lástima, porque cuando estaba trabajando en este proyecto de casi 4 años, he encontrado buenas prácticas en Euskadi, muchas buenas prácticas. Hemos hecho un libro con buenas prácticas en los 11 estados, pero hay otra publicación con buenas prácticas en Euskadi. Entonces yo quiero compartir las buenas prácticas que he encontrado en Euskadi. Una buena práctica es la conexión entre los granjeros y el patrimonio cultural y los productos y los mercados. Y siempre compré productos de País Vasco con etiqueta Euskal. Y es muy interesante porque estaba en el mercado de Carrefour y he encontrado esta etiqueta, y esta etiqueta es una casa rural. A mí me encanta esta conexión con patrimonio cultural. Entonces, una buena práctica en Euskadi es las cooperativas agriculturas son muy fuertes y la conexión directamente con patrimonio cultural. Y hay un problema en Euskadi ahora mismo, es la polarización entre los supermercados súper grandes como Carrefour y también las cadenas cortas. Y la cadena corta es directamente desde el granjero al consumidor. Entonces, una buena práctica en Euskadi es para reforzar la cadena corta, para hacer festivales de comida y hacer mercados de los granjeros y promover. Pero es imposible para hacer una guerra con Carrefour, el supermercado. Entonces, una buena práctica es para hacer una tienda una tienda pequeñita dentro de una tienda grande. Y las fotos aquí están, es una tienda de País Vasco dentro de Carrefour, con una foto del granjero y la bandera de País Vasco y los productos locales. Me encanta, porque muchas veces necesito ir a Carrefour y no puedo ir al mercado el lunes en Guernica, por ejemplo. Otra buena práctica es para reforzar tiendas especiales de productos locales. Y hay ayuda oficial por los mercados especiales para los productos. Son muy importantes por turismo también. Y esta tienda está en Bilbao, en el centro, cerca de Plaza Nueva, y siempre hay turistas ahí. Entonces, es para introducir los turistas a los productos directamente. Y también todo el mundo conocemos la conexión con los restaurantes. Son tan fuertes en el mundo. Y para reforzar otra buena práctica es denominaciones de origen. Y hace 30 años no había, pero hay ahora 5. Y el gobierno está en marcha para hacer más. Es queso Idiazábal y los vinos. Y uno importante es chacolí. Me encanta chacolí. Hay muchos artículos en el mundo inglés. Forbes Magazine 2 veces en 2000 años con este tema de chacolí. Y también en el New York Times, muchos artículos. Entonces, una buena práctica es el gobierno de País Vasco está empujando la idea de agricultura de País Vasco. Una cosa muy importante, estaba en Nueva York, he visto una botella de chacolí, normalmente estoy comprando en Bilbao por 6-8 euros, he visto la misma botella por 24 euros, por $24. Es impresionante. Y a mí me parece que hay más tipos de chacolí en Nueva York que País Vasco. Es muy importante. Y he encontrado esta estadística. En 2001 solo 100 cajas de chacolí ha ido a Estados Unidos. Pero ahora, bueno, no es ahora, hace 10 años, en 2009, es impresionante. Muchos más botellas. Más que 100,000. Es importante también, pero no es siempre en Nueva York, está en Portland, en la otra costa, en la costa oeste de Estados Unidos también. Hay tastings de chacolí y hay representantes del País Vasco ahí en Estados Unidos para explicar el proceso. Y también este es mi barrio aquí, la foto a la derecha. Ese es mi barrio en Urdaibai. Pero entonces hay una directa conexión con la arquitectura en el paisaje. En las conclusiones, hay buenas prácticas en País Vasco. Hay una política tan fuerte con desarrollo rural y hay soporte por los productos, las cooperativas, y hay una etiqueta de País Vasco. Y para hacer una conclusión es para proteger el paisaje. Y los números, hay una prueba de esta fuerza. En este graph, España, la población en España va abajo, como todo el mundo. Pero en País Vasco, solo la mitad de un porcentaje. It only went down a very little bit. Pero en el otro lado, en Castilla y León, mira, hay más que 15%. Entonces, hay resultados. Y la población en el paisaje es más o menos estable. Entonces, hay una buena práctica. Hay resultados. Bueno, en conclusión, Euskadi tiene una serie de buenas prácticas con desarrollo rural y patrimonio cultural. Es para hacer este programa encima de los clubes de gastronómicas, sociales, asociaciones agrícolas, cooperativas, y haciendo una marca de País Vasco para promover afuera del País Vasco. Identificar, promover, exportar productos, la creación de redes, organismos públicos de calidad y etiquetas de calidad rural. Y promover y combinar, es una combinación de gastronomía y también turismo. Y fomentar ayuda para las cadenas cortas y captar el espíritu del lugar y la identidad de rural. Y tiene un largo plazo. Y otro resultado he encontrado, y hay más estrellas Michelin per cápita que otro lugar en el mundo. Y también turismo va arriba, casi 15% en 10 años. Entonces, hay éxito en Euskadi con desarrollo rural y hay impactos en patrimonio cultural. Y yo quiero compartir este foto del año pasado de la primera presentación. Un ejemplo es la Valle de Salado y hay conexiones entre este lugar y los restaurantes buenas. Y los restaurantes buenas están usando este sal y están haciendo promoción de este sal. Entonces es muy interesante. Y también la conexión con turismo y el cine. Ese es San Juan Gaztelugatxe. He tenido suerte para trabajar ahí hace pocos años. Y hay turismo. Entonces, no es solo una serie de buenas prácticas, pero es todas las buenas prácticas mezclados. Y el gobierno está usando las buenas prácticas juntos. Entonces, esa es la presentación y mi experiencia en País Vasco y gracias, eskerrik asko.
Oye, pero la próxima vez que vayas por Estados Unidos, además además del chacolí, busca la sal de añana.
Sí, una maleta encima de chacolí.
Dani, ¿tú qué te has ocupado?
¿Has entendido?
Sí. Dani, tú que te has ocupado muchos años del ámbito rural en el País Vasco, ¿quieres añadir algo?
Su micrófono.
¿Se me oye ahora?
Ahora sí.
Sí. Bueno, mira, pues la verdad es que tanto con Ran como con Jorge he sentido muchas conexiones. Además, yo tuve creo que la suerte y la fortuna de estar 4 años en el gobierno vasco en el Departamento de Medio Ambiente, Agricultura y Pesca, y muchas de las cosas que Rand ha observado y ha estado señalando aquí, pues son la realidad. Es cierto que hay prácticas potentes en el País Vasco porque ciertamente yo creo que los vascos tenemos, no sé si un defecto o es una virtud, que es que estamos muy orgullosos de la tierra, ¿no? Y la verdad es que no nos acompleja nada que viene de fuera, sino que lo que tenemos dentro lo ponemos en valor y lo vendemos y además es que lo promovemos, ¿no? Pero es cierto que para poder llegar a este punto que hemos llegado, esa conexión que hay institucional entre el campo, los mercados, cómo se promueve el mercado local, cómo se junta al productor con el consumidor, cómo realmente desde el gobierno vasco, me consta y lo he vivido y lo sé, que se ha promovido mucho la venta de lo local. Yo viví mucho esa época también y me tocó estar sentado pues, con Eroski, con BM y con Carrefour en el País Vasco y realmente ya había hace ya 8 años una política muy fuerte de empujar a las cadenas a que lo local estuviera presente en los lineales, ¿no? Pues porque realmente si hay algo que es en la génesis de todo esto es que ha habido siempre desde todos los ejecutivos del gobierno vasco una sensibilización permanente de defender lo nuestro. Por fortuna tenemos una pasión por la gastronomía que nos conecta con el productor. En el País Vasco la gastronomía es, yo diría que ya casi más que una religión. Yo creo que vamos por encima de la católica. Tenemos una pasión por comer bien, por la calidad y también comer mucho. Y esto nos une directamente hacia los productos de la tierra y hacia el productor, ¿no? Y esto ha generado, junto con todo el mundo gastronómico, ha generado pues una industria de hostelería y de restauración pues de una calidad que hoy en día a nivel mundial, pues hombre, Euskadi es una referencia gastronómica. Yo a veces peco de bilbaíno y digo que es el reino de la gastronomía, pero bueno, vamos a dejarlo que es uno de los reinos de la gastronomía, para que no digáis que soy tampoco yo aquí un poco chulo, ¿no? Y muy bilbaíno. Entonces, realmente, Ran, sí que estoy contigo muy de acuerdo en el que hay, bueno, pues hay unos componentes que han hecho que demos a la tierra, a los productores, ganaderos, agricultores, industrias agroalimentarias, le hemos dado un valor añadido muy importante y lo hemos entroncado con el turismo. Y yo esto lo estoy viviendo en el Valle Salado de Añana. Tenemos un producto como es la sal, que puede parecer algo pues, muy sencillo, muy simple, pero bueno, producimos una sal que es de una calidad excelente porque es pura, no tiene aditivos, no tiene ningún componente antiapelmazante ni blanqueante. Es una sal que nos la dejó el mar de Tetis hace ya muchos millones de años y tal cual la recogemos, ¿no? Y es curioso como yo siempre explico que el binomio producción de sal y venta de la sal, porque nosotros vendemos la sal que producimos tanto en alimentación como en Horeca, en restauración, y es curioso cómo la actividad comercializadora también tracciona de la actividad turística. Hoy por hoy el Valle Salado, muchísima gente viene pues porque le viene por campañas turísticas promocionales o porque ha comprado sal de Añana, porque se ha promocionado desde las instituciones, en ferias, y claro, descubren que hay un Valle Salado de Añana que está en Euskadi y que vale la pena ir a verlo. Entonces, la venta de sal genera actividad turística y viceversa. La actividad turística genera venta de la sal. Entonces, es un binomio muy bueno. El año pasado recibimos 96.000 visitas, que no está mal para un pueblito como Salinas de Añana. 96.000 visitantes es francamente, bueno, batimos récord histórico de visitas, ¿no? Y vamos camino de poder batirlo en breve, si hacemos un paréntesis este año con el COVID, porque el COVID nos va a marcar un antes y un después, y este año es un año, pues vamos a decir, que para olvidar y para mirar para otro lado. Pero aún así, nosotros el 25 de mayo abrimos las Salinas de Añana a los visitantes, con permisos de sanidad y con todos los permisos y con todas las garantías sanitarias, y estamos teniendo ya las últimas 5 semanas una media de 1.200 visitantes. O sea, imaginaros un producto como la sal, tan tonto, pero con una historia tan bonita, tan cargada y un storytelling tan intenso, pues hace que, a pesar de eso, pues estamos otra vez batiendo récords semanales de visitas, lo cual es lo que decíamos, un binomio maravilloso. Y además, desarrollo de turismo rural, muchísimo. Y el COVID, bueno, entre lo malo que ha traído, algo bueno nos ha dejado, y es que el turismo rural se está disparando. Nunca se han visto tantas autocaravanas en el Valle Salado de Añana como ahora. El pueblo, los fines de semana, no saben dónde aparcar ya las autocaravanas, y realmente es un problema, ¿verdad? Porque genera problemas de infraestructuras que tenemos que abordar, pero que son problemas de infraestructuras que van a generar empleo en la tierra, en Salinas, en Álava y en todo Euskadi, ¿verdad? Y entonces, bueno, pues yo sí que estoy muy de acuerdo contigo, Ran, en que realmente se han hecho muy buenas prácticas que han generado riqueza y valor añadido. Con Jorge también diría yo que tenemos una asignatura pendiente, Jorge, porque si las Salinas de Añana llevan ya 7.000 años produciendo sal y comercializando sal, el oro blanco, en todas las rutas de sal y, por supuesto, en todo el entorno, en la cuadrilla de Añana, por explicaros un poquito, en el País Vasco, en Álava, en el caso de Álava, digamos que la unidad básica administrativa es el municipio y luego vienen las cuadrillas que engloban a varios municipios. En Vizcaya serían las mancomunidades, que engloban municipios, y en el caso de Álava son las cuadrillas. La cuadrilla de Añana, en la que también Zambrana está inmersa, pues no me cabe duda de que tendremos conexiones con la sal durante muchos siglos, las habrá. Lo que pasa es que tenemos que hacer una labor en conjunto de buscarlas, porque estoy seguro que podemos hacer trabajos y visibilizar la historia en conjunto, Zambrana, ya sea, no sé, pues Tuesta, ya sea Valdegovía, y ahí tenemos una labor muy bonita, porque la cuadrilla de Añana, donde estamos juntos, pues es un foco de historia y de conocimiento de primer orden y de generación además de riqueza. Si hablamos de municipios sostenibles, de municipios con valor añadido, con municipios que atraen y fijan población joven, y además combatimos el despoblamiento rural, que, como ha comentado Ran, es un problema muy grave, y mejoramos también un poco pues, la economía de la zona, pues vamos a conseguir que gente joven y empleo se fije en el territorio fuera de lo que es la parte más urbana, que es Vitoria-Gasteiz, ¿no? Entonces yo estoy con los dos, he entroncado muy a gusto, me ha parecido que las dos presentaciones, bueno, a mí me han tocado en cuanto que, bueno, pues que son experiencias que vivimos, y Ran, tú como norteamericano, que ya has visto desde fuera eso, pues me halaga porque el mensaje que sale de Euskadi para afuera, aunque has estado aquí tú viviendo 4 años, el mensaje es el que se quiere sacar, ¿no? Nuestros chocos, nuestras sociedades gastronómicas, nuestro amor por el producto bien hecho, nuestra exquisitez, pues realmente es posible que se nos vaya un poco a la cabeza, pero es que es nuestra pasión, ¿no? Aquí en Euskadi, prácticamente los hombres, los niños, todos han cogido a sartén muy de jovencitos, ¿no? Y quizás no pasa en otras partes del mundo, ¿no? Y es que nos encanta, nos encanta.
Te centras mucho en la sal y poco en el maravilloso paisaje cultural que tenéis en las Salinas.
Es lo que yo quería decir.
Sí.
Que, bueno, yo, como sabes, para mí las Salinas fueron como una revelación. Yo estuve allí en los años 60, era jovencillo, y pasé muchas horas contemplando las Salinas, y fue donde yo tuve por vez primera la noción de paisaje cultural, en el sentido además de que era un paisaje que me contaba cosas. O sea, era un paisaje que en realidad era un relato de una historia, de una vida, de una dedicación a las Salinas. Y a mí lo que me parece admirable es cómo habéis, mucho más allá de lo que todos has dicho, que es verdad, y que yo mismo tomo sal de Salinas en mi casa todos los días, es decir, que tengo esa misma afición y afinidad, pero a mí lo que me parece admirable es la forma en que habéis conservado el paisaje cultural, y lo habéis conservado haciendo algo que a mí me importa mucho al hablar de los bienes patrimoniales, es decir, mantener la continuidad histórica y al mismo tiempo introducir el elemento de innovación, de metodología, que es lo que hace que esa realidad histórica, esa continuidad, sea rentable, genere puestos de trabajo y sea útil a la población. Y aquí es admirable porque no ha habido, es decir, sigue manteniéndose esa calidad y esa categoría de paisaje cultural que han tenido siempre las salinas de tiempo inmemorial, se sigue manteniendo. Yo recuerdo, para mí es muy grato decirlo, recuerdo que en los años 60 era una minoría de eras las que eran productivas. Y cuando uno miraba ese paisaje, la vista veía más allá muchas eras desvencijadas, medio caídas, casi era una aventura recorrerlas, porque bueno, las que estaban en producción eran seguras, pero las que no estaban en producción eran un poco más complicadas, ¿no? Y en ver ahora como haber sido recuperando, y como digamos, la mayoría de las eras, por no decir la totalidad, están en producción y se ha ido, pero se mantiene esa esencialidad del paisaje cultural de Salinas, que es un paisaje productivo, un paisaje que mantiene mercados, que abre mercados, un paisaje que da trabajo a la población. Es decir, no hay solamente un aspecto estético, un aspecto pintoresco, un aspecto bucólico, que pueden ser muy gratos, pero que no están en la lógica de lo que hablamos, ¿no? Sino que es un paisaje productivo, un paisaje que en el fondo es una locomotora de desarrollo. Y a mí me admira, habiéndolo conocido en los años 60, hacia casi 60 años, me admira cómo habéis sido capaces de mantener lo esencial del paisaje cultural y al mismo tiempo lo habéis hecho productivo y la forma en que lo habéis hecho. Por eso solo puedo felicitaros y deciros que siento un cierto orgullo a cada vez que lo sabéis muy bien, cada vez que me habláis o que oigo hablar o que veo la progresión de Salinas.
La verdad es que lo esencial, como bien apuntas, José María, y la autenticidad como paisaje, se ha mantenido durante siglos, porque digamos que ya en el siglo XI se planta el libro maestro de cómo hay que regar las eras, de cómo hay que tratarlas, de cómo hay que marcar cada propietario. Ha habido una tradición, además ha habido intervenciones monárquicas, porque claro, el oro blanco durante los siglos, durante la Edad Media, la caída del Imperio Romano y luego la creación de los estados modernos, los reyes han intervenido en Salinas de Añana. Y han intervenido porque veían que era un producto muy importante. Era, como siempre se ha dicho, efectivamente, el oro blanco. Entonces, ha habido siempre un empeño muy fuerte y además, digamos, desde la Edad Media o la caída del Imperio Romano, ha habido un interés en mantener eso porque era necesaria la sal. Y los romanos nos dejaron un método de producción de sal que hoy por hoy es resiliente, sigue tal cual. Nosotros además es que somos muy fieles a ese tipo de producción. Hay una anécdota muy curiosa que cuando en el año 37, en plena guerra civil, un periodista entró en Salinas de Añana a hacer un reportaje. Y además tenemos el artículo bien guardado en la Fundación Valle Salado. Y este hombre pues, hizo un reportaje y hablaba con el cura y le decía que si no era mejor vender las salinas a una empresa industrial y dejarnos ya de eras y esto que entra aquí una gran salinera y que lo explote y venga y a bajar precio y a vender por todas partes. Y el cura le dijo que ni hablar, que de eso nada, que el patrimonio que había ahí, a pesar de que estaba como estaba, tenía un valor añadido para el pueblo que él no sabía muy bien cuál era, pero sabía que ya había valor. Porque como decías, los terrazos, las eras, los muros del siglo XII, los pozos del siglo IX. Yo hace poco, la semana pasada, estuve con el arqueólogo sacando cerámica campaniforme de hace 2000 años antes de Cristo. Todo eso, con verlo, te está contando una historia que aunque no la conozcas, la estás percibiendo. Y eso la gente de los pueblos de Salinas y sus herederos y herederos y herederos lo han sabido. Y bueno, ha habido una particularidad importante, que es que la gente de Salinas siempre ha vivido de las salinas. Siempre. Entre generaciones. Y han sabido que cuidarlas era importante para vivir, porque mientras alrededor la gente vivía de la agricultura o vivía de la ganadería, los salineros, es decir, los habitantes de Salinas, ellos siempre han vivido de la sal. Por tanto, ha habido una protección muy mimada durante siglos hasta el día de hoy. Y a pesar de que conociste aquellas eras en un momento de decadencia, nunca se ha parado de producir. Y finalmente, bueno, hubo un plan director, como comenté antes, que lanzó adelante el proyecto de conservación del patrimonio y hoy por hoy es el que es. Además, Salinas, estamos en Japón, estamos en una veintena de países exportando, lo cual también nos atrae turismo y nos atrae riqueza y nos atrae notoriedad de marca y notoriedad de marca comercial y turística. Y bueno, estamos en un momento ahora de lanzadera fuerte y a poner mañana entre los patrimonios mundiales en ese podium, ¿no? Entre los patrimonios mundiales más importantes del mundo, porque es admirable cómo en 7.000 años una fábrica no se ha parado, ¿no? Y ha seguido dando de comer a generaciones y generaciones, ¿no? Y además de comer, no solamente además por el salario que tiene de sal, que uno se ganaba, sino porque de comer de hambre de cultura, ¿no? Porque allí uno entra y se sacia de cultura, se sacia, porque los acontecimientos que ha habido en Salinas son innumerables, musulmanes, los reyes de Castilla y de Aragón, luego los vascones, hay invasiones, intervenciones de la iglesia, de los nobles, bueno, francamente admirable. Y además, de verdad, una historia muy, ya está en bibliografía puesta por nuestro arqueólogo Alberto Plata, que ha escrito muchos libros, y es una historia apasionante, como en aquella época, cuando algo interesaba de verdad, todo el mundo se ponía de acuerdo, a pesar de las discordias y a pesar de las batallas que había, pero al final, ojo, que es el oro blanco, no lo vamos a echar a perder. Muy apasionante.
Es un poco, Dani, como decía Ran, el apego a lo rural que tenéis. O sea, como decías tú, el cura que decía que no se toque esto, que tiene algo especial.
Eso es.
O muy curioso cómo se ha mantenido la práctica del ausolán, ¿no? Del trabajo comunitario que decía Jorge, que me encantaría que desarrollara un poquito más, y cómo el alcalde de Zambrana ha recuperado esta práctica que yo creo que existía, ¿no, José María?, por toda España y que se ha ido perdiendo, y que veíamos también Fausto Cardoso de la Universidad de Cuenca, que también escuchará esta charla después, cuando se despierte, pero ellos tienen la minga, que es el proceso comunitario donde todo el pueblo se junta y ayuda a recuperar una casa. Jorge, no sé si estás ahí, si quieres hablar un poquito del tema.
Sí, la verdad es que es un tema interesante. Yo no creo que sea que esté en desuso. Hombre, no como con la intensidad con la que estaba antes, pero en los pequeños pueblos sigue siendo una necesidad, porque realmente la administración puede llegar hasta donde puede llegar. Y en el entorno urbano del País Vasco, como ha explicado antes Daniel, especialmente en la zona de Álava, donde la cuadrilla adquiere una importancia singular, pues gestionar esos pequeños recursos implica que los pequeños núcleos poblacionales deben tener una actitud proactiva de cara a mantener su entorno en buenas condiciones. En este caso, Aitor Abecia lo que ha conseguido es canalizarlo a través de un grupo muy motivado que está dispuesto a dedicar todos los años un tiempo y un esfuerzo a trabajar. Pues ya habéis visto que puede ser limpiando, pero puede ser también ayudando en la excavación arqueológica o como guías, con una vinculación muy fuerte, ¿no? Y bueno, es de agradecer que esa cultura, que creo que no es específica del País Vasco, porque existe en muchas otras autonomías y provincias, pues que se mantengan.
A mí una cosa que me gusta mucho, Jorge, y le tengo que decir, es la participación ciudadana. Porque además ha habido una frase clave de una chica que aparece en el vídeo, ¿no? Que dice, es el rincón de mi vida, ¿no? O sea, ese enganche emocional del pueblo implicado en lo que es su infancia, su juventud, las historias que haya podido contarle su abuelo de ese castillo, y, en fin, me parece que es un acierto, porque a veces cuesta mucho movilizar a la ciudadanía. Yo soy de Bilbao, recuerdo cuando vino el Museo Guggenheim, que decían que entonces iba a costar 25.000 millones de pesetas. Pues medio Bilbao estaba horrorizado. En plena crisis industrial, un paro del 25% por la reconversión industrial que había en Vizcaya, y la situación era tremenda. Ahora viene aquí un museo que vale 25.000 millones, mucha gente no lo entendía, ¿no? Pero hubo gente que tuvo esa visión. Entonces, por parte del alcalde y del ayuntamiento, ver que la complicidad y el enganche emocional de la ciudadanía es fundamental, es lo que esto al final funcione. Porque si la ciudadanía no cree en lo que hacen sus gobernantes o sus representantes, fracasan el 80% de los proyectos.
Sí, esa es una experiencia que yo creo que podemos compartir. En el momento en el que no hay una vinculación entre la sociedad y el elemento patrimonial, puedes meter dinero, lo puedes sacar adelante, pero su rendimiento a futuro yo creo que siempre está un poco en entredicho, ¿no? Es fundamental que haya una sincera vinculación entre el entorno y su patrimonio.
Sin duda. Enhorabuena por ese ancho.
Hay un elemento que además es de pura ética. Nosotros, cuando empezamos el proyecto del Valle de Nansa, con un grupo de expertos que haciendo un análisis territorial muy detallado, y después de tener el acuerdo del gobierno, yo recuerdo que lancé una encuesta a los habitantes del Valle de Nansa, una encuesta que había que responder con fundamento. Pusimos un dinamizador cultural para que ayudara en los diferentes lugares y a los ayuntamientos a elaborar la respuesta. Y recuerdo que hubo personas, digamos, en las administraciones públicas que me dijeron: pero estás completamente loco, te cargas el programa, ¿cómo se te ocurre hacer esto? Y yo dije: pues por una razón elemental, yo no me considero con derecho a intervenir si no conozco las ambiciones de los habitantes, si no conozco lo que ellos quieren y cómo lo quieren, ¿no? Entonces se hizo la encuesta. Al final había, tanto en el análisis territorial como en la encuesta, había que establecer un orden de prioridades, y lo que yo recuerdo siempre es que el orden de prioridades que dieron los habitantes apenas si difería en algo inapreciable sobre el que hicieron los muchos expertos que intervinieron en el análisis territorial. En este momento no recuerdo si había un tema que unos podían en sexto lugar y otros en séptimo sobre 10, pero lo fundamental es que coincidió lo que querían los habitantes con lo que querían los expertos después de 2 años de estudiar el tema. Es decir, el habitante sabe muy bien lo que quiere y tiene derecho a quererlo. Y los demás tenemos que partir de un respeto a sus ambiciones y a sus deseos. Yo soy muy partidario de la participación. Lo que ocurre es que yo he advertido tanto aquí en España como en la época que me tocó de trabajo en Europa, he advertido que ese sentido de pertenencia, y no solamente el sentido de pertenencia, sino el sentido de posesión emocional de bienes o de lugares o de paisajes a los que tenemos, con los que no tenemos una pertenencia, digamos, de orden familiar. He advertido que existe ese sentido de pertenencia, que es fantástico, pero que hay lugares donde no se traduce en una acción directa como la que habéis expuesto vosotros. Y a mí lo que me encanta es que hayáis hecho coincidir el sentido de pertenencia, o lo que haya coincidido el sentido de pertenencia, con la implicación directa, con el trabajo, con la cooperación en los programas que habéis planteado.
Y sin embargo, perdón.
No, José María, estoy contigo totalmente de acuerdo, ¿verdad? Porque además, fíjate, el País Vasco no es una potencia alimentaria, como puede ser, no sé, pues la Riviera Mediterránea o toda la parte de Navarra, ¿no? U otras áreas del país. Sin embargo, fíjate, aquí en el País Vasco siempre, incluso a pesar de ser pequeñitos en producción alimentaria, que se ha cuidado, como hemos explicado, y que se ha motivado, hablamos de soberanía alimentaria, porque al final es uno de los pilares de la PAC europea, ¿verdad? La soberanía alimentaria. Que seamos capaces de nosotros de producir nuestros alimentos y no depender de terceros continentes, ¿no? Y llegamos a ese punto, que hasta el punto que nos creemos que podemos ser soberanos y que lo queremos ser, a pesar de que somos dentro de la industria alimentaria y dentro del PIB producido en Euskadi, la industria alimentaria es muy poquita, como la turística. Lo que pasa es que, bueno, es de muy buena calidad y mucho valor añadido. Pero es cierto que ese sentido de pertenencia nos lleva a entroncar con esos pilares. El pilar de la PAC, oye, pues la soberanía alimentaria, por supuesto, ¿no? Desarrollo rural, por supuesto, fijación de empleo joven, todo ese tipo de políticas que estamos todos implicados, especialmente a nivel de Europa, y que, bueno, pues que ese sentido de pertenencia es un grano más de arena que ayuda a que todo eso se cumpla, ¿no? Y es cierto que hay zonas en las que realmente no hay ese sentido de pertenencia, y si lo hay, pues no se está moviendo en la dirección adecuada.
Muchas veces también canalizar esta vinculación que has comentado, José María, perdona que te tutee, entre la dirección técnica y la participación ciudadana se da a veces y a veces no se da. Y saber canalizar esa situación, es decir, desaprendiendo un poco la capacidad de dirigir un proyecto, pues yo creo que es muy importante. O sea, echar un paso atrás a veces cuesta también y bueno, lo vas aprendiendo con el paso del tiempo, como muchas veces el proyecto, aunque suene a un lugar común, realmente se enriquece en el momento en el que ciertas variables se incorporan y en ese mix yo creo que hay algo que genera una vinculación potente, ¿no? No siempre hemos, ni mucho menos, alcanzado la vinculación entre la población y el objetivo, ¿no? del proyecto, y cuando surge esa magia, cuando por lo que sea se coincide en el objetivo, pues la cosa funciona, ¿no? Pero no lo entiendo como algo que suceda per se, sino que desconozco cuáles son los indicadores que llevan a esa situación.
Sin embargo, no sé si quieres contar. Lo que quería comentar también era la falta de una estrategia regional y suprarregional en cuanto al turismo y el patrimonio cultural. O sea, yo creo que cuando fui a Portilla y de ahí a Añana, debí ser el primero que hacía ese viaje. Me comentaba Aitor, el alcalde, que para conseguir una relación entre Zambrana y Medina de Ebro, que está a ¿cuántos kilómetros? A 5 kilómetros, ¿no? Era casi imposible, porque no había un entendimiento y no había una estrategia común. No sé si, Ram, tienes algo que decir sobre el tema. O Dani.
Sí, bueno, la verdad es que, para bien y para mal, pues vivimos en un país dividido en autonomías, municipios, cuadrillas, mancomunidades, y al final a veces esto yo lo defiendo y tiene muchísimas ventajas, ¿no? Pero es cierto que el componente político a veces es tan dispar en tan poco espacio, y bueno, pues que a veces se pueden cometer pues decisiones políticas o no querer participar en alguna cosa, pues porque realmente, bueno, pues porque uno sigue unas directrices políticas o sigue unas ideologías o un modo de entender la situación política que a mí me da mucha pena, ¿no? Creo que esto ya no es una cuestión política, o sea, es una cuestión de que los políticos, sea del color que sean, se sienten, porque es indudable que lo que hay, si tiene un valor añadido, hay que ponerlo en valor, hay que ponerlo sobre la mesa y hay que lanzarlo. Y es igual que uno sea de un partido que sea de otro. Pero bueno, hemos arrastrado también pues, en Euskadi y también en toda España pues, una historia política a veces un poco convulsa, a veces un poco bronca y es difícil a veces poder hacer que muchas de las políticas regionales y suprarregionales funcionen. De todos modos, yo sí que, estando en el gobierno vasco, hubo y además, a tenor de lo que decía Rand del Chacolí, a mí me tocó defender el Chacolí porque había en aquella época, los años 2008, 9 y 10, hubo mucho Chacolí falso. Y que todavía, de hecho, incluso lo hay, que no es el Chacolí auténtico. Y entonces, bueno, pues en la zona de Miranda de Ebro se empezó a hacer un Chacolí que no era Chacolí, porque el Chacolí solamente se puede hacer en el País Vasco, porque es una denominación de origen reconocida por la Unión Europea, con una uva que se llama Hondarribí-Suri, que es una uva característica del País Vasco y que solamente reconoce la Unión Europea como el País Vasco como productor de Chacolí. Pues empezó Miranda de Ebro y empezó Cantabria a hacer Chacolí. Hubo conversaciones, yo estuve en esas conversaciones y recuerdo que Cantabria entendió que no era una práctica, digamos, ética, y abandonó y además instó a esos bodegueros que no hicieran Chacolí. Hicieron un vino de Cantabria blanco como quisieran, pero que no le llamasen Chacolí. Sin embargo, la Junta de Castilla y León pues anduvo muy remolona y le costó en querer entrar y bueno, pues sigue habiendo Chacolí y Miranda, es lo último que sé, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pues son batallas absurdas que no llevan a ningún lado, porque al final pues, es mejor defender una denominación tuya propia, poner en valor, si tienes un vino mirandés o de donde sea, ponlo bien de valor y adelante con él. Si además si es bueno, se lo vas a comercializar, ¿no? Pero bueno, son rencillas políticas que dijo, pues es una cosa muy importante el Chacolí. Pues sí, es una denominación de origen, como la de Rioja y como la del Toro, como la del Duero, que hay que respetar. Pero a veces están detrás pues, intereses políticos que todavía pues, tenemos coletazos, vamos avanzando mucho, yo tengo confianza en que sí, y que hay mucha colaboración interregional, porque cada vez hay más, y además la Unión Europea es un árbitro excelente de todo lo que está sucediendo, pero todavía hay, bueno, pues nos queda una generación de políticos todavía que algunos de ellos están en esta posición un poquito, pues mira, no voy a decir que bronca, pero sí que un poco ética, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pero yo creo que esos son ya anécdotas del pasado.
Porque, curiosamente, yo siempre pongo la Catedral de Vitoria como ejemplo de colaboración entre políticos, ¿no? Porque siempre, con todas las broncas que hay en Vitoria y los partidos políticos y tan dispares que son, cuando llega a la catedral todos se unen para conseguir un proyecto común.
Porque se ha hecho de la catedral, como comentábamos antes, un elemento que ya es un elemento de pertenencia de la ciudad. La ciudad, además Vitoria tenía un problema. Yo participé en un plan estratégico de Vitoria y buscábamos un elemento que fuera común a todos los vitorianos y no era fácil de encontrar, porque el Alavés pues, no era para todos, el Baskonia pues tampoco era, porque se analizó y se investigó. Y no había elementos que digas, el caminante que está en la calle Dato, pues tampoco. Entonces, el monasterio de Estévariz, pues no. Entonces, es difícil. De la Catedral de Santa María, porque se ha sensibilizado a la población tanto y porque la población ha visto que hay un retorno económico y turístico para la ciudad, se ha hecho ya un elemento amable a cualquier ideología, a cualquier ciudadano. Ya es la catedral de los vitorianos y todos la sienten como tal. Pues a partir de esa sensibilización, todo va sobre ruedas. No importa el color del partido que esté gobernando, todo va sobre ruedas. Entonces, eso es lo que yo también le comentaba a Jorge, ¿no? Que es maravilloso cómo enganchas a la población para que hagan suya el proyecto del castillo y suyo cuantos proyectos vengan en el futuro. Por supuesto. Y ojalá, Jorge, en el futuro haya proyectos con la Valle Salado. Ojalá. Y de
Ojalá.
y a Alicia, por favor, que ya nos sentemos, porque seguro que tenemos puntos de conexión, porque estamos íntimamente ligados durante la historia, sin duda alguna.
Sin duda, sin duda. En nuestro caso, por ejemplo, la colaboración se da desde la participación ciudadana, el ayuntamiento, que es independiente, la Diputación de Álava, que es del que corresponda, y de Gobierno vasco. Tenemos una pequeña mesa en la que nos sentamos una vez al año y, bueno, vamos viendo un poquito cuál es el avance y les presentamos cuáles pueden ser los siguientes pasos, y sin ser algo, digamos, institucionalizado, porque somos muy poquita cosa, somos muy pequeñitos pero bueno, pero conseguimos que haya esa interlocución entre todas las administraciones y poco a poco, desde el 2012, se va haciendo camino.
Tengo una pregunta de Lucía Pérez para Jorge. ¿Qué tipo de financiación para el proyecto?
Pues mira, pues como acabo de decirte, tenemos desde la pequeña aportación que puede hacer un ayuntamiento de las dimensiones de Zambrana, que para algo da. Tenemos a la Diputación de Álava, he de reconocer que no sin cierto tesón en intentar conseguirla, especialmente para intervenir en el castillo, a la cual ellos están más sensibilizados porque el castillo de Zambrana es el que aparece en el escudo de Álava y entonces, bueno, ahí fue posible sensibilizarles. Y luego tiramos mucho del 1% de cultura del gobierno vasco, del estatal nunca hemos conseguido nada, y también de bancos, ayudas que salen laterales para estos temas de programas de educación, de formación, y bueno, pues pequeñas ayudas que surgen, que hay que gestionar rápidamente y que te sirven para mantener esa cuerda, esa tracción. ¿No? O sea, tiramos un poco de todo lo que se mueve en cuanto a subvenciones y que estén dentro de nuestra dirección del proyecto.
Pregunta también, yo creo que a los tres. ¿Se ha incrementado no solo el interés hacia la historia entre los jóvenes, sino también hacia los estudios de humanidades y piensan que las carreras de humanidades pueden ser también su trabajo en el futuro?
Cuando yo lo tengo muy claro, yo soy de formación universitaria, soy historiador y toda mi vida he trabajado en puestos ejecutivos en empresas. Cierto es que, claro, no solamente con mi formación histórica, pero es cierto que un historiador sale de una facultad o una persona que ha hecho filosofía o que ha hecho bellas artes, yo puedo garantizar que sale con la cabeza perfectamente amueblada para afrontar proyectos empresariales, culturales y de cualquier tipo. Luego es que el día a día uno se recicla, se va formando, pero me parece que es fundamental y es de lamentar que además son formaciones que hoy en día están bastante denostadas porque el que niegue que la cultura no genera economía va mal por la vida, porque la cultura genera mucha economía.
Creo que ha habido una ceguera en España, una especie de locura hacia las carreras técnicas y una especie de rechazo hacia la enseñanza de humanidades durante mucho tiempo. Yo mismo puedo decir por experiencia personal que yo en el colegio, en los cursos superiores, yo fui la primera generación que hizo letras y ciencias y había en un curso de 60 había 53 que eran de ciencias y 7 pobres infelices que éramos de letras. Entonces, bueno, cuando salíamos en las filas aquellas que salían antes, venían a recogernos y todo el mundo veía a los futuros ingenieros, a los futuros tal, salir en el grupo de los 53 y luego nos veían a los 7 y nos miraban con cierta pena como diciendo estos pobres y en realidad yo pienso que ahí hemos perdido muchos años de conocimiento, no solamente conocimiento de la historia, sino conocimiento de culturas que ahora nos damos cuenta de que son muy importantes el tener esas culturas para entendernos a nosotros mismos y para entender a los demás, ¿no? Y en realidad, pues, yo pienso que hay un retorno todavía poco visible al conocimiento de las humanidades, y como tú decías, abre muchas puertas. Yo no quiero entreteneros, pero me decía un antiguo director, aunque yo que trabajé muchos años de Relaciones Internacionales del Banco de España, me decía que él se reunía con los directores de Relaciones Internacionales de los grandes bancos europeos, el Banco de Francia, el Banco de Inglaterra, etc., y que todos estaban admirados del director de Relaciones Internacionales del Banco de Inglaterra, porque era el más inteligente, el que mejor argumentaba, el que más sabía y el que en definitiva se llevaba el gato al agua, por decirlo de una manera coloquial. Y un día le preguntaron en una de esas cenas que hay en estas reuniones, en que ya fuera del lugar de reunión pues se habló con más franqueza, le dije, bueno, pero tú habrás hecho la London School of Economics, o habrás ido a Harvard, o habrás hecho no sé qué. Y este buen señor se les quedó mirando, chicos, 35 años, 40, ¿no? Se les quedó mirando y les dijo, no, que va, si yo lo que tengo es un doctorado en lenguas clásicas, que era lo que me gustaba, el latín y el griego. Hice un doctorado y luego en la vida, poco a poco, me he ido llevando a donde estoy. Quiero decir que son carreras que, como tú acabas de decir, preparan para muchas cosas.
Preguntan,
no quiero decir más.
Jorge Amaya y Lucas Toche desde Cuenca, Ecuador. Ellos tienen varias iniciativas de conservación preventiva del patrimonio con participación de las comunidades con la minga, que es el alsolán ecuatoriano. He escuchado a Rand con la problemática de pueblitos en España con población con pocos y muy mayores, lo que es el caso del ámbito rural aquí también. ¿Hay alguna buena práctica que ha hecho revertir estos procesos de desruralización o de que los jóvenes no se vayan a las ciudades? Pues de eso estamos hablando. Yo creo que...
todo el seminario, todo el foro.
Todo el foro.
No hay magia, no hay magia. No hay una buena práctica, es una mezcla de buenas prácticas y se necesita construir las buenas prácticas en las ventajas. Y no hay magia. Y es un problema en todo el mundo. Fui a China hace 2 años, es el mismo problema en China. Hay pueblos sin nadie. Es la historia de humanos.
Pero sin embargo...
¿Cómo?
Lo que sí estamos viendo en el curso es que gracias a unas inversiones y buena gestión se consigue frenar en algunos casos y revertir, como en el caso de las Highlands, el proceso. También decía Secundino ayer que cada pueblo hay que tratarlo caso a caso, que no hay una fórmula mágica que funcione en todos, sino que hay que saber estudiar las particularidades de cada sitio.
Yo, si me permitís, que he trabajado mucho en el área internacional y he ido a muchos países, y entre ellos mucho he ido a Francia, ¿no? A mí de Francia siempre me llama mucho la atención porque tiene una industria muy atomizada. No sé si ha sido política de Francia de años de atrás, pero excepto que uno viaja por Francia, y estás encontrando empresas, pymes y grandes empresas esparcidas por todo el país. Así como, por ejemplo, yo que sé, el caso de España, pues se concentra todo en el País Vasco, Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia o Sevilla, y el resto se queda todo como un erial. En Francia, yo ese erial nunca lo he percibido. Siempre he visto que hay una política de, bueno, pues de apoyo a las empresas para que se localicen en sitios donde realmente hace falta que estén, ¿no? Todo esto acompañado de una buena infraestructura viaria, como tiene Francia, ¿no? Pues un país que tiene unas infraestructuras excelentes, ¿no? Pero es cierto que el agro a los jóvenes no se les hace atractivo. Yo también trabajé ese tema en el gobierno vasco y francamente se hicieron muchos proyectos, pero la escuela que hay del País Vasco, del gobierno vasco, en Arcaute, se llama Itsasmendikoi, que es donde forman a futuros agricultores, chavales jóvenes. Pues a mí me encanta verlos porque, joder, tienen pasión y tienen vocación, pero me desola ver que son tan poquitos, ¿eh? La urbe es un polo de atracción, a veces un poco en falso, pero está ahí y ofrece un modo de vida que hoy seduce a todos los jóvenes, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo revertir que sea el mundo del campo que seduzca a muchos jóvenes, ¿no? Porque en ello va nuestro futuro, además, alimentario. Eso sí, es difícil. Sí, yo también estoy con Ran, que se barajaban muchas hipótesis, muchas teorías, muchas iniciativas, pero es muy difícil. Francamente, eso es un montón de mezcla de acciones que hay que llevar a cabo y hacer que esto funcione. Igual el COVID genera una nueva comunidad neorural. Gente que va a huir a futuro de pandemias y se va a alojar en pueblos en torno a Vitoria y en torno a, en el caso de Álava, ¿eh? Y se desplaza a otras zonas más rurales y, bueno, se va generando una cultura más rural, ¿no? Y sus futuros hijos igual ven en el campo que hay unas posibilidades, pero todo esto no es de la noche a la mañana.
Dani, aprovechando que estás, pregunta Ander Arregui. Una pregunta para Daniel. Me gustaría saber si, viendo el éxito de la restauración de las salinas, se han interesado otros pueblos con antiguas salinas para replicar el modelo de obtención de sal artesanal y si crees que es extrapolable a otros lugares.
A ver, el modelo de producción de sal de añana, es cierto que ha venido gente a vernos, nos vienen a ver de muchos continentes, pero este modelo de las eras ya existe en Europa, en varios sitios, incluso hasta en China, ¿eh? Ahora no se pronuncia el nombre, pero el valle de Tianjin creo que es, tienen también un sistema de eras. Al final, el sistema es como muy lógico, ¿no? Es esparcir salmuera para que el sol y el viento evaporen el agua y la sal queda en la era, ¿no? Lo que pasa es que, bueno, en una salina de nuestras dimensiones, de nuestra longevidad y de nuestra historia, pues no hay en todo el mundo, ¿eh? Pero el sistema de eras existe, si no son como las nuestras, muy parecidas, existen en otras partes del mundo, ¿eh? No tienen, digamos, eso, no tienen el valor patrimonial que tienen las salinas de Añana, hoy por hoy. Que también lo tienen, e importante. Pero aquí nos unimos ya en nuestros ancestros, ¿no? En el Neolítico.
Incluso hay una red en España de productores hay una red de salinas en España.
Hay una red, sí. Hay una red de salinas, por supuesto. Claro, ahí son importantes las salinas de litoral, ¿no? La zona de Alicante, de Cádiz. Claro, son grandes productores de tonelajes de sal, ¿no?
Y la laguna salada, y hay lugares donde de diferente manera, sí, pero hay una red que comienza a configurarse.
Sí.
Que edita una revista que...
Es algo también que yo tengo ganas de potenciar, porque al final yo creo que, como toda la vida, como le decía Jorge, si nos unimos haremos más cosas. Y al final juntarnos con más salinas y hacer esta cooperación además interregional que comentábamos, ¿no? Yo lo quiero promover un poco más porque yo veo que realmente podemos poner más fuerza sobre la mesa para poner en valor un patrimonio que se hunde en la historia, en los siglos de la historia, ¿no? Y es algo que tenemos que empezar a trabajar.
Estupendo. Pues señores,
si no hay más...
con esto nos vamos a comer y dentro de una hora retomamos con Antonia Gravañolo, que nos va a hablar de la economía circular en el mundo rural. Así que espero que podáis acompañarnos.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Venga, un placer.
Gracias a todos vosotros por haber estado aquí en esta sesión. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Hello. Buenas tardes. Reiniciamos con Antonia Gravañolo. Luego, Antonia.
Hello, hola. Do you see me? Do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, perfect.
So Antonia is a researcher in the National Research Council of Italy, as well as in the Institute for Innovations and Service of Development, IRISS. And she's also an expert on circular economy, and she works in one of the European Union funded projects regarding circular economy called CLIC.
Yes.
So welcome, Antonia, and talk to us about circular economy and rural landscapes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. I thank you very much, Pablo, for this. And I was very pleased to see also the presentation of previous speakers, which were very, very interesting. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will try to share my screen. Okay, just one moment. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I would start by playing a video that is the presentation of the CLIC project. This is, as you see, okay, I put the slides. As you see, it is a Horizon 2020 funded project on circular models leveraging investments in cultural heritage adaptive reuse. What does it mean? This long title we will see now. And it's about, actually it's about cultural heritage and landscape adaptive reuse regeneration through a circular economy approach. So this means adopting circular business models, circular financing models, and governance models. What exactly this means for the landscape is the topic of my presentation today, but I would like to start showing you the video of the project. Okay, here it is.
Circular economy is the new path towards sustainability. By learning and supporting natural processes, it reduces entropy and stimulates the system's ability to self-organize and move towards a better overall productivity. CLIC applies the principles of circular economy and circular city to cultural heritage, considered as the very memory of the urban territorial system. It promotes the adaptive reuse to create a sustainable development of the urban and territorial system from the environmental, social, cultural, and economic point of view. The adaptive reuse of cultural heritage is first of all a natural way of circumscribing the flows of usage of raw materials, energy, as well as cultural and social capital. Within the broader concept of circular economy as a regenerative economy, the adaptive reuse occurs in a perspective of co-evolution of the landscape system, increasing the dynamics through which heritage generates cultural, economic, environmental, and social impacts within the territory, boosting urban regeneration and social innovation processes through self-generating virtuous circuits in which each value generates others which remain incorporated in the territory. CLIC promotes, in this territorial perspective, the culture of cooperation, transforming differences and conflicts into synergies and opportunities for wealth creation. 15 partners, 10 countries involved, 4 pilots, 20 interactions events, 1 startup competition, almost 5 million euros invested. These are the numbers through which CLIC will develop and test innovative circular governance, business and financing models for the management of cultural heritage adaptive reuse initiatives and the promotion of efficient and financially innovative practices for the revitalization of buildings and sites that were abandoned or underused. New use values will take into account and enhance the historical cultural significance of heritage, its intrinsic, preserve it from the negative environmental impacts that are typical of abandonments, demolitions, and reconstructions. CLIC's strategic objective is, therefore, to explore new uses of cultural heritage that can increase the attractiveness of historic cultural buildings and sites, thus generating value for businesses and improving the quality of landscape, generating positive social, economic and environmental impacts for the benefit of the whole community as well. Acuis de Ziga in Amsterdam, Netherlands, Salerno in Italy, Rijeka in Croatia, Västra Götaland region in Sweden. Creation, testing, implementation and validation of 4 heritage innovation partnerships, each stimulated by a local practice partner and supported by a twin research partner. Join the community. Click. It's worth to cooperate.
Oh, one moment. Okay, here we are. Okay, this was the presentation video of the project. Yeah, so it is very much condensed. It says many things, so we will try to look at a little bit more in depth on what is this circular model for landscape regeneration. So, yeah, you see the project, these are the partners involved. It's a project led by the CNR, the institution in which I'm involved, and many different partners from the academic perspective and practice partners. We have 4 pilots. This is Västra Götaland region, the city of Rijeka, the city of Salerno in Italy, that is nearby Naples, and a cultural foundation that is Pakhuis de Zwijger in Amsterdam. The 4 pilots of the CLIC project have different scales and different characteristics. These are representative of various contexts of cultural heritage, abandonment and reuse. On the scale of the landscape, we have the Västra Götaland region, that is a region in Sweden, we will see more in depth, that has a large cultural heritage, but not really reused. It is in some cases in a condition of abandonment, in some cases underused, and it has characteristics of rural landscape, but also of industrial landscape. So this is the challenge for the Västra Götaland region in CLIC, to use cultural heritage and landscape as a driver of sustainable development. The project objectives are 11. It is a large project with a lot of interdisciplinary partners and transdisciplinary approach. The first objective is about best practices and barriers analysis. The second one is about building an evaluation framework to assess the impacts of cultural heritage adaptive reuse. So how the reuse and the regeneration of cultural heritage, but also cultural landscape, can generate positive impacts, also negative impacts in some cases, and how to assess all this through a framework based on indicators. The third objective is to develop policy relevant guidelines based on the 4 pilots experience and based also on the best practices evaluation. The fourth objective is about creating new governance arrangements for managing cultural heritage and landscape as a common good. Then we have developing circular financing and business models for cultural heritage and landscape reuse. And then we have the validation of models and tools in our pilot cities and region. There are many other objectives, integration of the historic urban landscape approach into the city and region development, to create a spatial and multi-criteria evaluation tools, such as a decision support system. All this you find also in the CLIC project website, with many deliverables already issued. So you can find out something more about also the decision support system, or the different best practices that have been collected. Then we have a platform. We have built a platform for knowledge sharing, and you will find on the clickplatform.eu. We will see also in the slides later how we collected more than 100 case studies in Europe, and we are still collecting these case studies because there is a part of the platform that is still open for contribution. And then we have two objectives related to local and international impact, practical impact on creating new jobs and new skills in the circular economy through the cultural heritage and landscape adaptive reuse, and to contribute directly to the SDGs and the new urban agenda through an international cooperation network. So this is in sum the project. It's very articulated and complex, and we will go to see how cultural heritage and landscape regeneration can be driven by circular economy approach. So what is, first of all, a circular economy? I will be very brief because I would like to skip long introduction, which are very boring, and go directly to examples so that we can test the cases that have been collected by CLIC. So what is a circular economy? This is an economy that strives for reducing the externalities of production and consumption processes. Which are the externalities? So the classical economic theory is based on the concept that the business or the organization needs to reach profit, economic profit, by accounting costs and revenues. And whatever happens outside the business or the organization is called an externality. This means that the environmental impacts, the social impacts, in a negative or positive way, are outside the economic activities, are a consequence of this. But in the circular economy approach, these are not outside, these are integrated inside your business model, and the impacts generated, they could be positive or negative, should be accounted within the strategy of the business. So this means that whatever activity needs to take into account the greenhouse gas emissions, for example, that are generated in the whole life cycle of the production process and consumption process. This means taking into account transport emissions, or raw materials extraction, or energy generation. So during the whole life cycle of the product or service generation. So if we look at the object, we have, it is more simple to see the life cycle of the object, because we see the materials extraction, then we use these materials to generate an object, then we transport and use, consume, and waste the object. When we see, when we look at cities, it is a little bit more complex at cities or territories, because we see that materials, energy, flows are going into the city, into the territory. They are used and then they are thrown away. So they are put away as in form of wastes, emissions, and pollution, traditionally. So, so to look at a circular economy approach means to take into account that cities, for example, already account for up to 80% of greenhouse gas emissions worldwide, 75% of natural resource consumption, and 50% of global waste production. So this means that if we have an environmental problem, this must be addressed in cities and in the larger territories. So how the city, and I say also the territory, the landscape is designed and is used determines the impacts that we have. In economic terms, this means economic growth or economic development, but also in larger terms, in a concept of integrated development. So, what does it mean to adopt a circular economy approach to cultural landscape management? I would like to start to reflect from what is not a circular economy approach. So perhaps we can make this opposite to reflect on how our production and consumption model, or the organization of the cities themselves, of the territories, is currently following a linear approach. That means to consume, take, make, dispose. So it is called the take, make, dispose framework, taking from the nature, making and disposing in the nature, all the resulting materials and emissions and so on. So what is not circular today is the overexploitation of resources. This means, first of all, water and soil, because these are non-renewable resources, and there is a scarcity more and more. For example, about soil, fertile soil. There is a process in Europe, especially in Italy, of soil consumption that is increasing more and more. But also lack of raw materials and a high volatility of the prices for that. Because when you have a lack of materials and you need to take it from outside your territory, then it is you are exposed to a risk, let's say. So what can be circularized here? To reuse, for example, the materials that you already have, to recycle, reuse in all possible ways, and create new objects, new processes from the existing materials, energy, and water that you already have. Overexploitation can apply to biodiversity, but also to human resources. Then we have generation of wastes, that is the other side of overexploitation, because we have many wastes, pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions, as we said before. Then we have also a general approach that is short-termism, let's say, a short view in the short time frame. So if you want to assess the economic performance, for example, of a business or of any economic activity, you can assess it on the short term or on the medium-long term. If you take the short term, then you need to make profit now and leave away all the considerations about the environment or about the social impact of your activity, whether you are creating jobs for the local community or you are destroying, let's say, the local economy, or any other kind of this consideration that is based on making profit in the short term. So the circular economy, one of the characteristics, basic characteristics of a circular economy is to adopt a long-term vision, also in the return of the investments. So we see that a lot of philanthropic, let's say, institutions, but also ethical banks are more and more involved in circular economy projects because they are institutions that are willing to wait for having a result, for having a return also on the investment in economic and financial terms. And this means that you can consider also the social impacts generated and the environmental impacts generated that typically need more time to be evaluated and assessed properly. Then we have a general competitive approach that is typical of the linear model or the classical economic theory in which the man is in competition with the other people. The circular economy is introducing again a concept of cooperation, of synergies, as for example you see in industrial symbiosis projects. Industrial symbiosis is just about putting together the different stakeholders in an industrial area, the different producers, and sharing the resources. For example, you can use the heating produced by a farm or by another industry to your for your production process. Then we have this discourse about externalities that are integrated in your accounting, let's say. So your business model is enlarging its perspective. So it's taking into account the needs of the community and the environmental impacts that the activity has on the ecosystems. And another aspect, human waste, because the circular economy that Click is developing as a concept and as a practice is also a human-centered circular economy approach for a human-centered cities and territories development strategy. So this concept of human waste also needs to be taken into account because many activities also generate unemployment, but also a lack of sense and meaning in what you're doing that is that can be easily conducted to well-being and to health. So health is one of the main aspects to be taken into account when you apply a circular economy, because normally a circular economy project also strives to generate positive impacts on the health of people. So all these aspects are can be seen as theoretical, but we will see some practical examples. So how to assess this kind of circularity that Click is developing as a theory, but also as a practice? We have developed this platform on the best practices analysis, and we have collected many different practices in Europe and beyond Europe. And we have built a framework for the evaluation of these projects, because the projects that you have from the past, so we are observing what has happened in different contexts and trying to understand what could be adopted as a circular model that has worked well, that can be considered a best practice. So we have built an assessment framework that is based on the building block that you see on the cultural value, management characteristics of the organization, so its business and organization model, circular metabolism, that means all the aspects of related to water recovery, energy use, renewable energy, materials reuse, and so on. landscape quality, social impact, and economic spillovers. Just because the circular economy is not an economy of subsidies, let's say. So it's an economy of entrepreneurship and of economic profit. So it is convenient to adopt a circular economy approach. And we see from the experiences that we have collected that it can be convenient to introduce all this consideration inside your organization model. And all these building blocks altogether build the overall circularity performance assessment. So you find on the Click Knowledge and Information Hub a variety of projects. So you see, you can have a look later. And for each project, for each experience, you have one page in which you have all the information about the funding model, about the management model, the investment, the uses of the site, how the heritage is presented also to the visitors and people, which is the heritage value, and also, I go back, the circularity assessment for each one of these projects. So you can have a look at this, and now I would like to go to the examples of cultural landscape reuse and regeneration that have adopted a circular approach. This is not always it can be considered a voluntary circular approach, because some practices are coming from the past, from the observation of the past, but from them we take some elements to build the theoretical framework. So the case studies that I want to present are 7. And are related to landscape, cultural landscape regeneration, and how in different contexts with some micro projects, but also larger projects, it has been realized this circular model. We start from the case of Västra Götaland region, that is exactly this click pilot, one of the 4 click pilots. The other 3 I will not present it today because it is they are on a different scale and on different contexts that is more urban. But since you are dealing in this course with the cultural landscape, I would like to present you some examples that really show how cultural landscapes can be recovered and regenerated through different approaches that can be conducted to a circular approach. Then we have circular metabolism in the Keuvel in the Netherlands. Then we have the recovery of abandoned villages in Spain through the Red Dog project. The reuse of abandoned land in Italy through Adopted Terras, that is one of the good examples, and through solidarity purchase groups that also recover biodiversity and agrobiodiversity in the site of the Amalfi Coast in Italy. And finally, 2 examples that are related more to traditional skills and how traditional skills can become a way of also creating new jobs in cultural landscapes. And one very interesting example from my perspective is the Barren Farming for Conservation program in Ireland, that is a financing model based on payment for action and payment for result. We will see that is very interesting way of approaching the conservation of cultural landscape, also considering the effects of farmers' action on the ecosystems. So a model based on payments for ecosystem services. So let's see briefly these examples. Let's start from the Västra Götaland region in Sweden, so the click pilot. And you see this is a rural industrial landscape here in Strömsfors, and the Udebo rural industrial area. You see that there are large buildings, but a little bit isolated in the rural area. That were used in the past for industrial purposes, and now they have seen a new use with cultural and creative activities, and also productive activities. You see here a cake that has been produced in the site with all ingredients that are made there. Sorry for my English. This is the Udebo community. So this is a community of people that have taken in free management a piece of land, and are working for regenerating the soil, and also to recover the biodiversity, the local species. So yeah, this is the place in which the Udebo community has settled. They have invested from their own, so this is not a public investment. This is not supported by the public institutions. This is another aspect of circularity, because in the CLIC framework, because the support of public institution is necessary, but also the entrepreneurial attitude and the private contribution should be put in there, in this in the regeneration project. Not always, but as you see, there are, especially in Europe, there are many sites that have cultural value, but they are minor sites. They are not the UNESCO World Heritage or large areas that are attractive to tourists and so on. So these are small places, very small, isolated much of the times, and the public institution cannot fund everything with the public money. So the private initiative is also needed, while it is needed adopting a model that is self-sustainable during the time. So even financially, this reuse and this investment should become sustainable. Otherwise, all the initiatives will stop after 2-3 years. So the sustainability of the business model is also an important part of the CLIC approach on which we are working. So in these communities, Udebo and the other that we'll see, what is interesting is that not only the community has taken a first place in regenerating and recovering what they feel as a cultural heritage, but also this is becoming financially sustainable, which is very interesting. So here we have another example still in the Västra Götaland region, that is the community of not quite artists and craftsmen. And it is a former industrial site with different buildings that have been recovered piece by piece by the community. And there they have artist laboratory, they have craftsmen, and they have also the selling place of the different products, art and craft products. So this is a community that is developing more and more, and it is also one of the pilot cases for which the CLIC project has developed a circular business model. So taking the start from what they have done so far, but developing different revenue streams that can help the financial sustainability of the place. So trying to scale up and make sustainable all the investment that has been put in this reuse. And you have here, you see that the Not Quite community is able to attract about 30,000 visitors per year in a place that is totally not accessible I was there with the consortium of partners, and it's very difficult to go because it's far away from Gothenburg, and you really need to know the place and to want to go there for a reason. So the communication strategy is also very important in these kind of places that are not really accessible. So you see, the local productions, this is in the figure here in the picture, is the place where they have the shop of all the products. Okay, so now I go to the Netherlands and we have another example that is the Kevel, in which a community of researchers and activists has really built a circular metabolism. What does it mean, a circular metabolism? Let's see. The Kevel community is settled in a neighborhood of Amsterdam. So you see, it is not a rural area, but it is very well organized in terms of energy flows, materials flows, water flows, and all the materials and energy that is coming to the site is generated in the site and reused in the site. You see from above we have different places in which photovoltaic panels are put, and the people are able to generate all the energy that they need, and also to exchange the energy through the batteries as a kind of coin, so as an alternative coin that they use in the site. This is a place that has a cultural value because it is made of boats. You have all the boats, historically say old boats, but they have a cultural value for the people there. And they have been recovered, reused, and they have become places for working, places for living, places for leisure. So yeah, you see here, there is the bar, the restaurant, and all the community spaces in which people join events, meetings, and they work and have fun together. This organization has been really studied, planned, let's say, through different technologies also, because they have reached 100% renewable heating and electricity, and they have different targets: 100% on-site wastewater treatment, organic waste treatment, and on-site drinking water supply. This is very important because all the water that comes from the rain is filtered, reused, and you know that water is the resource that can be reused and recycled as many times as you want. So you will never lose the water. This is another picture, and you see here in this scheme, I hope this is good to see, how the pump, the biofilter, the composter are all put strategically in connection with the different activities and buildings, so that everyone is connected and any material or water or energy is wasted. Nothing is wasted in the circular metabolism project as this one. Of course, this is a small neighborhood, and it was possible to plan everything applied to landscape and to entire territories. It can be more difficult, but what is interesting is that this is exactly the same approach of the industrial symbiosis model. Or we can see that agriculture is changing, going also through towards a circular organization model. So even in agriculture, you find this kind of schemes in which a farmer or a farm generates heating, water, energy for the other farm nearby. So in this way, and through the cooperation of the actors, it is possible to achieve a near 100% energy generation and a near zero waste, that is zero waste and zero emission. That is the target that everyone wants, and we will see at the end also the orientation of the European Commission about this. Okay. And we go to the other project, the third one, that is the REDOC project that is in Spain. And it aims to recover abandoned villages in Spain, but also in Europe. So this has a website. You can find out yourself something more about this. They have videos and projects about this. But to summarize, this project is about regenerating an entire village that was abandoned, completely abandoned. The target is to have 10 villages around the world in the next 5 years, but they are starting in Spain. Actually, which is the characteristics of this? It is that this project is attracting the digital workers, for example. Not only them, but mainly digital workers or temporary inhabitants for doing specialization courses, master, for education. So the concept is that you have connection in the entire village, Wi-Fi connection, and you can work everywhere in the nature, in a place that is livable and that is attractive, quiet. So you're not working anymore in the office inside, but you can work open air or inside some buildings that have been recovered. And this is actually this can be very useful today for when we think about the COVID-19 emergency. We have discussed about this also this morning. So in this moment in which the work is changing, the way of working is changing, all of us are more or less attending this course from their home, from their laptop. And yeah, the kind of work is changing, the way of working is changing, and perhaps it will become not temporary, but it will go on in this way for many kind of works, of jobs. And yeah, this model of village recovery and also land recovery, because there is also an agricultural regeneration activity for the lands that were overexploited by industrial processes. So there is also an activity of that is really focused on regenerating the fertility of the soil, which is a very important resource. So this kind of organization has started some years ago, not now, but it can be really applied to post-COVID organization. Taking advantage of the situation of work that we have, but not only the digital workers are there, because of course you have a community of people that can be creative people, that can be IT experts or whatever other, or researchers as we are, whatever other kind of work that can be done in smart working, let's say. But you also need, if you want to live in the village, you also need someone preparing the food, someone helping you with the needs of the family, so social services for children, for elderly, all the services that normally are in the city. So this means that you can attract these digital workers, but also other kind of works that are not necessarily digital, but are useful and are needed in every settlement. Okay, so this is also a private funded project. There is a cooperation of Dutch entrepreneurs and an organization of 200 local Spanish farmers, fully aligned and organized in cooperative, in a cooperative model, and an amount of money, so 250,000 euro, have been already invested to plan everything and to design the different reuses of buildings, of sites, the energy. Everything is also made in this circular metabolism approach, in which you have the photovoltaic for the energy generation, the recovery of water, and all the things that we have discussed. Just I go back to this. So 3 elements are very interesting in this project. One is the cooperative and mutually supportive financial system, because the cooperative model is on the base of this community, of this project, in which everyone is supporting the other. A business model based on the relocalization and synergic value chains in the area. So all the things that you need are planned to be put in a synergic organization. And the self-sufficiency and self-regeneration of natural capital, built capital, human capital, and social capital. Okay, so now I go to the 4th example. That is the reuse of abandoned land in Italy. We have 2 examples here, one in the northeast Italy and one in the southern Italy. This one is the Brenta Valley with the project of Adopt a Terrace. You see that cultural landscape, in this case, is a particular kind of cultural landscape, that is the terraced landscape. Terraced landscape is an issue that is present in every continent of the earth, and in the last 10 years there have been a lot of initiatives for landscapes worldwide. This is a small example in Italy, but really interesting, because it has recovered some abandoned lands that have been lived by the owners and by the residents. In the Canale di Brenta, this is a valley in the Veneto region. That is 22 kilometers long and with an average width of 4 kilometers. So it is really in this way, so really narrow, with 5-6 municipalities and a population of about 11,000 inhabitants in all these municipalities. So this means these are really small municipalities there. And we have a depopulation trend that is really strong, because in the early 20th century, there were estimated 20,000 people living there. And in the municipality of Valstagna, that is the municipality in which this project has taken place, they had almost 5,000 residents, and now we have less than half, so about 2,000 in 2020. So this means that really the depopulation has advanced a lot. And this has caused also the abandonment of the rural land, of the agricultural land that was organized in terraces because of this geography that is on the slopes. So the people on the slopes, living in the settlements, in the mountains, in the hills, they have everywhere in the world, they have organized their settlements on terraces, on a terraced organization. For many reasons. First of all, for cultivating the land, because you cannot cultivate, of course, on the slope, and you need to build this structure to make the soil available for farming. All this organization requires a lot of work, of human work, because you need to build and to maintain the dry stone walls that are the structure of this territory, and also to cultivate and to build an irrigation system for that, so to bring the water in the soil for allowing the farming. So in different ways and with different materials worldwide, there are everywhere terraced landscapes in every continent, and many of them are also UNESCO World Heritage Sites, as for example in the Amalfi Coast that we will see later. This area, as you see from the picture, is it was in not very good conditions, with some walls that are fallen down with landslides. So the abandonment of the residents, the depopulation has caused also the abandonment of the land, because of course there were less people taking care of this landscape. And this has caused, on the other side, hydrogeological problems with the landslides and different not not stable organization of the land. So what has been realized here in this area, a project, a community project of adoption of these pieces of land. There is also a problem of parceling of the land. This means that 1 century before you had big pieces of land owned by one person, one family, and during time, since no one had interest in cultivating and continuing the activities, the agricultural activities, the land is also becoming smaller and smaller for each owner, because the families have given to the sons, to the grandsons, and so on. And now you have a situation of very small pieces of land for each owner. This is another problem, because if you want to make an investment and take a piece of land for farming or for whatever other use, then you need to deal with the tens or hundreds of owners there. And it is very difficult to come out with a strategic project. So the association of Adopt a Terrace has been created together with the municipality, with the Italian Alpine Club, and with the university. They have created together an association for putting together the owners and people that who wanted to use and reuse this land, to recover the dry stone walls and to have a new use for these areas. You have the website, so you can have a look. It's also in English. So they have managed in the last 10 years to involve 500 people with almost 100 landowners put all together with 4 hectares of terraced areas recovered. 4 hectares seems large, but it is not, because the whole area is much larger to be recovered. But this is a pilot project that is increasing more and more each year. With different education activities, for example. So many courses are made in this area for teaching to people how to rebuild the dry stone walls, how to maintain the terrace, how to recover and redo the farming activities. So this mix of education activities, farming activities, and cultural activities has created a lot of interest by different people, not only in the site, but they also come from Venice. So from Venice, it is more than 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, perhaps. So people are really wanting to go there. There is also people that adopt a terrace without coming in the place, but these are few, because when you adopt a terrace, then you have you want to go to see with your eyes and to touch the things and to recover the walls and the land. And another project, I don't have the picture now, but you can see on the website, another project that is very nice here in the site is the Art in the Nature project. It's a path with different artist pieces that have been collected, that have been created in the site for this site. And the project is called Coltiva l'arte, that means cultivate art. It is nice also to evocative title. And it is also a way of attracting the interest, not only the people visiting, but really the interest also of the residents that increase their awareness about the issue of abandonment and the opportunities, the beauty of recovering this kind of lands. Okay, I go on another project that is based on biodiversity recovery through solidarity purchase groups in Italy, and this is still a terraced landscape in Italy, in the Amalfi Coast. The Amalfi Coast it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site that is very touristified, how can I say? So full of tourists, and in the last 10-20 years, it was more and more and more full of tourists. Of course, you have Amalfi, Positano, all the places that are super attractive because there is this wonderful beauty of the landscape. But this landscape is made of farmers, of centuries and generation over generation of farmers that have built the terraces and that have created the spectacular landscape that we see today. With different varieties also of agricultural products, and there is a lot of a very large biodiversity, natural biodiversity. So this means species of plants and animals that are there. In fact, there is an organization willing to candidate the Amalfi Coast, the site of the Amalfi Coast, as UNESCO Man and the Biosphere Reserve, MAB Reserve. But there is also a very interesting agricultural biodiversity, so agrobiodiversity. One example is an ancient seed of tomato that is called Re Umberto or Fiascone, so it has different names, but it's the same tomato, that was not cultivated anymore because it was not in the mainstream industrial agriculture. And in the terraces, it is obviously more costly to cultivate, to have farming activities, because you don't have the plain land in which you can go with the machines and make it everything automatic. Of course, in the terraced landscape, you need to put your strength, human work. It is much more job intensive, so to maintain a landscape like this, because you really need the people going there and working with their hands. You cannot build the dry stone wall with a machine, because you need to consider too many aspects, and the composition of the wall, taking the stones and putting there. We will see another example of this. So what happened in the Amalfi Coast? This is an organization, an association called Acarbio, that has started a crowdfunding to recover this ancient variety of tomato that is very adaptable to the site, requires less water to be cultivated, and it is an ancient seed that was the preferred seed from the King Umberto. They have started with a laboratory of agronomy to isolate the seed, to analyze the seeds, and so on. And they have started with some voluntary farmers, also home farmers, family farmers. So this is not really industries, but small family farmers, to create a cooperative and to cultivate again this tomato, also recovering some terraced areas that were abandoned. So this created a small local economy around this tomato, with the bottles of tomato that are sold in Canada for making the pizza, for making different Italian style food. Yeah, so the crowdfunding, the start was the crowdfunding, and then the solidarity purchase groups locally supported this project by buying the products, not only of the tomato, but also of different varieties of vegetables that are not in the mainstream industry, and that are also difficult to find. So you have some apples that are very small, that are called the lemon apples, and other kind of products that are that represent a very important agricultural biodiversity. Agricultural biodiversity is important also for resilience of a territory, because if you have the monoculture, it is much risky. It is much more risky in terms of possible problems of this cultivation. So you need to put the fertilization and different poisons. Sorry, I don't have the name in English. To avoid that the single product is destroyed by elements. When you have a large variety of biodiversity, it is, of course, it is demonstrated that the nature is more able to resist, to become resilient against the shock, the natural and human shock that can come from outside. Okay, so we see the many benefits of this project out of the economic production, but also the generation of a new local economy that allowed the farmers, the local family farmers, to have an additional income for their households. The sixth project, I will be quick. I don't know how much time still I have. I hope I will be quick. The sixth project is about recovering traditional skills in these terraced landscapes. We start from the Artisan Bâtisseur en Pierre Sèche in France. That is an association of professionals still working with the dry stone wall making for the houses, for the construction, but also for the walls that are the structure of the terraced landscapes. So this association has created a lot of professionals that are working worldwide. So they are creating jobs through these education activities. So this is a very interesting activity that has started many years ago, but now it is more and more mentioned in different projects because of the rise of this terraced landscape movement also. Meanwhile, also the UNESCO World Heritage List has welcomed the art of dry stone wall making, its knowledge and techniques. This is a submission that was done by a lot of countries, Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Slovenia, Spain, and Switzerland. They have put the candidature of the art of dry stone walling for the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage list. This means in 2018, it has been inscribed in the list, and many activities has come from that. For example, the School of Dry Stone Wall in the region of Trentino in Italy. This is a school that is offering courses, theoretical and practical courses for becoming a professional. So there is also a formal qualification recognized by the region, the regional government, for all the workers also in the building construction industry, for example. So this is a new qualification that you can acquire by attending the course of the school, and you will be qualified for doing these recovery works, which is difficult to do, and you can also create problems if you are not able to recover the walls in a certain way. Then after the school, many different initiatives are raising in Italy, for, especially because in Italy we have the Italian section of the International Terraced Landscape Alliance. You see here these initiatives that are really in these days are happening in Italy, in different parts of Italy, from the south to the islands, to the northern Italy, in the Alps. Everywhere are popping up some courses for dry stone wall making. This means that a local economy can be created out of these skills. To also allow the owners of the lands to recover the walls and to recover the lands and to start again to cultivate, for example, or to maintain through the art or through other kind of activities inside these areas. So here it is needed also the institutions, of course, because the institutions should recognize and also promote the qualification of people that has been trained for that. So there is a project ongoing for building a national school of dry stone wall making in Italy with the support of different regions. So from the Trentino, now the region of Piemonte has also taken this qualification, formal qualification for the building construction workers. In the Campania region in which I am, we are working with institutions to acquire this qualification as well. And also the Heritage Authority, Soprintendenza in Italy, with the Institute for Intangible Heritage is willing to contribute to this process, and let's say a new project is coming out from all these experiences for making the traditional skills of landscape management again a driver of development of the regions. And finally, I go to this project in Ireland, which I love a lot because it's a very intelligent way of, in my opinion, of promoting traditional landscape management through a circular financing model. This is called the Barren Farming for Conservation Program. So Barren is a site in Ireland. You see from the picture is very rural with pastoral activities, with walls, ways for the animals, with a lot of biodiversity. All this area, a very large area of the Barren site, was abandoned some years ago and was going in a process of degradation. The Farming for Conservation program has come out from a LIFE project, so a European funded LIFE project that was called LIFE Barren. And the principle was about involving farmers and people still doing agro-silvopastoral activities to recover the land through actions that can be paid by the institutions. So this project is based on two kinds of payments, based also on an ecosystem services approach, actually. So you take the ecosystem health, so an assessment of the ecosystem health and an assessment of the ecosystem services generated by the farming activities. We have seen that the farming activities has a lot of benefits for the communities, for the people, because you can strengthen the hydrogeological stability of the slopes, or maintain the biodiversity that is an element for resilience and for health of people and of ecosystems. You create new jobs and develop the local economy. So many different benefits are raising from the agricultural activities out of the products, of course, as well. These benefits, if recognized and assessed, evaluated also in monetary terms, can be the basis for a scheme of payments for ecosystem services. This means that the community that can be represented by entrepreneurs, by associations, but also institutions, of course, for the so two are made in this program that has started. Sorry, okay. I hope that you hear me because I see connection problems. So two kind of payments are made in this project. This project has started with the LIFE in 2005, so it was 2005, 2010. Then after the LIFE project, it has been rebaked by the institutions for 5 years, and now it has become a permanent program with the involvement of farmers, of local farmers, in actions of conservation. So you receive a payment for the actions that you do based on a program of actions that you can negotiate with the authorities, with the institutions. So there is a particular team of the institution that is following the farmers, that is supporting the farmers in building their programs of actions. And every year you start with a program of actions negotiated and agreed between the farmer and institutions, and you receive a payment because you will do these actions. And then you have a second payment for the result, because if you see that you receive a high score for the very good results in terms of conservation of ecosystems and biodiversity, then you can receive an additional payment. And this is something that makes also the farmers and the community, the people, really willing to do better and to do more for the environment, based on farming activities that are traditionally the ones that are able to maintain the landscape. So this was the last one of my different examples. I hope that this was not too boring. Can I take just 2 minutes more just to go very quickly to the policies of the European Commission?
Sure.
Okay. Super quickly, I will not take too much of your time. You see the SDGs, New Urban Agenda, so all these policy documents at the global level are focusing also on the circular economy approach for the city. I go quick because you know everything. And yeah, I just wanted to show you this Climate Heritage Network, Climate and Heritage Working Group of the ECOMOS organization in which I'm involved. The ECOMOS Global has developed a draft of the climate change and cultural heritage connections, just to focus on which is the contribution of cultural heritage and cultural landscape conservation for addressing climate change, but also which are the impacts of climate change on our landscapes and heritage, which is a very important issue, not properly addressed so far. So this is an attempt of ECOMOS to systematize the knowledge, the existing knowledge in this field. We see the circular metabolism approach opposed to the linear models, and just for you to link the different dots that we have discussed through these projects. So from the examples, we can be able now to recognize the different circular approaches made in these experiences, seeing how the resources, every kind of resources, human resources, knowledge, skills, biodiversity, water, materials, all kinds of resources are attracted in the territory, used in the territory, and do not generate any wastes or emissions, or at least they attempt to reduce substantially the generation of wastes and emissions. And this is a circular model also in the territorial systems. This is here a figure representing the industrial symbiosis model that has started in Japan with some examples. And here also you recognize a little bit the models that we have seen in the Quevel, in Red Oak in Spain. So this kind of organization that is able to reduce ideally to zero all the wastes and the greenhouse gas emission and pollution. Circular economy has reached the global level interest of the institutions, of the different stakeholders. In 2018, we had the World Circular Economy Forum, and others have been realized every year. The main principles we have seen, closed loops, closed metabolism, reuse, reduce, regenerate, and so on. I go on. Okay, just wanted to show you quickly how the European Commission is working for promoting and developing circular economies in Europe, especially in our European territories, through the Circular Economy Action Plan for a Cleaner and More Competitive Europe, and this is of March 2020, so very recent. You see that the chapters are on sustainable product policy framework, product value chains, less waste, more value, making circularity work for people, and so on. And this principle, you find it also in the European Green Deal, more or less. So this is the European Green Deal that has been issued recently. And the different strategies are still ongoing and different for the different chapters. But for example, I would like to highlight here the strategy from farm to fork, a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system. That means exactly what we have discussed today. Yeah, different actions, healthy food, less pesticide and fertilizers in our food, better health, and so on and so on. So what does it mean? It means also investments from the European Commission. So it means that every project, territorial project that can be organized in a way to promote and to implement a circular economy in our territories is also welcomed for different kind of investments from the institutions. There is a very strong and very clear strategy of the European Commission about this, and despite the COVID-19 emergency and the different things that are happening, this strategy will be maintained. So this means to align with the circular economy approach brings also more easily in this in the next years different investments from the institutions. Here we have the urban agenda for Europe coming from the Pact of Amsterdam with the different partnerships, and we see that in the partnerships there is one dedicated to the circular economy and also one dedicated to cultural heritage. So the two things are really strong pillars of an urban agenda. Urban means, of course, not only urban, but urban-rural relationships. So yeah, this is still a picture. And finally, last slides is about the Click startup competition that has been just launched. And the aim is to support initiatives of landscape regeneration, cultural heritage regeneration, and adaptive reuse, applying this circular economy approach that I have just mentioned. We have 5 lines, 5 paths that in which we welcome startups, but not only startups, also informal teams that that can join the competition and become perhaps startups later. One is a cultural, safe and sustainable tourism. One is one line. Other one is creative, cultural education and entertainment industry. Heritage community, social innovation and ethical finance. Then we have technologies and materials for the circular city and circular building. This means all the technologies for recovering water, for generating energy from the sun, for recovering the materials and so on. And then we have a line about abandoned cultural landscapes regeneration. And that's why I wanted to show it to you. Because this will be relevant for everyone working with the landscape, with the rural landscape regeneration. So we will see in a few months which are the proposals that will come from this competition, and perhaps I will finish with showing a 1-minute video about this that could be interesting.
That was great, Antonia. Thank you. We will recommend. Definitely look for sites for the competition.
With your coffee and take a seat. I'm really sorry for this delay. We're still waiting for the last local stakeholders to join us.
Ah, okay. Sorry, this is from me.
Okay. Okay, the Chinese are bugging our system.
No, it was coming another video from the YouTube channel of Click. Sorry.
So, I mean, it's very interesting that I have several issues and questions, but I mean, since we have this round table and I wanted to talk about European strategies in it, I will leave some of these issues for the round table. I have a question from David Albarran. He's a doctoral student in Spain, and he asks, I would ask you about the last example you have talked about. Who is the owner of the land? I think this is the Irish example. I mean, it's public land, which is managed by farmers. What is the way they decide who can work there? And yeah, I was also curious to know if, I mean, once the live program is ended, who is paying for it?
Yes. Okay, so the owners of the land are the farmers themselves. So this is private land. This is a traditional rural landscape owned by private people. And also for this issue, it is difficult for the institution to cooperate to create a strategic project, because the owner is not the institution, is not the public government, but this is privately owned. And this means that the private farmers need to agree on the actions to be done. And it is not simple. So the LIFE project was starting by putting together all the stakeholders, the authorities, but also the farmers that are also the owner of the land. And they receive a payment from the public sector, from the public institution, because they maintain a landscape that is a common good, that is for everyone. So it is recognized in this project, in this example, that the activity of the farmer, even if in private land, is a key contribution to biodiversity conservation, for example. if the private owners of the land are not contributing also to the biodiversity conservation, then no one will never conserve it. So to recover the traditional activities of farming, that means also pastoral activities. So the pastoral activities are also a way of maintaining the biodiversity and a good management of the land. So this is the way in which this works. So in the start, to answer also to the question of Pablo, in the start of the LIFE project, it was funded by LIFE, but then what is interesting is that the institutions themselves have recognized the value of this activity, because they have compared the losses, the cost of degradation with the investment needed for conservation. And in some way, the cost of degradation is higher than the investment needed. So it is a principle that is applied also in the social impact bond, for example. So the social impact bond is a way for the institution to issue bond, so to buy, to sell the bonds and take money for different projects that have a social impact. And this is based on the evaluation of the cost of doing nothing with the investment needed for doing something, but the investment is in some cases lower than the cost that you have. So I could say some example, but I don't want to take too much time. So this is the principle, and this is interesting that
this is very interesting, and I think we can start our debate with this topic. So if everybody agrees, we can join and link with all the participants for the roundtable in 5 minutes. Antonio? So, in 5 minutes, we start the roundtable.
Okay. Okay. I see that there are some other questions, perhaps.
Sorry. Let me see.
I see just a comment in chat. I will read it. How the Ecomuseum approach cultures to make its development plan? Would it reach enough through its plan? Okay, so ecomuseums are also another example of landscape conservation and mixed with development approach, sustainable development approach. So the ecomuseum, the role of the ecomuseum is also that of collecting the stakeholders, so putting together all the stakeholders that can be interested in some conservation activities to explain, to make this communication and education activity. So this aspect is very important, because it cannot be a process that is only top-down, of course, but it is also difficult to put together all the stakeholders that need to collaborate for that, and they need to recognize the value also for themselves. So this happens typically in the European projects when you have the resources to contact everyone, to make meetings and so on. But when you don't have the European project to fund, to make funding for this, and you don't have the competencies, let's say the skills, the people able to also facilitate the process, then it is difficult that a local institution, let's say a municipality or a region, will start the process alone. At least from my perspective, so it is very difficult. It is a process that can be started in realities that are already advanced in this sense. They have already participated in many projects and so on. So they know how to do, they know the value of that. But in some small realities that are the major cultural landscapes of Europe, made of small villages, not many people, and so on, it is difficult that a very small municipality starts a project, a process of engagement, of meetings with people, with the farmers, with everyone. They don't have the idea of doing this, they don't have the resources, financial resources and human resources for doing this, and the role of an eco-museum can be really key for this project, for this kind of processes. So I see that this is, just to answer. Similar initiatives in Latin America, yes. As said, terraced landscapes are you can find that in every continent, and in Latin America as well. For example, in Peru, there is an interesting project that is called Parque de las Papas. That is in a terraced landscape, the recovery of the potato variety. So it is a place where they have more than 5,000 different variety of potatoes, and they have a group of an association, a local association. They have started with the project of recovering this agro biodiversity. And this is also linked to different initiatives of the Fao organization, the food organization. There is the website you can look at. I will write it here in the chat. The I don't know how to spell this, globally important agricultural heritage systems of the FAO organization. If you look at the website of this, you will find a lot of examples of similar initiatives that are striving for recovering land and landscapes through traditional agricultural activities and recovering the agricultural heritage systems. So they have labeled in this way. So yeah, there is different initiatives also in Latin America.
Fantastic. You did not send this Xiii from the FAO.
Okay. No, I was to the one person. Okay, this is here written.
Okay, so as I said, instead of 5, in 3 minutes we start the round table if everyone is fine with that.
One moment, please.
Pues, Antonio, cuando quieras. Hello. So, following with Antonia's speech, and there are two issues I wanted to talk about in this roundtable. One is where do we go in Europe with European strategies, and the second one is about values and hola Federico. And that one is values and the rural landscape. So usually when you talk about preservation, you are accused of immobilism, and sometimes they are right. How do you preserve values while changing the language in rural landscapes? But I would like to start with the European strategy, no? Following Antonio, because I was very happy to see, I mean, circular economy, sustainable. I think this is the real sustainable development goal, is not to look for subsidies, but in the end, subsidies in Europe are always there. No? So even I mean, with the barren, I mean, this is like I mean, you give money to keep these terraces, which is a kind of hidden subsidy for farmers, because they probably cannot subsist anywhere in any other way. So the first question is there a way of creating a self-sustainable rural environment for the future? I don't know who wants to start with this.
If you want, I can start. I don't know if I have the answer. It's a very big issue. But in my opinion, what we have now at the EU level is sort of sectorial approach, which is a bit making difficult to reach this aim of rural development. For example, if we look to the funds that are normally dedicated to rural areas, most of them are addressed to the agricultural field. The approach is really to fund farmers, agricultural productions, while in our opinion, what we are doing in Ruritage is really to boost the need for integrated approaches. So to fund together farmers with arts, with trades, with economic and business activities. And this is something that still is missing in the EU perspective. So, there are also some more opportunities for urban areas, in my opinion. So we have a lot of EU projects, for example, that are dedicated to urban areas. There are a lot of initiatives that are dedicated to urban areas. So the Green Capital, Creative Cities, many initiatives that are in part dedicated to give funds to initiatives, but also to promote and to make, to disseminate the opportunities in the different European areas, are dedicated only to urban areas. And we think that this should be changed, dedicating specific opportunities to rural areas. And for example, there is an urban partnership dealing with all the topics that could also apply to rural areas, like circular economy, like land use, like cultural heritage. We were involved in the discussion also together with Antonia at the beginning when the partnership on cultural heritage was established, and there was no room for rural areas, because the urban partnership is really dedicated mainly to cities or small cities in some cases. So we can try to enter this sort of opportunities by the definition of small cities and villages, but there are no specific initiatives dealing with rural areas. And this is something that could really boost the European level, the effort made at the European level. And of course, then from the European level, we have consequent initiatives at local level. So we have the possibility to translate, to adapt the policies also at national and regional and local level. But what we should start with is really, in my opinion, this integrated approach that is still missing.
Can I respond to that? Yeah, thank you. Can I respond to that, Chair? Because that's very interesting. Thank you. I enjoy your presentation earlier on. I think that the European Green Deal is a fantastic way forward. And this European Green Deal refers to SDGs and the Paris Agreement. In my view, we need to translate what has been accomplished today through these 3 documents, that because they are offering integrated approach to everything, climate change, sustainable development, circular economy is part of it, but also culture, ecosystems, and other bits and pieces. And I think that there is so many fantastic European projects, but the question that is in my mind is what is next? So once this project is finished, where does this go? And how do we harvest the knowledge, accomplishments, best practices into one pool of knowledge? And I think the capacity to translate the local action that is so beautifully demonstrated in so many case studies many of you presented needs to then go to the European Commission at the policy level to see and verify what works, what doesn't work. And I think somewhere along the line, this European policy, global policy, and what's happening on the ground needs to be aligned. And then I think this also will serve, for example, North Africa, where we're struggling with migration, where the best practices in Europe can serve as a perfect example to other places, less developed countries. But this is only possible if the best practices you've presented are translated through SDGs, Paris Agreement, because this is the language that people understand. So this is just a comment I'd like to make.
Yes, but it also seems to me that this is talking the talk on these Paris agreements, but when it comes to application, it's not so easy. No? So if for us in Europe, through subsidies, it is difficult to recover the rural landscape, what happens in third countries where they don't have this opportunity of getting subsidized? How can we teach them, or how can we export this knowledge that is imperfect?
I think, Pablo, I mean, is a policy question. You need someone probably from a European Commission on subsidies or on farmer subsidies. I know, for example, in the Netherlands, I mean, in Amsterdam, I've mentioned this in my talk, the global market is far more efficient than the regional market. And strive for shorter food supply chains alone is very difficult. And people have pilot projects to do, and I think we just need to keep going what we're doing. But the question, I think, is directed to the European Commission. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we were also seeing. I have ecosystem restoration and greenhouse, and you were talking about the greenhouse and how these new systems of development adapt. And so let's talk about how to change the rural landscape and keep the values that make cultural landscapes what they are. No? So what do you do in these cases?
I think we need a capacity building, because there was a slide that I didn't show, which is about conceptual crisis, what is ecologically friendly. And I think that the cultural heritage and rural landscapes offer this perfect balance where you have healthy land, agroforestry or biodiversity within the agriculture, and a city next to it. And as you could see in Habitat on elsewhere, the city was a city built form and the rural was outside. We didn't grow food on top of the city historically. And today we have this imagination that if a building has a garden outside and the skyscraper is totally covered in trees, that's sustainable, whilst the land is getting degraded. So I think this conceptual framework of urbanism and rural needs to be re-established yet again somehow, and just pursue on the logic thinking that where is agriculture is agriculture, where is city there is city. Urban agriculture, yes, around 20% of urban agriculture overall provides food provisions, but we need to look after the land, otherwise we will run out of food. So it's this conceptual crisis that perhaps through capacity building we might need to address.
Well, tomorrow we'll be talking about a bit more about the future of the countryside and how sociology evolves. No? We have a sociologist talking about the digital rural countryside. But I mean, the same way this evolves, we have the windmills, we have new language in architecture, but then you cannot transform or you get criticized when you try to adapt the traditional countryside to the new technologies. So I wanted to ask maybe Federico.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi everyone. Very nice. I was listening to your presentations and very exciting all the themes that you touched on. I feel like I am an outsider here. I am just a designer and researcher, and I've been looking at a bit at the issue of the countryside, but I am not an expert on repopulation or specifically on population of the countryside. But on your question on the Europe perspective, me also, I'm from Chile originally, so I am also I have witnessed both type of government where there's a lot of support for the countryside in the sense of subsidies, and on the other hand in Chile where that doesn't really exist much. And I don't know, like it seems to me that that neither is a kind of response for the issues that the countryside is facing right now. It seems that the countryside needs to be activated by a way of changing some of the structural conditions of today's, the way that we look at today's society, and particularly the economy. So, and I was interested in the discussion or the conversation that Antonia was touching upon, the issue of the payment of ecosystem services and how we are kind of embedding kind of the new regulations with this. Also, I find it interesting because it's a way of redistributing the wealth and the money from the urban centers into the countryside. And it's a way that talks in a language that people will understand. But I am kind of I am in this constant dilemma that also this conversation, this rhetoric also plays on the hand of the same structural system that we are now facing, that is the main problem. So I'm kind of always thinking that maybe this is a way of sorting it. And I come from a background where my research was on ecosystem and nature conservation rather than looking specifically at population. And kind of the discussion in conservation today is always fluctuating in between talking about ecosystem services and how we kind of embed the discussion on a language that is understood by the policymakers, or on the other hand, on understanding the intrinsic value of ecosystems. So therefore, believing that we cannot really put a value to this ecosystem services, because then we are giving carte blanche to actually destroy them if someone wants to pay. So I am always in this in between, and I don't know, I wanted to like put it out in the conversation.
May I enter the discussion? Thank you for this comment. It's a very interesting aspect that I was not touching about the intrinsic value of nature. Yes, this I acknowledge that these are two approaches that are actually very different. One is of the ecological economics, that is recognizing the intrinsic value of nature out of any instrumental value that the society can take from nature. And the other one is that of the ecosystem services approach, the TEB initiative, the economics of ecosystems and their services, the MICE framework realized at the European level. I suppose that an ecosystem services approach is needed to make it more understandable which are different benefits, but this way of monetization of everything is really very much contested, not only in the ecosystem world or in the nature experts, but also in the social economy, when we think about initiatives that need to demonstrate their social impact, for example, also for the financial world. So all the aspects related to impact finance, that is a world of people that are willing to fund, to finance initiatives that demonstrate a strong social impact. And most of times this social impact is monetized, especially in the Anglo-Saxon, let's say, approach. But this is very much contested also. Because some aspects, some impacts that are very soft, so that are related to well-being of people, to the sense and the meaning that people find in doing an activity, doing work, and so on, cannot be really monetized. So this applies also to cultural heritage, and intrinsic value of cultural heritage is something that we are debating inside the CLIC project. It is not easy to recognize an intrinsic value to cultural heritage, because cultural heritage is something that is by definition instrumental to the enjoyment of the person, of people. So regarding this, we are really in a very theoretical, this is a very theoretical aspect here, and I don't want to go too much in depth, even because I don't have a final answer on that. But it is important, I think, to recognize this intrinsic value of nature, of cultural heritage, and also of the social activities, because not everything is done because it has a monetary value. So if we want to adopt a human-centered approach, then we can also recognize a human flourishing objective of what we do and how we organize cities and territories and so on. There is not an answer from my side, but I thank you for raising this aspect, because I think it's very important to recognize this.
Can I respond to that? Because I think it's fascinating, and I'm really interested in this. In climate change movement, adaptation is based on process. So in general, mitigation gets calculated, but adaptation, it is not, because it's process-based. And I completely agree with you with the aspects of over-calculating everything. I personally think that construction industry as a whole is suffering from this engineering approach to sustainability. And Paris Agreement and SDGs are liberating us from this little bit. That's why sometimes I think it's good to enter this discourse from the perspective of adaptation, for example, and understanding codependencies, why things need to happen, understanding the relationship between things, rather than just purely calculating carbon. So somewhere in this planet, even at the global level, there are people thinking, you know, a bit like you, very similar to you, that the value of things and the value of nature is not necessarily represented through calculation of carbon. And it's great to know about it, I think. Just yeah.
If I may contribute.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you know, building on this, it's very nice to talk about the intrinsic values, and we all appreciate the intrinsic values. But we can't forget about the extrinsic, because if people cannot make a livelihood in the rural landscape, they won't go. And if they don't go, there's no intrinsic, or the intrinsic will deteriorate. So we cannot forget about the extrinsic, and we cannot forget that people need to make a living in the rural countryside. I think this is where some of the examples that I showed more or less work. So yes, I think, you know, maybe some people do too many calculations, but I don't think we do enough calculations. We need to prove that people can make a living and that they can survive in rural environments. They're not going to go unless they can make a living. They're not going to live there unless they can make a living. They're not going to live there.
Just to contribute to this, perhaps we need to calculate the right things.
Yes, agree.
Yeah.
Agree. Yeah.
And better. Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to talk about the intrinsic, but people need to feed their families and make a living.
Yes, exactly. So at least in this project, the financial sustainability of the initiatives is key. So you cannot live out of perhaps the good intention. So the different revenue streams that can come out also from innovation, social innovation, technological innovation, reducing the costs of different processes by making synergies of actors and even materials, energy, and so on. So it is a way of applying a circular economy that becomes also financially sustainable, of course. So it is not, so let's say the slogan of a circular economy is decoupling growth from resource consumption. It's a slogan, but it means that it can be convenient to create a development model to turn our model of production and consumption, still creating the economic value, but not focusing only on this. So just that, but yeah, I understand it's a very wide, very large discussion, and yeah,
I think this is, I completely agree with this gentleman that talks about jobs, but we meant by calculating nature. But I'm very pleased to, because I think this is connected to Pablo's other aspect of indigenous values. So what I have seen throughout UNFCCC movement on indigenous values, that this is precisely it. So it's a very different conceptual framework of nature, that we recognize what indigenous cultures are offering, that is not necessarily based on quantitative measures. They're qualitative and quantitative. And there is a freedom, and I think there is definitely a need to think about the qualitative aspects of indigenous values in the context of sustainability and climate change.
It's a complex exchange, no? There are so many variables here. One is the valorization of the way of living. On the other hand, you need the pride of living in the countryside, and how and we were talking, I don't know if...
I think the quantitative is winning over the qualitative. Otherwise, we wouldn't have depopulation in the rural landscape. So obviously, when a young person leaves the countryside, they have to make that choice. Do I have quality of life or do I go for quantity? And I think people are choosing quantity over quality in some cases in their own economic evaluations. You know, it's also true that they could be choosing a better quality of life in the urban settings. So I just want to make the point that, you know, people need to make a living in the countryside, and that may win out over the quality.
But then the question is if it's the population of the countryside.
Everything's frozen. Did I lose you?
Hello? Hi.
Yeah. I lost you all for a moment.
I guess the question is then if the population of the rural areas and the countryside is purely an economic issue.
No, it's not purely. I don't want to make that point. It's not a purely economic issue, but it's a huge factor.
Because today, I don't know, we were talking in the morning, I think Sandra was also a bit discussing the issue of, no, maybe I asked the question, but how the new digital technologies are opening a whole new door of potential to the countryside, where the issue of automation, it's kind of opening doors where like maybe the jobs that you can do in the countryside are completely different, and then economy becomes a secondary. It becomes secondary to why would you be living in the...
No, I don't think it will ever become secondary, but it becomes... You know, there is a lot of promise. I searched a lot for a good practice where there were software developers in the countryside, and it was really difficult to find. Really quite difficult to find software developers. Yes.
I agree about this difficult evaluation that we are discussing now. So on one side, we have quantitative aspects, so the possibility to have a job, to have a revenue. On the other side, we have a quality of life, cultural and natural heritage, which is available. The challenge we have is to balance the two and to give opportunities for economic growth also in rural areas. But I think we have also to work on the acknowledgement of the qualitative part of the values. And what the COVID experience has taught us in the last period is that people changes also their scale of values. For example, we made a survey here in Bologna and involving also other parts of Italy to try to assess the perception of the people referring to green areas during the pandemic. For us, the problem was quite hard because we experienced a very strict lockdown. So we were not allowed to go outside our homes if it was not for buying food or for very urgent needs. So we were not allowed to walk outside, even if alone. And this made a lot of people change their opinion on the value of having green spaces around. So now we have a huge debate about the possibility, the opportunity to also move to the countryside, for example. And a lot of Archistar also are talking about this on the newspaper at international level about the possibility to repopulate rural areas. And this is something really challenging. I see this as an opportunity because we have possibilities. For example, we have buildings that are not used in the rural areas. So without a new land consumption, without building new houses, so we can repopulate a lot. But we also need infrastructures and services like health, schools, and digital connections and accessibility. So in my opinion, this is something that could really help rural areas in finding a new path towards development, a sustainable development. But this process needs to be really planned, controlled by the institutions and local stakeholders. So through this joint way of managing the process, because otherwise we risk to have a negative impact on the rural and natural values, for example, through gentrification or massive tourism or massive occupation of rural areas that could bring the rural areas to have more problems than benefits from this process. So it's really complicated to find this balance. But I think that this is a huge opportunity now that we have now in dealing with the repopulation of rural areas.
The question with COVID is COVID a hiccup in the trend? Did the trend already start to move back to the rural areas, or will it all stay as it was before? We don't know.
But there are also initiatives. For example, the Emilia-Romagna region where I live has opened a call for funding young people that wants to move to the mountains, so to the Apennine, to the rural areas, inner areas of the regions. So there are actions that can help them to buy or rent a house if you are under 40. Too late for me, but there are a lot of young people that are thinking about this also, because we have learned a lot about remote working that I do not like a lot, because with children at home it was really difficult to manage. But in some circumstances, and if you have also the support from the services, so if the children are at school and you have the good internet connection, you can really work a lot, do a lot of things from home. So there is something that is moving, and that people are really acquiring a new acknowledgement about the value of nature and the possibility to have open space near where they live. I think this is something that will last. We will not lose this. I hope so.
I just wanted to respond to the previous issue on technology to Federico, if I may call you by your first name. Hello, Federico. I think, and also this is a new project maybe for Pablo, because I think that we need to test that issue of technology, because there will be more pandemics to come, and that's certain. And we need to be prepared for more pandemics, and the future of the rural landscapes will be also in our capacity to harvest the best technological solutions we have at our hands and merge them to deliver aspirations that the rural people might have, and that will keep rural people there. And that needs to be tested. Simply tested on the ground with willing communities that are willing to engage, with the mayors of smaller towns that want to engage and bring the heritage values to it as well. But I think that if we want to be proactive and think about even 10-year future, because there could be some more, I think definitely there will be more pandemic to come. It's something that probably we just need to look at. Suggestion.
No, agree. I was just thinking, we talked about gentrification, and as I said before, we see gentrification as a negative concept, but at the same time, we're talking, we need better communications, we need better facilities in the rural areas. Once you have all of this, gentrification is meant to happen. What is holding us to move to the countryside? Because the houses are cheaper, you have space. Are we stupid or what? No, we like to live in the city because we have all the facilities we were not able to get in the countryside. So what happens when you get them? Gentrification for sure, no?
But also I think it's important to see the countryside as a place where experimentation exists by default, where you can actually experiment and do things differently. The city is an extremely codified territory, and it's a place where you can do really, really little. So in a sense, I think COVID has opened this sort of threshold, this little like new dimension where we can see really the countryside where is the real territory, where the avant-gardes have started a lot of the experimentation, where like communities of living together have existed from like many years. And also it's a place where new technological experimentation can also happen right now, because it's a place where you are not constrained by the same rules than in the city. So I really think it's important to see the countryside with this kind of potential for to be and live and do things differently.
I think the gentrification is easier. And anyway, a different thing when take place in the town or in the rural space. The gentrification, the rural space is a different phenomenon, I think, because for living in the rural space, you need first to be able to integrate the community. It's not the same thing to go to a big town or middle town and to participate in the gentrification of a determinate side of this town, and that to go the countryside because it's nice, because it's better, it's quiet, and housing is cheaper, and then you have to integrate the community. For me, it's very different to make what we call gentrification at the countryside. Sometimes it happens, but it's always very bad, without positive results. I have in mind some examples in Spain, a whole village taken by people for gentrification. The result was a catastrophe. The big houses become fantastic houses with lights, with swimming pools, I don't know. People from the countryside became the servants of the people making the gentrification, and finally it didn't work. For me, gentrification is much more difficult on the countryside because I have the impression that people having a good idea on the countryside, I mean, people having a good idea of where they are and of belonging to the territory belonging to them, are not very, nowadays are not very open to gentrification. And secondly, it's much more difficult for people coming from the town. They have to be integrated. If not, it's quite difficult to try to live or to import an urban model to a rural space.
Jose.
Hello.
Jose Magaña just joined us. He's a member of IMPAO. What do you think? Or maybe you want to introduce yourself.
First of all, good afternoon for everybody. As Pablo was saying, I represent INTBAU, which, if you don't know, it's the International Network for Traditional Building, Urbanism and Architecture. It's a global network which is present in many countries around the world. And well, I'm also trying to bring my own experience as an architect working in Portugal, in the Portuguese territory. And well, first of all, I should start by saying that I don't know if this situation of pandemic, of COVID, is going to last or not. No one knows. So I think that we shouldn't assume that it's forever, or or if it could not happen again. Of course, could be both. But anyway, there's no doubt that some changes are occurring. There's no doubt that there's more people working at home. In my own office, we have people working at home that were not working at home before. And we have people that moved to the countryside. We have, for instance, a woman that makes our measurements for the projects that moved to a village in the inner territory of Portugal, where she's living now with her husband and 3 children. Of course, they enjoy it a lot because, as you were saying, they have more space, the houses are cheaper, etc., etc. But at the same time, they miss a bit the city rush, the city life. There are no theaters, no cinemas, no cultural life. Well, it's a little bit of putting yourself aside of all that city life, which I think we human also appreciate. And what I think is that I find 2 movements. People living in the countryside, in the small villages and towns, that many of them still dream to go to the big city, still today, because they think they will find there more opportunities and of jobs and also more social interaction, etc. And at the same time, we see a movement of people, generations that already born in the big city, like Lisbon or Porto, and that aim to get to the countryside, to the towns and villages and work at home with their computers, etc. So there's the 2 movements occurring. Well, here in Portugal, of course, our fields are completely abandoned. Since many years ago, this movement of exodus for the big city, if it happened, I know, since the late 60s of the 20th century, and it did not stop yet, in fact. And we have lots of towns and villages that lost completely their population, and the schools closed, the public services closed. So if we want to get back and get to put people there again, it's almost like a revolution, because we must do everything again. But first we must put people there and create opportunities for people to go there, to have jobs there. And well, there's so much to do in this country. Well, we did have a few opportunities with the tourism industry, but as we are seeing now, tourism might not last forever. So many of the persons that invested in tourism in rural areas are now with serious difficulties. So I think that we have an enormous job ahead. And in Portugal, this is particularly evident. Perhaps not so much in Spain, for instance, because you have a constellation of cities around the country which have their own centers. No, you have several regions, you have several cities which are important. And in Portugal, we are resumed to Lisbon and a little bit Porto, anything else. And everything, well, there are a few things in Évora, a few things in Faro, but just a few, not enough to fix populations. So we have a giant job ahead if we want to bring people again to the cities, to the countryside. And I think that to count only on this movement of people wanting to get back to the country or to go to the country, work at home, etc., I think it's clearly not enough. We need a huge program, governmental program, that could create real opportunities for people. And well, there's a huge task. That's what I have to say, more or less.
Well, we had a similar but different case with the city centers. No? The city centers got abandoned, they got vandalized. There was a huge investment, public investment from European funds, from national funds, and city centers came back, and now they have gone back too much. No? So now they have been tertiarized, and tourism took over, and residents have been kicked out. Is there a possibility this could happen?
I don't know, because, for example, in Lisbon, when you are in the low part of the city, the Xiii is becoming a gentrification part. With hotels, very nice hotels, nice shops, etc. But, for example, there are other parts of Lisbon that are more popular, like Madragora, like Castello, like Alfama. This phenomenon starts, but is much more difficult because people living there are people that are very close to their houses, very close to their territory. For me, it's the same thing. When you go to the rural side, to the rural countryside, you can make a kind of gentrification. You can buy a house and make a very good restoration, but you have to accept the rural way of life. If not, you are independent, and finally, 5 years after, you don't come. But for me, it's much more difficult. You have to integrate the community on the rural side, and you have to accept the rural way of life. In a town, is much more, is easier, because in a town, you are much more independent for organizing your own house, your own place. You need your house, your flat, or the parking for your car, you have your work. You are more independent. But in the countryside, you integrate the community. If there is a community, if there is a village without people, could be different. But when you go to the countryside with people, with inhabitants, you have to integrate the community. If not, I know many cases, if not, you are lost, because in 5 years, you will not come back. For me, it's much more difficult, the gentrification of the rural space, and anyway, I think it's a different phenomenon we have called gentrification in a town. Is my opinion.
I wanted to respond to Director Jose Maria. Thank you for your comment, and I really agree with what you said. I think this issue of movement, and I just picked up this policy, I had a privilege to write, there is a global movement of people in general, people shifting from, because of demographic shifts. So we have older population, younger populations, things are changing. We have migration in the context of demographic changes. We have rural to urban migration. We have climate change migration, and we have impacts of migration on urbanization. So, and because of globalization, the whole world is in the move somehow, for various reasons, and climate change included. So I think perhaps what is happening is a byproduct of some other issues that are happening globally. And in a sense, we're trying to pick up pieces on this rural dynamics. But it might be just a clarity of thought, and I don't know the answer, what we can influence and where, and effectively, and what are other things that are simply outside our capacity to influence, because this is what is happening elsewhere. Yeah? But obviously waving the flag for the rural inhabitants needs to happen. Yeah? Just a comment.
Well, if I could add something, of course, you are absolutely right. We live in a world which is on the move completely. And of course, I'm speaking for my territory here, for the Portuguese territory. We see also people coming here from several places. Well, there are a few migrants that find occupation, find jobs on rural areas, working in punctual jobs related to agriculture, like wine or wine industry, or well, fruit productions, etc. So, but it's just a few part of people coming here. The greatest part continue to concentrate around the big city of Lisbon and Porto. Continue to happen so. So what I'm saying, I would love to see our smaller towns and cities of the interior part of the country to have opportunities for these people, not only for those who are already here and want to move, but also for people coming from abroad to have jobs and to have a good life in the smallest cities, in the inner country. But what I'm saying is simply that you must create the opportunities for people to go there, because there are no opportunities, not at all. Besides tourism, which are opportunities that you create yourself and you find some support from the government, and it works well. But besides that, there are just a few things that are not enough, are far from being enough for fixed population in the inner country. And then after that, you must put back the schools working and the hospitals, etc., because they all closed. Okay, so there's a huge task ahead. I think that we should do that task, and we should fight for it, and we should work trying to change things, of course, no doubt. We do it all the time here in Intbau and in my office, etc. We, for instance, have a very good program trying to bring back the small industries of crafts related to construction, for instance, which is something that was disappearing and that now are having some visibility. And we are trying to wrap that and make that can create more jobs, etc. Well, but there's much more to do, much more to do. And I think it's something that worth a while, and we should commit ourselves to do, of course, no doubt.
I wanted to go back Sandra, Federico, everybody, to the characterization of the rural landscape. So can we adapt the language? Do we have to, is there a way for new architecture in a traditional vernacular architecture? Do we have, can we bring in new materials? How can change happen in the landscape without transforming the values?
Well, very quickly. Oh, please. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just very quickly also saying to say that for me and for us in Encuentro, there's no doubt about that. But no doubt. First, because we find that when people want to move to the countryside, they are also looking for some identity, place identity. And well, you can't do that with industrial construction. You want to do it. So, of course, you can improve the traditional crafts. You don't need to build as your grandfather did. You can improve, but you must keep the essential of the traditional architecture, which is different from place to place. And that, as I was saying just a while ago, I think that contributes to create new jobs. We saw in Spain a lot of that happening with new people involved in craftsmanship. And you can find in something that Intbau created, which is the Red de Maestros, you can find hundreds of new little industries spread all over the country, producing tiles, ironworks, woodworks, all sorts of things that can contribute to create this identity of place. And I think this is essential.
I actually have a different view, which is probably good for dialogue and discussion. I personally believe in hybrid solutions. So definitely using local materials and craftsmanship, but maybe come up with different aesthetics that will meet aspirations of various groups of people, because architecture is as diverse as us, as people. And for example, also, I think we need to redefining what is vernacular, so there's a conceptual framework of vernacular architecture. Because, for example, in the Netherlands, a green glass house is 400 years old, and this is type of industrial rural area. But it has been here for 400 years. Now it's super sophisticated, technical green glass house, but it is also, I would call it vernacular, local vernacular. So it depends where we are in the planet, I think, and dependingly on the social aspirations of the people. But I really like what Federico said, that the rural areas offers a space for experimentation, because we have to experiment with this aspect of retaining people in rural areas, maybe creating new type of buildings altogether, or new type of aesthetics from rural and any other way that will keep people there and meet their social aspirations. So I think that's just something that I wanted to add. And oh yeah, one more thing. The truth is that the land, we had this slide, I think I showed you, that I actually felt that absolutely changed the perception. Only between 5 to 10% of land outside cities owned is owned by tribal communities. So we have to be realistic with this landscape that is actually 90% owned by government or privately owned by some other people, and the capacity that we have to influence that rural landscape through vernacular architecture. Thank you.
Well, if I can just add very quickly, and then I'll shut up, that I don't know. I think that still exists this confusion that when you speak about traditional architecture or vernacular architecture, you think that we are thinking about something old or something which is, well, no longer good for our times or something like that. Well, that's the opposite for me, the opposite of what traditional architecture is, because tradition is something that we pass from generation to generation, and on that process we improve. So experimentation and innovation and all those sort of things can perfectly go together with traditional architecture and with vernacular architecture. And you can create new architecture which is still something that fits well on that place and that people can recognize as something which gives you the identity that you are looking for. So I just would like to make clear this point about confusion on vernacular and tradition.
And I just wanted to add also that kind of going back to your comment or question, Pablo, doing the research, kind of the first two observations that we had, there were basically that the countryside was on the one hand, it was kind of thinning out, and that's like a very clear characteristic. Also, I think many participants also mentioned that, like how the countryside is being depopulated, but then also that many areas of the countryside are becoming kind of extremely super productive zones. You know, so they become like these very rational plots of land that they get to be super productive, and that kind of productivity allows like a sense of playfulness in the city. You know, in the cities where we are like can play and somehow like have quirky buildings and have like parametric architecture. And then in the countryside is where things are like very established and kind of and Cartesian. But I think kind of that we realized that was also kind of that appreciation or that observation was also moving again, and that the countryside also, as you were saying, I think, Antonia, these ideas that circularity it makes the countryside embedded with like qualities that are hyper local, and that hyper local qualities can still be super productive. So I think that for the future of the countryside, we can have a very exciting moment where it can still be local, but also where a lot of capital is produced, you know, because the countryside, in a sense, we think that the city is where capital is produced and where things are actually happening, but it's in fact in the countryside where a lot of it is produced. If you think it's not only agriculture, but you have energy being produced, you have data centers that are existing in the countryside. So like the most essential elements that we need for life to exist as we know it are existing in the countryside. So I think now if we embed those industries with like a sense of locality or circularity, as Antonio was saying, it's an extremely exciting potential.
Anyone wants to add? Antonia, I see you there.
Yeah, no, I agree with this, and also I agree with Simona regarding the need of integrating different activities. So not only the agriculture, but also cleaning activities, also the to bring, as in one of the examples that I was showing, bringing also the digital works in the countryside. That could be a way, not only the digital ones, but also all the other kind of services. I suppose that we can identify which are the, let's say, the non-economic conditions for economic development, and this change of the value system that could happen. It is happening. It could remain, or it could still change in the next times. So we don't know what will happen, but it is already changing, the value system, and the value system affects the economy and the jobs that you can find. So the value system determines what people are willing to pay for. And this is not something that is soft, this is very tangible. And it determines the jobs and the living that you can have in the city or in the countryside, everywhere. So to have good opportunities, to have a natural environment that is not degraded, a landscape that is not degraded, these are conditions for attractiveness of a territory. And this means economy, and this means jobs. So this is not something that is too soft and it is too detached from reality. I completely agree when we say that people are living from jobs and from money, of course. But if we don't have the conditions that attract the economic activities, then we can only have something for very short term that will perhaps consume all the resources, and then when the resources consumed, you go away and you go in another place. So this is what is happening now in the last century, perhaps. So I think that it is worth to look at the whole picture, and of course these non-economic conditions and the value system is the basis for any kind of jobs or economic activities that can be attracted or not in a place. I stop here. You have the microphone shut down, I suppose.
Yeah. So yeah, we have to finishing. Ram, do you want to add anything? And Simona.
Well, I just want to add to that last thing that Antonia said. I completely agree. I think that's where we have to start from. And we have to work our way in with the cultural heritage and the protection of the landscape and the villages and the architecture. This is where I think we have to start, and this is where the politicians start. They start with the economy, and then we have to learn their language, I think, and begin there. So these are my final thoughts. And it's all tied together in the end.
Well,
I also agree about this need to create opportunities, as Antonia was saying. And I think that the key way, the driver should be about building on local resources. So what is really what we have in rural areas, which rural areas are rich in, are local cultural natural resources. And we need to start from this, but without a conservation approach. So we should allow ourselves to think about innovation, as Sandra was saying, so to build something new from what is there. So the process is really place-based. Everything is different in different places. but the key way is to start from there and be open to innovate, so to create some new also heritage from the contamination between what is there and what is coming from migrants or citizens that are moving. So really, and it is something that will be different from rural areas to rural areas, because the resources that we have there are different, but also the people that are coming are different. So to be place-based, but also to be innovative in the approach in what we can reach.
Differentiation.
I agree with Simona, and I think aligning our action with SDGs, European Green Deal, and the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Well, thank you to everybody. It's been a real, what else can you ask? Tomorrow we have Inbao again. So Jose, if you have time, I would love you to join Robert. And Federico will be also talking about his experience with the countryside and the exhibition he prepared with AMO or OMA or whatever it is. So hope to see you all tomorrow, and if not, thank you for your collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank
Bye.
you. Gracias.
Bye.